welcome back. Yesterday, the stream was cut short. I surprisingly got an email from my dentist saying a technical issue has caused a nationwide Comcast outage. I think that's what caused it to go down. Because, yeah, I couldn't figure anything out that was wrong on my end. Okay. Hey, Hideo, Early's, Weedley. How's it going for all of you today? Okay, so let's get rid of that. Let's put these things on the to-do list. So yesterday, what I worked on after the stream went offline was just that Uglify problem that I was having. Why? What's going on right now? That's weird. I can't make this into an item? What? What's going on? What is going on? Also, I should open this up before there's going to be a problem. Huh. Strange. Let's just reload that page. Maybe it was something to do with that. Nope, I just can't use this. Weird. Oh, whoops, I left my water downstairs. Oh, I'll have to go get that in a sec. How was your half day yesterday? It was a 75% day. And yeah, the Uglify problem is pretty annoying. Also, I have no idea how to get this to work now. Can I make things here? No, I can't. What is going on? What? The shortcut for make to do item just stopped working. Is it because of something up here that's screwing this up? No, what? Did plain tasks totally break? Oh, control. I think it's control that's not working. No, I can hit control A. What is going on right now? I fixed the problem, although I had already fixed it the other day too, but I fixed it in a very heavy-handed way. So there was like, you know, option 1 true. Oh man, none of my shortcuts are working right now. Anyway, I figured out what options I need to change. Actually, you know what? This is like, let's figure out what, something must have gotten updated. Package control. List packages. I didn't know you could do this. But yeah, something must have just gotten updated. Because this is like totally broken right now. Make sure it isn't a disabled package. Well, my normal key bindings, I have Control D mapped to duplicate line, and it's not working. Can't believe this. Now I gotta go through my packages, figure out what changed here. Alright, well, what would it have been? To do review might have changed. Hey, Digite. Wait, to do review. No, I meant plain tasks. To do review is made by a certain EJ. Have you tried turning it off and on again? Alright, you know what, fine. Let's do that. Oh, that actually did fix things. So wait, now can I make the do items again? Yes, I can. Wow, good job, Hideo. Okay, cool. So let's put this in, this, and that. Okay, so the very first thing that I need to do is check in the Uglify fix from yesterday. Hey, the Flox. Oh yeah, I haven't updated today for 2 days. Editcom today, Wednesday. Adam is working on more quality of life improvements to, yeah, so that people have an easier time playing Botland. This mostly involves bug fixes and small tweaks to the... Okay. Can you please use gift instead of give? Yeah. Good idea, Wheatley. How many points do I even have, though? I can't do this forever. I only have 175. Alright, well, that's pretty good. Hey, Frozen Talks. Hey, Avixator. Okay, so checking in this fix. Let me go grab my water first. That way I don't get too into the stream. I'll be right back. Today's stream will be cup of water. We'll be coding an assembly. Must be nice to take a full day. That's not what you mean. You mean a 0 day. Okay, so check in the Uglify fix. Okay, so I rebooted my computer into, whoa, what? Why is this context menu so large? Was it always that big? Win merge. Yeah, okay, whatever. Yeah, so there. That's the Uglify fix. And we're good. Okay, so let's check that in. Uglify stopped working with the options I had configured. Pub subtopics tries to inject a pub subtopic property into the router actions object. But when it comes time to use them, they no longer exist. This has something to do with, let's see, unused dead code and hoist vars. Unused dead code and hoist vars flags. Did you fix the bug you had yesterday when you crashed? I think, what was I even working on yesterday when it crashed? Or maybe, are you talking about what caused it to crash? Because I think yesterday it was just a Comcast nationwide outage. I think. That's my guess. Wait, EJ, did you really do that? Like, to me, those buttons sound dangerous. Because there's no price comparison. And I don't mind just going on Amazon and buying stuff. But I've seen a couple of them so far, and I just think, like, what? What? You really did? Wow. Huh. Interesting. Okay. All right, so checking the Uglify fix, that's done. So add the right icons for all areas of the UI. This is something that I wanted to do for a little while now because I think it's going to make the game a lot better for people because you're no longer going to need things like names to identify which bots you have. Silly names. You'll instead have icons. Hooray. Oh, whoops. Gotta wait for the account server to start up. So you can actually see through this dialog into the account server's offline text. Talking about the bug you were working on. I don't remember Frozen Talks. There were a lot of bugs, and chances are I didn't fix them all. Alright, that's pretty much done. So what I was trying to do yesterday, actually, I figured out how to get the minimal set of flags so that Uglify works. So now I have this, I have this, I have this right here. What I didn't figure out is why exactly is it happening? And I think it turned into, like, I kept cutting down the code to try to find the minimum possible repro. And I think it was just that an exported object was different when it was imported in two different locations, and that shouldn't have been the case. So I never totally found out why. Anyway, this. So see these icons? Basically, anywhere that we have bot.png, which is this thing, we got to get rid of that. How do you like React.js so far? I like it. I like it. I think there are a lot of things that I still have to learn or do with it. Botland is the first project I'm using React for. So it's not like I'm coming into this with tons of experience. Yeah. Okay. So add in the right icons. This is the same thing as that whole bot.png fix. Replace everywhere I'm using this. Okay. Also, this is not done. I just accidentally clicked this thing. Excuse me. All right, so let's start with just one UI at a time. So right now we have the blueprints UI. Let's go make those correct. So we have bot podium, and this passes in base64 image data. So the same thing needs to be done in whatever those things are called. What are those called? I have no idea. Let's just look down here. Blueprints footer. No, that's not the right one. Where is it? There it is. Okay, and it's called bot icon. So yeah, bot icon right now is just, you can see the source of this is bot.png. We got to fix that. Or you're not going to use them for ordering. Going to hack them and just use them for internal traffic. So I can press 1 and have an IoT light turn on or something. Oh. What do they use for power? Is it just the kinetic energy of pressing them? Or does it have a cell battery or something? Because that's pretty good. So source equals this. Now we just need to pass that in. Easier said than done. So this equals this dot. Do we know the hardware that's in there? Selected bay ID, bot bays, selected bay ID equals bay ID. And then we have the bay itself. This also has a workbench state for some reason. I don't think that's a good idea. A AA battery? Okay. Huh. I wonder if this thing is going to backfire on them. I doubt it. I was going to say, what if people just use these as buttons with Wi-Fi? Is it Wi-Fi? It's got to be able to communicate to your network, and I imagine most people have Wi-Fi and not some crazy third thing. Or they'd have to come with like a bridge for it. I use actual light switches. You caveman. Okay, so I need a way of getting this data. How do I do it for bot podium? Actually, I guess Blueprints does it for that too, huh? Base64 image data. Yep. So I could pass in the function that lets us get that, but we don't necessarily have the colors that we need for that. So we could write a function that just assumes we have your color. Get base64 image data. Yeah, so primary color and secondary color. If these aren't defined, we should just use yours. Let's do that. If not util.exist primary color. So if you didn't define colors, then pull the colors from your player. Which we should clarify that these are not necessary now. So this equals undefined and this equals undefined. That way they're potentially, there we go. Okay, great. So let's get your colors. Build a Wi-Fi keyboard out of dash buttons. Imagine doing that, but not actually changing the dash buttons at all. So you basically just give this to a little kid and they press them all and order like hundreds of dollars worth of stuff. It'd be terrible. So const, let's see, what do we need to do here? We need to get the my player object. Get state dot, yeah, let's do this. And then let's go into here. This is where we have my player state. So it's my player reducer dot color pair. So this is my color pair. And then primary color equals, we're going to just do this. There. Okay, good. So then we can get rid of this. And now it should be working? Well, when I say it should be working, what I mean is this should still be a black and cyan wasp. And that's it. Oh wait, that won't work because I never passed in the base64 image data. My color pair.get primary color is not a function. No. No. That can't be right. That means that... Oh, I never deserialized it. Oh, whoops. My serialized color pair, and then this would be my color pair. Color pair.deserialize. And oh, that should work. Okay, let's try that out. So as long as I don't, or maybe those icons might still not work. Okay, yeah, there we go. Cool. So now we just need to get this working for everything else. So we could pass in that function so that it could do this itself. So we don't need this any longer. Yeah, get rid of color pair there. Get rid of this. Because you're only ever configuring your own bot. We might need to change this once we allow you to change colors. And then that might get to be a little bit more annoying. But for now, we just need to pass this in. So blueprints footer, put this here, and then get base64 image data equals that. Okay, and now this should be able to pass that in. So let's copy paste this over to here. Get base64 image data. And that's for, no, that's a bad idea, isn't it? Yeah, that's a bad idea. Well, maybe it's not. I don't know. I don't know who should be responsible for doing this. So let's just figure it out this way. So const base64 image data equals this. And now we just need to pass in the bay dot cosmetics. I don't know what it's called. Set bot bay cosmetics, yeah. And this should be done, I guess it should be done like this. Okay, let's try that out. These might result in gigantic images. Oh, yes. They did result in gigantic images. But take a look at that. Looks pretty good. So we just need to shrink these images down to something that makes sense. What does make sense? Width 109. Is that actually what I have these set to? Where did these images go? Here. Yeah, 109, 133. I don't know what to do for this exactly. Class name, bot icon. So we need to set a width and a height here. But what? And we also need to make it so that if the width is too small, that this thing doesn't get shrunk. So I guess we set this to 100%. Oh man. I'm not going to worry about these things yet. So what's a reasonable size to have for this? I kind of liked whatever the old ones were. We don't have any way of looking at what the old ones were unless I change them around. So we can just make new ones here. This isn't a bad size. It's like 111 by 140. There. Okay, let's try that out now. Whoops. Okay, so that didn't work. because you can't set width and height that way, I think. Or this doesn't have bot icon on it. It's bot icon image. Oh man, come on. Okay, let's try that. And I want to get these all over the place in the UI. Okay, so that's pretty good. Let's customize one of these now and see if it respects the changes I made. So I put the geode head on here and I hit update. And yeah, it updates them in the icons now. So what's nice about this is that if you own all the different cosmetic items, or you own enough where your bots look different, then you no longer really need names to differentiate them. Because now I can make a new bot and say, oh, this is going to be my Quetzal bot. So there we go. And now whenever I mean, I could give it a name as well. In fact, I have to. I should make it so you don't have to. But there, now in the UI, you can tell exactly what your different bots are. Okay. Don't require a name for your bot. If you don't have a name. Oh yeah, and then I also want to remove the dead code at some point. And then one of the other things too was get rid of default names. I can't use them since they're trademarked. Anyway, so if you don't have a name, what should we give it? Actually, we shouldn't. How do we do this? These names are going to be mostly for. Darn it, I don't remember. I don't remember what we decided. Names over bots in Arena. Are they the bots' names or the player names? Well, I guess we'll say this. Player's name or bot's name. So right now when you join a game, I'll just go back to the old bot land so that you guys can see this really quickly. So right now the bot names are what's showing above them. So you could see something like Destroyer and whatever, support bot over them. But I think it might be better to show who owns them. So instead you'd see like Adam13531 over these bots and, you know, EJ over these bots. I think we wanted player names there. Don't require a name for a bot. If you don't have a name, pick a random one. Get rid of trademarked default names. Okay. Player name would be repeated too much. Will you keep the red and blue color scheme? So I'll show you what the new game's gonna look like. Also, hey Gunnar and Karm. In the new version of the game, which is this, of course, when you play a game, the bots that you have are going to have the colors of your player. So in this case, like when I deploy a bot here, and eventually these icons will match. It should deploy like the green and purple bots, I think. Yeah. So we'll still have red and blue as a name. That way you can tell what team you're on. But your bot colors will be whatever ones you had before the match. Allow user to choose. Yeah, that's actually a good option to have for them eventually on Telo. I prefer player names since bot name is more useful to you than other players, I think. Yeah, and the other thing too is when you click one of these, you should be able to see the name of the bot. So it's not like it'll be totally hidden. It just won't be at the forefront of the game, I think. But, alright, so we did this first thing of add in the colors. So let's refresh this page again and go back as Adam3. So yeah, now this icon is correct. This icon is not. When you click here, this icon is not. So there's a lot that's wrong still. If the player doesn't name a bot, maybe default to the player name. I think that would only be... I like the idea of having these default names. Where are they? Yeah, here. The problem is I can't use the trademarked ones. So like Mark Wallbot, totally usable. Wally probably can't. So we're just going to need to come up with a good set of default names. Also, I'd really like to use Roombot, but I don't think that's a good idea. And I don't know about things like Bender. Like, Bender's an iconic Futurama character, but it's also just literally something that bends. So I don't know. I think the issue with trademark is when it can be confused for the real product at all. So if you have a bot named R2D2, that's pretty obvious. Like you're clearly ripping off R2D2. I don't know. We'll have to think of what those names are going to be. Well, Karm, they chose colors to differentiate, but imagine a world where entire teams are picking, I don't know, like Botland's super competitive for some reason, and entire teams have chosen the same colors. So now you don't know, wait a second, you're like losing strategic information because players chose the same colors. And they might name their bots the same as well. So I am leaning toward player names. And that way too you have an idea of like who's beating you the most in the match. And it corresponds to something over here. I am leaning toward player names. So let's do that actually. Display player names instead of bot names during a match. Okay, so the next thing we have to do is fix all of these. So let's go fix them all. So what is the size of this image right now? It happens to be 96 by 96. Now we don't necessarily have these as a square, but I wonder if that's not a bad idea. What if we set this to 96 by 96? Or, allow the user to choose. Yeah. Eventually, allowing people to choose is a good idea, I think. But at the start, and even in the future, really, you need some option chosen. And you want to pick the one that you think more users are going to want. Okay, yeah, so this is a little bit stretchy. But whatever, we'll keep it that way for now. So then, when you click Edit, we still see a bot.png there. And that is in the Edit Blueprint footer. Man, sometimes Sublime gives me just weird choices. When I type edit footer, instead of getting the thing that starts with edit, I get the thing that has, I don't know, I guess this is a hard thing to come up with which one I actually wanted. Oh well. Alright, so bot.png, this needs to be changed. To this. We have workbench state here, but why? Just to get the bay name? Well, Untello, you also don't want to inundate the player with a bunch of options that they'll just never touch. There have been lots of games that I've played where it's like, there's so many options in the UI, and you don't know what some of them even do. Or they require some explanation as to what they do that makes it like, I just don't care about this right now. So you never touch it. And I want to make sure that whatever options we give the player to customize are something that will actually impact the gameplay or graphics or experience somehow. So like we could have a lot of different configuration options here of like, I don't know, show the arena in grayscale or something. I don't know what. Okay, see you, Karm. Okay, so we have the base 64 image data here. We just need to pass this in. Yeah, thanks, Karm. Yeah, I definitely think it's great to see this stuff come together. And by the end of, well, hopefully another hour or so, we should see all these icons actually represent what they should represent. And same thing down here. One of the things that's unfortunate right now is that when you drag these onto the queue, just so that I could differentiate them, because I didn't have these real graphics in the game, I used the landmine graphic and I used occasionally the bot graphic. And that was it. But yeah, colorblind modes have a reason. I guess the grayscale mode doesn't usually have a reason for existing. Hey, Dodwell. Okay, so this is in the Edit Blueprints footer, which comes from the Edit Blueprints page, which probably does not have a get base 64 image data. No, it does not. So we just had to put this here. There. No, oh wait, no, it does. What? Why does it have that? Probably because I knew it would need it? No, Edit Blueprint actually uses it too. Oh, well now we don't need this stuff. Bay Cosmetics. Color pair is not used for anything now. Yeah, nice. Is the new design for bots the wasp looking graphic? Yeah. And the way that that looks, and by the way, eventually, someday I'm going to go to this URL and there's going to be new art there that I haven't even seen before. But yeah, the new bot system is this. You've got a head, you've got a body, you've got a foot piece, and you can combine them in any way that you want, and you can change the colors eventually too. This doesn't have the full set of coordinates yet though. Yeah, Untello, I definitely agree. And same thing, even for Botland, it's important. It's just that set of options that we have will be a little bit different. Because yeah, I know like World of Warcraft has pages and pages of configuration, and there are people who probably swear by some of those options. And if you took them away, there would be angry customers. But then, mobile app clone number 2 doesn't need, 60 configuration options. Okay. I kind of like the more mechanical looking thing on the left. You're talking about this? So this is fine. This was just a different art style, but the problem with this is that it makes it very hard to combine them in different ways. So we will have more mechanical looking bots, but we just don't have them yet. That's all. So if you go back to, if you check out this URL, like we're probably going to have families of bots. So like we'll have an insect family. You saw that ladybug graphic a while ago. You see the wasp graphic. We've got the geode bot. I don't know if we're planning a family for that one. I'm not sure. And the Quetzalcoatl bot, which is where exactly? I can't really show you that one yet. Okay. So when we go into the edit blueprint footer, this is going to need this function. Get base64 image data equals this. And now the footer has access to it. So this can actually come up with it itself, assuming we have the cosmetics, which we should. This is in the footer. What am I doing? This has just for the edited bot. What do I want to put here? Pay to win. Pay for cosmetics isn't pay to win in any game. And it's not really... I mean, you can get everything in Botland just by spending in-game money. This stuff up here, bot coin. But yeah, how your bot looks doesn't have any impact on how it plays. This stuff is an impact on how it plays. Like, if you don't have lasers, you can't use lasers. Alright, I'm still torn between whether the parent should do this or not. So let's just make the parent do it. Props base64 image data. So we'll pass that in instead. Edit blueprint. So this will be passed here. And we have this for this. Actually, we could just pass this in here too, huh? Let's do that. Let's try that out. That should just work. In which case, that was super easy. So we hit edit. And yeah, this icon has the correct graphics. So if I were to update this, it should get updated down here too. Yeah, it does. The problem is it doesn't have the right size. Everyone knows cosmetic upgrades make you better. And probably a lot Dodge Whale. We need Digitay and his statistics tracking to tell me how much. Okay, so all we need to do here is set the size. So edit blueprint footer bot image. Oh, great. Now I gotta wait for my search. Fine. So we'll say height 96 pixels, width 96 pixels. Again, this is gonna look stretched and a little bit weird, but it'll at least be better than what we've got right now. So we get, oh, nope. I've still broken it. How did, what? Did I not change the right thing? Apparently not. Edit blueprint footer bot image, height and width. What? Oh, the height and width is on the div and not on the image? Is that why? That's probably why. Let's take a look. Yeah, that was why. Okay, well, anyway, like I said, now when you customize this, you actually see this icon get updated too. So that's pretty cool. All right, next up, where else do we have any of these icons that we need to update? So this, I think all of the pre-game UI is totally set now. Because we've got these things working correctly. It's when you hit play, there are these icons and then there are these icons. And yeah, and this one. Okay, they're all over the place. So we have 3 places left. Blueprint selector, blueprint queue, and the hardware loadout for in-game only. There we go. The list of currently ignored words. Huh. Oh yeah. Seconds, hours, minutes has huh. Interesting. Okay, so let's change these one at a time. I'm gonna go back into a game here. So blueprint queue, let's go modify, or that's blueprint selector actually. Let's go modify that. So blueprint selector comes from in-game. Blueprint selector. Cool. We probably don't have get base64 image data. No. So we need that. Yeah, this only exists there. Okay, cool. Let's put this in. Done. Now in-game passes it to blueprint selector. So that's this.props.route.get base64 image data. Blueprint selector. In constructing icons, can just call that function. Yeah. Base64 image data equals this.props.that with bay.cosmetics. And then we just pass it in. And then for the icon, selector icon, we just change this. Done. Now, it has a class name, bot icon image. What is that? Here. Yeah, it's already set up. Okay, let's try it out. So now we join a game. Who's in the game? Adam and Adam 2. So let's connect as Adam, I guess. Nice. Look at that. That's so cool. It's actually working. Okay, so this is super laggy now because I need to put in a should component update for that. Otherwise, this is going to be like unusable. So let's go into blueprint here. So React.js lifecycle events should component update, and it takes in next props and next state. So it should update if, what is this? Blueprint selector icon. Well, what does it actually need to render? Hey noob. I guess if any part of the bay changes, because that's what this thing represents. So return this dot next props dot this dot props dot bay not equal to this dot next props dot bay. Do we have any state in here? No. Okay, that should improve performance by a whole lot, I think. Let's try it out. Or it would break everything. What is this? Next props is undefined? How did that happen? Oh, whoops, not this dot next props, just next props. Silly mistake. Wait, let's try again. So is this faster? No, it's just not working now. Yeah, so something is consuming all of the CPU here. And it's got to be React related things. It's probably with that get base64 image data. Yeah, here it is. It is this. Excuse me. I have to create element. I wonder which particular element this is coming from though. I mean, it's got to be one of the ones I just put in there. But yeah, now the UI is essentially unusable. So should component update, we've been returning this. I guess this is going to be different every single time. Is that why? Where does this come from? Blueprint selector icon. So blueprint selector icon. Should component update. We put a breakpoint there. So is this true or false? It's false, so it shouldn't update. And that's going to get consistently called, and it's always going to be false. Oh, I know why. It's because this is not the thing that's doing the work. All this is doing is rendering it. Okay, so what really needs to do the work is whatever shows this, which is the blueprint selector. Yeah, here. So we got to put this function in, and then this needs to be based on whether the bays themselves changed. That should work. Let's try that out. Does that fix performance? Kind of. It's probably still something calling this function that shouldn't be. Because yeah, it's still super laggy. What's causing this? It's still get image data. I just want to know where is this coming from though. Get base64 main anonymous. Oh, it's blueprint selector. It is here. How's this happening though? Because this shouldn't be updating the majority of the time. Let's put a breakpoint there. This .props.bay is not equal to that. It's true. How did that happen? Object, object, object. Object, object, object. Are these mostly the same? Yes. 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 But they're not exactly the same. Okay, that's weird. That's definitely strange. So blueprint selector comes from in-game, which passes in the bays of the values of this. That actually should be the same every time, but perhaps it's not. I wonder if we can fix this. Console.tableArray. What? I didn't know about this. Wow. That's crazy. That's really cool. Anyway, they have the same contents, but they're different because of probably how Lodash's values work. Let's go take a look at values. I'm guessing this does a clone. It's going to take a long time to show me the line of code it's supposed to show me, because GitHub does not like large files. There we go. Object base values. Okay, find base values. Where does that exist? Here. Return array map. Where's the function? This might come from something else. There it is. for arrays without, no, this isn't what I want. Base values. So put everything in props, return object key. No, this should be fine. Base implementation of values. So let's just try this out. So we have some array, or some object, I guess. A1, B2, C3. Is underscore dot values A equal to underscore dot values A? Or not underscore, Lodash. Oh, yeah, that's the problem. Man. Okay. Fine. So we got to pass in this whole thing. So now blueprint selector is going to get all of the different bays. Oh, wait a second, what? This dot props dot bay. No, that's fine. Blueprint selector is going to get all the different bays now. So this should be correct. But then when we iterate over them, this is going to be totally different. Because now we need Lodash in here. Bays equal underscore dot values the dot props dot bays. And now we don't need this anymore. Yeah. Okay, let's try that. Should get a huge performance increase, I hope. Assuming I did everything right. Let's try it out. Connect. Oh, nice. Perfect. Okay, so you can drag this normally now. Why are my bots not doing anything? I guess they don't have a script. So let's make them move around. Move randomly. Create. Oh, the update button is gone now. Oh, so there's no way to update these bots. And even if there were, this got screwed up. What's going on? Huh. That's weird. Did something break? No, I don't see any other errors. Oh, wait a second. It is selected. So it's not just whether the bays are different. It's also what's selected here. This dot props dot. Yeah, height, blueprint. Okay, so this is where we should use that library that Syntonic told me about. Recompose. Let's figure out how to use this because otherwise this is not going to work very well. Learn about each helper. Accepts a single React component and returns a new React component. Yep. Okay. So table of contents. Wow, they've got a lot here. Alright, well I really should look through these things and figure out what each of these do and when to use them. What Syntonic had pointed out was pure and only update for keys. So let's start with those at the very least. So pure prevents the component from updating unless a prop has changed. Uses shallow equal to test for changes. Yeah, okay. So those are all the ones that, actually it's pretty much all of my components, right? And then what, only update for keys? Prevents the component from updating unless a prop corresponding to one of the given keys is updated. Uses shallow equal to test for changes. This is a much better optimization than the popular approach of using pure render mixin. How do you specify? Wow, interesting. Okay, let's try using this. This is actually really good. So how do I install this? Install recompose-civ. So this should only be in the client, so we can install that here. Then we need to use it. So recompose. Where do they require it? Oh, import these things. only the modules that you need. Okay, yeah, that's not bad. So what we want is, for this, let's import, what's it called? Update, only update for keys. From there. Let's just save that and make sure it works. Did it? I'm pretty sure it did. Yeah, okay. So it's building, so it can find this. That's good. And that means that this install finished. Perfect. But now we need to use it, and I gotta figure out how to use it. So here's their example. Enhance equals only update for keys. Where would I put this? Maybe here? Let's try this out. So enhance blueprint selector. I don't think this is how I'm going to do this. But let's get rid of this. And the keys that I care about are like beige at the very least. Enhance title, content, author. Yeah, I want to do this differently. I don't think this is gonna work. In fact, I'm pretty sure it won't. So, whatever, let's get back into these things. Well, speed-wise, it's working fine, although this doesn't actually, these bays are never going to change. So what if I also passed in something like, what else was needed here? Props dot, which one's selected? Blueprint icon selected ID. So if I do this, and then all of a sudden we can click these and they turn blue, then this was super easy to use and I'm just done. No. So then I very likely haven't done this correctly. All right, let's figure out how I'm supposed to use this then. I'll read the rest of their API docs. Wait, where is it? Here. Yeah. Okay. So what they do is they essentially put their entire render function into this sort of thing. With reducer counter dispatch. Counter reducer 0. Man, this is crazy. No need to write a new class just to implement should component update. Recompose hoppers like pure and only update for keys do this for you. Yeah, so they do this. They pass in an array, and then they just take the expensive component that they had, which is what I'm doing. I wonder if there's something else I should do here. How about this? Let's come up with the right way to do this without using recompose. And then once I know that, it should make this next part easier. So for example, this. So, or this.props.this is not equal to next props. Is there anything else I need here? Height maybe? Show edit button? No, none of those things should matter. Let's refresh the page and try it out now. Can I select these finally? No. Oh my god. Why am I so bad at this? And even once I've done this, I need to make it so that this image data doesn't take forever to build. Gotta come up with a good way to do that. Oh, wait a second. I think I know what I did wrong. It's blueprint selector icon that I screwed up. Should component update. We'll just always say true. There. Okay, I think that was the issue. So I think I was using this correctly the first time, but then I thought I wasn't. Yeah, there we go. So now it's possible to click through these, which means if I go change this back to what it used to be. So there we have it. and then there we have that. Then this should just work. Yeah, okay. And if I were to get rid of this one, then now I won't be able to select them like I can. So let's refresh the page and try that again. Yes. Okay, great. So then I understand how this is working. Got it, got it, got it. So we can get rid of this now. So we want this in almost every single component that we have. And we also don't want this to take forever in rendering these things. I think this would improve the performance of the entire game. Well, for now, here's what I'll do. Let's first just make sure I can deploy this bot. So deploy it. Okay, edit it so that it has a move script. Good. Create. Oh, the edit button says edit. Oh, darn it. There's something else in props that I'm not using that I need to be using. I guess it's dynamically passed on update and on whatever else. So blueprints comes from in-game. Blueprints selector. Change to edit. No, that always exists. Oh, show update button, show edit button. Those things are what I need. Yeah. Is selected. So what we really want here is most of the props that I had. Otherwise, the component's just going to break. Show update button. What else do we have here? Let's just search for this. This.props.anything. And then edit, permute, unique. Hey, Remy. So base, height, this. So functions aren't needed here. Let's take a look at what's a function and what's not a function here. Like height, I should probably put in here too. So base, height, blueprint selector ID, show, and show. So on edit, on update, I'm pretty sure all of these are functions now. We need to make sure of it though. So are all of these functions? This, yes, definitely. This, yes. This, yes. This, yes. And this, yes. Okay, cool. So then we're totally done. So then this is working as quickly as it can. Then should also be correct. Yeah, I don't know. Chat's been really slow today. Okay, so yeah, every time you click these, I think it's going to reform that base64 image data. We've probably got to change this around so that it works more performant than that. So let's try this now. So we hit move, create, update, and then Control K, and now they're moving around. Hooray! All right. So incorporate, what is it called? Only update for keys into all React components. And then when using base64 image data, make sure I'm rebuilding the data as little as possible. I should say as infrequently as possible. Okay, not bad. Yeah, this really should be on everything. The next thing that I'm going to do here is this blueprint queue icon, because that's the most annoying one. You have no idea what's in your queue right now. So let's look for bot.png. Here it is, image to use. This is not going to be a thing anymore. And we're instead going to change this to this.props.base64 image data, just like everything else. So that is a blueprint queue icon, which comes from here, which is in blueprintqueue.js. Blueprintqueue.js. This has nothing about cosmetics, does it? You have a blueprint ID, I guess. Oh, this is going to be obnoxious. Darn it. Okay, what was I doing here before? Let's close out of all these other things. So it used to be based on Blueprint ID, and that was it. We need to base it on cosmetics. I don't know if I have that information here. I have the Blueprint ID, I guess, so I could form it. In fact, I'm going to need to form it. Something needs to obtain this. In-game footer has this. Oh man, this is going to be annoying. It's going to be really annoying. Well, it'll be a nice change once it's done. So what we could do is something like get image from Blueprint ID and then just have something upstream handle it. Yeah, I guess that works. And that works pretty well. Right. Yeah, we've always got to pull them from the same location anyway. Okay, let's try it. Main.js. So we have get base64 image data. I guess we'll say get base64 image data from Blueprint ID. Return this dot get base64 image data. Did you figure out what was messing with your internet yesterday? Yeah, I think it was a Comcast outage. Comcast outage frustrates customers. Affects local small business owners. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what happened yesterday. So we should be A-okay today. That's what I'm hoping for at least. So we just had to pass in the cosmetics loadout. So let's get the cosmetics loadout. Let's get the blueprint equals. Can you make the function name even longer? Hey, Fazimi. Get state dot workbench dot base const blueprint equals if actually we don't really care whether this exists or not, do we? Yeah, we do. No. Well, we kind of do. Next loadout equals get blueprint. There, perfect. Okay, let's try that. Hey, JFrap. How long has it been? Get base64 image data. So that comes from here. We put that one in there now. And then in-game can pass this to the in-game footer. Yeah, this is a little bit annoying. Hey, ProSam. And then the blueprint queue passes that in as well. Too long, Adam, too long. Alright, and then the blueprint queue has this. So now we can pass it into the icon, I guess. It doesn't need that. Base64 image data equals this dot props dot get from the blueprint ID. Oh, Kappa HD. Hey, Pettermaster's here but didn't say hi. No. Alright, let's run another giveaway. Jammin'. Alright. I like totally lost track of what I was doing. So base 64 image data, we pass this into the icon and then we're just good to go. Okay, that's it. So base 64 image data equals base 64 image data. Okie doke. Oh, Louis, thanks for hosting me. Is there any advantage to use Lodash get when your path is a simple key like you did? Yeah. So const something that may be undefined equals like foo. If you were to do this equals whatever, this may throw an exception, an error. So if you do this, this will just be null if something that may be undefined is null. Hey, Shannon. So does that make sense, Hideo? So what underscore.get does is it'll search this entire path. So you can do bar.baz.quux.whatever. And if this whole path exists, then you'll get whatever it is at this final object. So ProSam, the internet cut out yesterday, so I didn't do much after 3 o'clock. I worked on Uglify at that point. But it's been, honestly, my pace has been incredibly slow this week, and I think part of it is like, I'm just trying to keep my stress level down a bit. I have my vacation coming up this next week. It's basically like the first real vacation I've taken in the last 10 months, and I think it's much needed at this point. So I'm still doing work. It's just I don't think the pace is very fast. Let's try this out. So this might work. So now when we drag this onto the queue, oh, the preview's totally wrong. Actually, this entire thing just broke. Drat. Base64 image data. I wonder if it's that this image data is wrong, because there should be an image right here. Yeah. Yeah, it is. It just doesn't have a source. So I did break this. Well, the function exists. We know that. We don't know if this is working. So let's take a look at that. Excuse me, at that function. Right here. So this gets called, we have all the different bays, right? The blueprint dot cosmetics. Oh, it's, oh, man, it's called cosmetics. And it's serialized. There. Are bots going to be responsive to directional movement? You mean their artwork? Because no, probably not. Did you add the new prop and the new only update for key? No, so this is a different component which updates always. So it's going to be really slow when this finally works, but it, oh yeah, there it goes. It worked this time. Okay, cool. So now we have a giant wasp here. Yeah. Okay, so we just got to make them not so gigantic. Oh, that is pretty cool. You want to terrorize your opponents. Nice. Yeah, so let's tone down the size of those images because that's ridiculous. So this is blueprint Q icon. Blueprint Q icon. Yeah, so we're going to say height and width. Although this needs to be on the image itself. If it's not on the image, then yeah, no, this is a problem. We got to put it on the image. Alright, so dot blueprint Q icon image. There. It was fine like that. Okay, let's try this. So this will still be really slow, but the icon should be the correct size now. Yeah, perfect. So now whatever's in your queue, you can actually differentiate the bots. That's really good. And if you reorder them, that should work too. Oh, no. that makes it so that you drag a gigantic bot. Oh man. All right, well we'll need to fix that. But I think the first thing we need to fix is making this thing a little bit faster. Hey, Shellbot. Okay, so how are we going to make this faster? We need to make sure that we're only changing this if any of the many props have changed. Yeah, so let's apply the same thing that I did for blueprint selector. So we get only update for keys. We pass this stuff in. Okay, now the keys that we update for, these are going to be different. I don't know what they're going to be, but we got to find out. So we're going to search for this. So here are all the different props that we use. And if we make them unique, here are the ones that we might need. And we don't want the ones that are functions. So on add to queue, that's a function. Actually, we can figure out which ones are functions by doing the same thing I did before. Let's go to blueprint queue. What was the whisper command to apply for new beta? There is no whisper command for the new one. It was only for the old one. Okay, so let's pass this in and let's cut out all of the functions. So on add to queue, that sounds like a function. So let's just get rid of that. Set blueprint preview. That also sounds like a function. Change, yeah, that's a function. This does not sound like a function. This sounds like a function. This sounds like a function. Not a function, not a function, not a function. Not a function, not a function. That's a function. Okay, so then here's our set of props. This is what we end up with. And so all we have to do is take these, turn them into an array, and we're done. There we go. So it should be fast now. How to apply for a new one? I'm not sure what you're talking about, Rami. Like the way that the new one works is like this. You just connect to the page and you hit register. I'm not sure if we're on the same wavelength there. What is going on here? Oh man. I think this actually was, what's it called, breaking? 1,000 errors. Cannot read property right of undefined. Okay. Update blueprint preview. XY. Update blueprint preview is not a function. That's impossible. What can I do with my points? There's an FAQ now. You can only get lunch BRB, but yeah. Shill says, when will the servers up? So, like I said, Shill, I think every day I'll just let people know when the servers are up. So just, I'll tell you. They might be later today. It might not be later today. Oh, I see. Okay, Rami. How did I break this all of a sudden? Does this even exist? Because maybe this just doesn't exist. Darn it, I pressed the wrong button. There we go. Okay. So this does exist. And update blueprint preview is just not a function on it. What does it have? Oh, I think I know. This is the wrapper class. So I need like, oh man. React internal instance. React composite component wrapper. Oh, this is bad. Context? No. I don't know. I don't know how to get this. It's probably in the internal instance somewhere. But where? Oh, this is terrible. A status command? There is a status command. It's called going to the page and then reading the bright red text that shows up. Like, just bookmark this page. If it says the account server is offline, then it's offline. Like, I don't want to have to answer this question 4 times a day, though. That's the one thing that's going to get annoying pretty fast. Okay, so yeah, the problem here is that I'm calling enhance on this. And that does something that makes it much harder to get the original component back. Can you link that in chat? Yeah, well, okay, so right now this URL is not very obvious. But in the future, the URL is going to be something like what it used to be, which is play.bot.land. I just haven't figured out how to do that on AWS yet. So I need to spend some time on that. What else? I gotta figure out how to get that component back. Is there a way to get... I don't know. I don't know. It's probably in here somewhere. I just don't know what it is. Instance, maybe? No, I don't... It's something that's going to have this function. Where does that exist? Paging syntonic to the stream. Get native node? Div. That's not what I want. I want... Get public instance? What is this? No, class. Man. Where does this exist? Mount component? No, I don't know. I don't know where this thing is, but this is a problem I gotta figure out right now. So problem, where's this code coming from? Ingame.js. Ingame.js. Update blueprint has this code. The problem is that I just made a wrapper around the class that I had, so I can no longer get the original React component. I don't know how to do this. It's something about this library that I'm using, and like hopefully they have a way, but I don't know for sure if they do, or if I've got to do this myself. API docs. Hey Kadoku. Man, how do you do this? Yeah, so the higher order components, I still just need to figure out how I get my original component back. But then, depending on how many of these wrappers I have, it would have to be a function. React internal instance, and even this is a bad idea. What's going on here? So what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to replace all of the instances that you see in the UI of this bot image with the correct image for it. So for example, here I've done that. The edit button stopped working, but I've done that in a couple other places. Also, now there's a problem with performance that I'm trying to address. And I'm having an issue. I'm just having an issue right now. No, Shellbot. No, you may not. Alright, so update blueprint preview. Where does this function exist? I wonder if there's a way to search for this maybe. Like if I iterate over every key and I try to find this thing. Oh man, Rami, it sounds bad. It sounds really bad. Is there a search or a find? Iterates over elements of collection, returning the first element. No, that's not what I want. I would just recursively do this, I guess. Okay, well, let's write this function then. So we have this thing. BP equals this. So we'll iterate over every key. So var k in BP. And we need to search every key recursively. So I guess let's do this function search. So we have some object. Yeah, we're just going to search some object. So for var k in object, what we want to know is we want to get this. So if k equals this, then console.log found. Also, let's pass in an accumulator too. So accumulator plus plus. And if there's any properties in that, we want to search that too. So if underscore dot is object, if the value is an object, then search that too. Okay, so that's it. Then we can just call the search function on BP. Let's try that out. This is super hacky. So now we call search on BP. Search is not defined. Oh, come on. Yeah, Rami, whenever that sort of thing happens, I think you should probably look into a physical therapist. Because there's some exercise that maybe won't hurt, but it might not be obvious. And okay, yeah, I blew out the call stack. Gotta be a better way of doing this. Well, I guess if we've done this, then we can just break. What are the keys we're even getting from this? Let's just log k. Okay, so this is potentially working how I expect it to. I might be recursing over the same object though, and I don't mean to do that. So, alright, how do we stop this? Is there a way? No, I guess not. Okay, so instead of logging that, or maybe, let's do this. Let's not make this recursive anymore, and just print out what the different values are. I totally broke this. 4 days into my broken collarbone recovery? Oh man, chimpanzee, that sounds rough. You guys and your broken collarbone. An ATV flip. Ooh. Okay, so I've broken everything. This is no longer loading. And this is going to be a great day. Let's just close Chrome entirely. I can't even do that. It's stronger than I could have ever imagined. Okay, there we go. Alright, now we go back to localhost. This better load. Yeah, it does. Okay, so I connect. We have to join a game, so I need to connect as 2 players. Killer Venom, I'm writing this in JavaScript. Alright, so now we join the game. And then this thing's going to break still. That's fine. I just want to make sure this function works. So now let's go over to here. Okay, so here are all of the different objects that it wants to search. Props, context, refs, updater, React internal instance. Oh yeah, there's definitely a loop here. Oh, I didn't think of this. And there's going to be a loop in all of these that I do. This is going to be annoying. I could decycle it using that library. That's probably not a great idea either, though. Or I could keep track of the things that I already saw and do my own kind of decycle. Hey, Pettermaster. And hey, Severin. So we could say something like scene equals this. No, we need a path to it, though. Yeah, this isn't going to work. All right, let's approach this a different way then. Let's go back into this and see if we can find what I need to find here. I bet the only thing it can be is this React internal instance. That's it. That's all I can think of. Or we could take a look at how this class implements what it does. So React recompose. Hey, Japanese Spidercraft. And hey, Original Pepper. My day's going okay so far. I know what I have to do. I just don't know how to do it. And I gotta figure this out. So let's go into here, recompose. They probably have some basic way of doing this. So that, yeah, this includes everything. So what I guess we care about is only update for keys. Let's go take a look at that. How does this get mixed in here? Should update. And then create helper. So create helper is what I want. No, I don't know. Let's look up that internal instance. Doesn't even exist. Wait, this isn't something that this library adds? Oh man. I'm in worse shape than I thought then, huh? Oh, Kadoku. Yeah, writing some automated testing that can just hit that over and over and over would be a good idea. That way if it's a race condition, you don't need to be the one to get it to repro. Your automation can do that. Okay, I don't know. I don't know the answer to this. So this footer refers to the in-game footer. The in-game footer has, oh, wait a second. That's not even the case. Wait a second. It says blueprint queue, but that's not. Oh, get blueprint queue exists. Yeah, that's not the problem there. It's that then blueprint queue refers to the wrong thing. I don't know what to do. I still don't. Update preview. Yeah, update blueprint preview. This is all I want to call. And I have the queue here. And it doesn't refer to what I want it to. What if I gave it a ref? Would that even help me? I don't think so. Oh, and it should have blueprint queue in the refs. It doesn't. Wait a second. What did I just do? Updater. I don't know. Okay, let's just do some searching then. Maybe someone else has commented on this. Like, we don't care if it's open or not. I want to figure out how to get the original component back. Get context overrides context type. Calling it bot slam. Add pure in between connect and with props. Wait a second, is that even what I'm running into right now? No, I'm running into just, well, I need to get the original component that I had here. Is this a refs thing? I guess it's kind of a refs thing. Yeah, and this was last year. Two class work for your case. Do I have that? Man, this is gonna, like, this halts everything else until I can figure this out. Do we even have a 2 class? We don't. Okay, let's take a look at their, they mentioned refs in here at all? Converts a function component to a class component, e.g. so it can be given a ref. Returns class components as is. Is this what I need? 2 class? What is this? Takes a function component and wraps it in a class. This can be useful. This can be used as a fallback for libraries that need to add a ref to a component like relay. But it's already a class, so this wouldn't do anything. No. Okay, we can try it because I have absolutely nothing else I can figure out how to do right now. So let's do it. So what is it that needs this? Get blueprint Q. So blueprint Q is what's going to need this. So we take in 2 class and we enhance it with 2 class first. I don't think this is going to help at all. But what do I know at this point? Okay, so what do we have now? Nothing? Nothing different? No. Man. The base component's already a class, it returns a given component. So this is a class, and it was a class beforehand too, which is why I didn't think this would have an impact, and I don't think it does. I need some way of getting the functions in this class so that I can call update blueprint preview. Maybe I do this through React. Let me take a look. Maybe I can just structure my code in a different way. So update blueprint preview is done in the blueprint selector so that on drop it works. And selector icon. Yeah, drag end listener. And even here, drag move. So as you move something from this component on the left down to here, we need to update this component. And that's some crazy thing that's passed in through all of this, right? Update blueprint preview. And then what does this do? Get blueprint queue. Get index of dragged blueprint. Oh yeah, that's the important part here. And then this calls into a parent class though, right? Yeah, it does. Okay, so the only thing I need this for is for get index of dragged blueprint. That's it. But there's no easy way to do that. No, there won't be, because I need to call this function. So chimpanzee, that I guess for anyone who knows React, this will make sense. And hey, Reddit Tortoise. What I'm doing here is I used to just export this class, so blueprint queue, and not worry about this enhanced stuff here. So I exported blueprint queue, and now when I refresh the page over here, like everything works totally fine. So I can drag, hang on a second, I can drag a bot down to here. I can drag another bot down to here. I can rearrange them in the queue. Ignore the sizing problem right now of this like gigantic wasp. Like that's an issue I know about. But that all works. The problem is that when I make this thing update only for certain keys, then this class gets wrapped in something else. And now I can't call a function from here. So I used to get the blueprint queue via a ref, and I used to call update on it. I can't do that any longer. And yeah, that's a big problem because did I bookmark this page? That's a big problem because I can't make these things work in a performant way. There's actually one thing I could do. I could just write the should component update myself. Like that's the only solution I can think of to this. And that would actually fix this. But it's not a great way of doing this in case I need any of those other recompose functions that they have. So one potential solution is to just manually write should component update for this. But if there was some way to get the original element that I had there, then that would have been great. Base component. I wonder if that's just the wording I should search for here is like base. Are you using Redux? Yeah, I am. To class helper. Call the function component inside of rendered. Props and context to the base component. Okay, let's take a look at that. So if we look at toClass, maybe we can find out how they do things with the base in there. Where's toClass? Here it is. Taking a base component. If it's already a class, return base component. Yeah, so it looks like the way that this works is they don't save the base component, they just wrap it. Yeah. I don't know. Test prune those developers. Huh. Okay, I'll just do this the way that I can do it for right now, and not the best way. Like all of these, I'm just gonna get rid of these, I guess. We're gonna put this back to how it was, and then we're gonna. You shouldn't have to call update queue at all. It should be automatic. No, that part's automatic. The part that's not automatic is this. So like I can describe the whole problem here. So I need to be able to drag from here on the left side down to here, and when I do this, it should put a little like shadow of a bot in here. The way for that to work is that I need to know what the coordinates are of that particular place where the mouse is hovering at the time. I guess what I could do is like dispatch a change to Redux saying that the mouse changed coordinates. And if, I don't know, there's a whole other set of ways I can do this, I guess. But there'd be a much more complex solution, I think. Another solution could be to change my code so that I don't need ref. I may be able to dispatch actions to the store that save mouse coordinates and then use those to determine where the preview should be drawn. Okay, well, for now. Because we only have this issue in a couple of places, and it's with drag and drop related stuff. This will make things really annoying later, though. Should component update, next props, next state. So we want this same thing, only update for keys. Except, what am I doing here? I'm checking to see if any of these props changed. So, for, I guess we can just do this. Do we have Lodash? Okay, so map, only update for keys. Or I guess for each. How do we end for each early? By returning false. So key, if this dot props key is not equal to next props. Oh, this isn't how I want to do this, is it? Return false. Let should update equals false. Then should update equals true, return false. Return should update. There. Okay, there, that should work. Now, not only should this be performant, but it should function, which it wasn't doing before. So let's try it out. So I can drag this down to here. Yeah, this is working pretty quickly. Other than switching this around, that's pretty slow. And then dragging from here is making a gigantic image. So I just need to resize that. And that's done from Blueprint Q icon. What I find unusual about this is when I drag from here, this takes exactly the element that I had. When I drag from here, oh, it's creating a new element? Is that why? Drag, move listener. Cloned hardware, invite them. That's not even what I want. How do I do this? I just want its width and height to be exactly the same as the source. I guess what I could do is just put this here. Clone.style.width equals the original width. I don't think this is going to work. Okay, so we drag these things onto here now. And when I drag it off, it's still not working. Okay, let's just put a bunch of these on here. And we need to be able to scroll this thing. I think it should basically have the same classes that it had when it was on. Like, okay, what if we did this? So there's some way to iterate over this class list. I don't think it's a proper array. I think it's a special object. There. Okay, so we should be broken into that. Yes, good. So clone.classList. Well, that does look like an array. Original.classList. That doesn't have any classes on it either? That doesn't make any sense. Event.currentTarget. Image draggable equals false. So it was that. Oh, wait a second. Oh. Oh, I know what's going on. Okay, so in Blueprint selector icon, the image actually has a class on it, right? Yes. All right, so I need to do that. I need it's draggable. We need to put the classes directly on there. Okay, so let's go fix that then. So it's not this Blueprint Q icon. We have to put Blueprint Q icon image and then put this onto there. Blueprint Q icon. And then here we put class name equals styles dot that. There. Okay, that might work. We should get rid of that debugger in there though too. But we can just kind of get rid of it by closing this. There, so let's try it. So now we drag something off of the queue. And it's no longer gigantic. Hooray! Okay, good. Problem solved. So let's go get rid of code that I had there. And that too. Good. Alright, so now yes, you can drag these things around. Now this is pretty laggy. And I guess it's because every time you're changing this, it's updating the component here so that it can draw. So it's taking in new base64 data. Yeah, I'll need to come up with a better way to do that. So now I believe there's only, what, one location left? We had Blueprint Selector, that's now done. We have Blueprint Queue, that's now done. And then Hardware Loadout for in-game only. So that's when you click this, we have a bot image down there. And same thing, if you click, no, that doesn't do that either. Okay, cool. So it's just when you click one of these. So we just need to fix up that image, and then that's it. All the images have been changed, and then we gotta fix performance of everything too. Okay, great. So I'm gonna go use the bathroom. When I come back, I will make that last change, and then we'll fix the performance. All right, I'm back. Okay, so we got to fix up that last place. That was coming from hardware loadout. And then there's a bot.png in here. No, where does that show up? Bot.png. In-game. And then script edit. Oh man, there are two of these? What? Where's the other one? Oh, there it is. Oops. Okay, well that one shouldn't be too hard to do. So let's just fix up the in-game one first. Actually, really none of these should be that hard to do. So what do we have here? We know the cosmetics of what you have. So workbench state.bay cosmetics. Well, we have other information about this, right? Let's go take a look. When you click this, we're showing the script that's assigned. So script name needs to show up somewhere. I don't know where that shows up. Where is this anyway? In-game footer, loadout footer, in-game loadout. Right. So this. Loadout base 64 image data. This needs to be dot bay dot what cosmetics? Bay hardware. You can't do that though. Yeah, this. Okay, let's try that. So, million levels, you can use plugins for Sublime, but you can't actually modify just any arbitrary piece that you want to. And that's why I think I will eventually switch to Atom. Oh, perfect. Look at that. Okay, so now we clicked the Wasp bot, and the Wasp shows over here. We click the Quetzal bot, the Quetzal shows over there. And we click the Geode bot, and that shows over there. Great. This is still going to be... I was going to say it was going to be pretty bad, but I think that's fine. So then the only thing we need to fix is this image. Let's go do that. So that's in here. That's in script edit the container. So this container needs to be passed in how to do this, which means it needs to know the selected, yeah, basically exactly what I just did. Where did that go? Here. So we can say selected bay ID. And we get that from workbench state. And then we say base64 image data equals this.props.get that from here. And then pass that in here instead of bot.png. Yes, good, perfect. Okay, then all we need to do is pass this in, set up React. So we have this, and we pass it into script edit. Edit script. There it is. Done. Okay, so we should have fixed that icon, I hope. Let's try it out. So we hit edit, we click this. Oh, well, we fixed it except for the giganticness of it. So let's just trim it down to that. So where's that come from? That's right there. So we just gotta set a class name on that. Class name equals styles dot script edit bot icon. Okay, done. So that should all be fixed. Let's try it out. Cool. And so if I put a new bot in there, or even if I modify this, so if I take this stuff off, now it looks totally like a wasp. We update it. That did not get updated because it's got to be based on what you currently have configured, not what. Yeah, no, that won't work. So then we need to change this. Oh, wow. Thanks, Hideo. I will take a look at that in just a sec. How do you place and position your PNGs or buttons when coding for a browser? So, I don't know exactly what you mean there. Like, how would you figure out how to position them normally in any other system? You're doing pretty much the same thing in HTML. Like, you have just a GUI framework. In HTML, it's a very well-known thing. So you use the tools you have available to you. But that's probably not the answer you're looking for, so do let me know. What was I going to fix? Oh yeah, getting it to update correctly. So this get base64 from Blueprint, we're going to change to this. And then since that function is no longer there in script edit, the container, we need to call this. And then we need to pass in the cosmetics of whatever you're currently updating. So I guess it's, we don't have that, do we? Well, what if we passed it in? We can't do that. It's a different component. So we need to get it here. Okay, fine. Well, it's not that it's impossible or anything. So selected bay ID, then we get selected bay. So we go into workbench state.bays and get this selected bay ID, and then const cosmetics serialize cosmetics loadout equals underscore dot get this dot pops dot work. Or no, selected. There. All right, let's try that. Oh, no million levels. No. So what you're doing when you're dragging a button onto a particular location, what you're doing is you're saying, I want it to be at this position, X, Y, and Z. And Unity is handling that part for you. So the part about I want it to be at X, Y, and Z is what you do in almost any system. It's just that that part has been obscured for you. Okay, so does this work? Okay, so check it out. We have the wasp with a geode body and foot. If I change that, let me click this again. It's still broken. Okay, fine. Oh, why is that the case? Oh, because the editing one. Oh man, what am I doing? Okay, fine. This just goes to show you that I'm not paying any attention. So it's called Bay Cosmetics. Awesome. That's actually super easy. So instead of any of this stuff, we can just say this dot props dot workbench state Bay Cosmetics. Done. There, that should be fixed now. So we added this, we click that. It has nothing there. That is not the definition of fixed, everybody. Oh, I typed workspace here. How did I do that? Okay, I just made a typo. I thought I typed something different. Okay, there it is. Okay, so now we try removing this stuff. We go back into it. Okay, it's getting updated. Perfect. So now you know which bot it is that you're updating. One of the things that's kind of unfortunate, I'm putting a lot of work into this stuff, but it's possible that people just never customize their cosmetics. Because every time they get a cosmetic item, they say, oh, that's basically bot coin. So they click sell, and then their money just went up, and now they don't have anything that they can even put on here. And if they only have one item, they can only make their bots look so different from their other bots. What I am hoping for, though, is that it's not compelling enough for you to sell them. Like, you want cool looking bots. So you eventually do go over here. Maybe you don't ever purchase them, but if you ever get them from packs, actually, let me just open up a bunch of packs. So if you ever get them from a salvage pack, then you're like, oh, okay, I'll keep that. That looks pretty cool. And then when you go to edit your blueprint, you actually have some items here. So now I can customize this to look pretty different. So I've got a geode bot and I hit update. And I've got over here something else. Oops, I didn't mean to hit play. So now what's nice about that is that now your bots do look very different. So you can be like, oh, I remember that this one is my artillery bot and that this one's my missiles bot. Can I time out EJ? No, let's be civil. Yeah. And I can make, do I have, no, I don't have the Quetzal head. I have to go buy that. Quetzal head, got it. It is now mine. So now we can make a new bot entirely. Quetzal head, Quetzal foot. Okay, cool. So now we have some very different bots here. Have you ever thought about making the cosmetics be more like CSGO or LoL skins? I don't know how those work. So the way I understand CSGO skins are that you get everything in that game from crates and that you find keys. Is that what you're talking about though? But LoL skins, I thought you just outright purchased those. Weedly, is that a typo? Or is it autocorrect for a different language? Or a joke, I mean? I don't know. Don't implement CSGO in this game. Okay, it's basically impossible to implement CSGO in this game at this point. But to implement the crate system, I guess, is what you're talking about. Okay, so I think we're good. We just haven't addressed any of the performance issues yet. Actually, I wanna check this out next. So this post explains why HOC, like in Recompose and Enhance, masks any properties defined in the original class, static, prototype, or instant method. It also proposes a pattern if your component needs to maintain its original API surface when enhanced. Botland Skin Arena. Okay. Wait, so what is this even for? This is a gist, but where is this gist linked from? Hmm. So, I guess, hang on, let me cough. Okay, so I guess one of the things I could do is object.assign from the enhanced class back to the original to give it a should component update function. I guess that would work, and I just need to know which functions get modified here. Nate Goody says, I'm not actually sure about LoL skins, but in CSGO, I meant you don't give the player a freedom in what colors they get. You have to buy and trade for the colors and body parts. Yeah, Hideo, it sounds like there was no way to get it. And so I do need to work around it in some way. I'll try object assigning in the enhanced class. So Nate Goody, I think getting colors that way could be interesting, but I don't know if we want to do that. Also, is that right? You guys see that? There's like 3 yellow pixels there. Yeah, that's not right. That's definitely not right. Why did I not see that before? Right there, yeah, it's showing up there too. Huh. Yeah, it's really obvious when you pick very different colors. Yeah, I'm going to point this out to the artist. Because, yeah, there's a couple things wrong with this. Like that tooth, actually up there, it's a little bit broken. Yeah, I'm going to need it. Let's put the torso far enough away from this. Whoops. Yeah, we just lower the torso. That should be fine, right? Yeah. Let me say that this is like negative 300. Okay, not quite so far. So yeah, this art is a little bit glitchy. I'm going to take a picture of this. Yeah, there's a lot of little things. Tons of artifacts. That's not good. Alright. I'll just write a note. Quetzalhead has lots of little glitches in the color mask. No, Hideo, I appreciate that. So the rest of the artwork looks fine, I think. Let's take a look at the rest of the Quetzal stuff, though. Yeah, I think this is pretty much fine. And then what about the foot piece? Where's the foot? Excuse me. Oh, there's the foot. Yeah, that looks fine. Wait. Nate Goody, I guess what I don't understand is how does this stop people from selling off the cosmetics, right? Uh, yeah. And Killer Venom, thanks for following. Okay, so yeah, here's the issue right now is that salvage packs contain cosmetics, bot coin, and hardware, which are functional items. So you might get something like this. You might get Wasp Head, plus 50 bot coin, and I don't know, vampiric lasers. What I'm saying is, what stops people from just selling this, sell for whatever, 25 bot coin, and now it's as though you got 75 bot coin and vampiric lasers. Does what you were suggesting address that? Also, let's try this thing out. Man, I'm going to be coughing up a storm. Did I? 3.5 lines. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so let's get the enhanced class. Should component update. So if we were to cut this out completely, this should lag like crazy. So let's try this out. Should we expect one of each? Oh, it's totally random. And am I sick? I don't think so. I hope not. Because I'm about to go on vacation. That would certainly ruin that vacation. So it's totally random. The only thing that's guaranteed, you will get at least one item that is at least a rare. So I don't know what we're going to call the rarities in here, but imagine you have like the typical common, rare, epic, legendary sort of thing. So you'll get at least something that's at least a rare, which means you could get one legendary in a pack, or you could get two or three rares or something. So I haven't said where I'm going for vacation. I probably won't be, but it's going to be very relaxing. Okay, so like I said, This should lag now. Let's try it out. So we connect over here, we connect over here. We wait for the UI to get all set up. Cool. All right. So when we drag something onto the queue, wait, this isn't like that laggy. Yeah, well, actually it is pretty laggy. Yeah, this is not smooth at all. Okay, so let's try this now. Can you tell us when you get back? No, probably not. Hey, Dylan. Botline's going pretty well. If CSGO had a baby with Hearthstone. Okay, so we have the enhanced class. Const enhanced equals this. We don't need this to class here. And then we want to object.assign. So export object.assign. How does this work? So target and sources. So the target object is just going to be an object, and it's going to be blueprint queue, but with the enhanced should component update. I don't even know if that's going to work. Let's just put a debugger there. You tell me when you get back. Enhance is not defined. Oh, whoops. I forgot. Okay, so here we go. Enhanced dot should component update doesn't even exist. What is in the prototype? Should component update. To test this props, this next props. Well, it exists, whereas it shouldn't exist in blueprint queue. Maybe it does. Should component update. No, it doesn't. Okay, good. So we just need to do it that way then. Password to my email. Yeah, password 123. Except for it's really secure because there's an exclamation point instead of the 1. Alright, so let's try this out. Does this work? Connect. No, I broke it. React create element type should not be null, undefined, boolean, or number. It should be a string. Oh, come on. So maybe this is what I want to do here, not just an empty object. Let's try that. Okay, is this better? I have no idea. The only way we'd be able to tell is if render's getting called on blueprint queue repeatedly. Blueprint queue.js render. It is, but it shouldn't be. No, I have should component update here. This dot should component update. Man. Maybe I misunderstood this thing. And adds a new prop type. I guess all I want to do is change the prototype of this particular function. So really, I shouldn't be using object.assign at all. I should just say export default blueprint queue and blueprint queue dot prototype dot should component update equals enhanced dot prototype dot should component update. There. Nail from the dentist income. Am I dropping Framia? Where did I learn to code? Yeah, Rami just linked it. Oh, this isn't good. So, is this any better? Here's the render function of blueprint queue. Oh, it did work. Okay, cool. So this is what I can do to get around this. I think this is a really bad idea. I think it's a really bad idea. But it's better than having to do this every time. Million levels. Yeah. Imagine if it was like a botland gambling thing. Man, that'd probably be even worse, right? Because the whole controversy right now is that these guys had the CSGO Lotto site, but they didn't own Counter-Strike. Imagine if, you, as the owner of Botland, I say, oh yeah, check out this gambling site. I think they made me a mod on it. And yeah, Killer Venom, I'm planning on doing that eventually. Hey, Alex. Okay, so this is done. I think we can check in all of this stuff now. Right? So there should be no more instances of bot.png anywhere in the game. Yeah, I should remove this too. In fact, we should just remove it from the code entirely. Let's remove, or not code, I mean the Git entirely. Yep, so delete this. There we go. It's been removed. That took 2 hours. Now I gotta go fix up a bunch of stuff. So remove bot.png from the game. All icons in the game are now correctly rendered based on the cosmetics of the bot. Okay, so we got rid of that. We don't need any of this stuff. Let's just get rid of this thing entirely. Got recompose to base64. A simple wrapper around get base64 image data that first pulls the cosmetics from the given blueprint. Yeah, okay, so this is a number, and this is a string. While I drink from coconuts. Sounds like a plan. Okay, that looks good. I should comment why I'm doing that. The reason why I can't just export the enhanced class is because it no longer exposes the same functions as the original. So I wouldn't be able to call update blueprint preview via refs. Okay, there we go. Did it work to modify the prototype? Yeah, it did. Yeah, next time, Hideo, you should just not take your phone call and just watch the stream for the whole 8 hours. I mean, I thought you called yourself a loyal viewer. Okay, yeah, so this stuff's working. I had to change how values get passed in so that this doesn't re-render, which means that anywhere else that I do this is going to need to change as well. So, performance. Okay, so I'm now copying over the prototype. Add the red icons. Okay. Make sure I'm not doing values anywhere and expecting that to be equal. There's a lot of things I gotta keep in mind. Hey, Orange Ray. Aw, Kadoku. How terribly nice of you. Okay, so a lot of these actually changed in relatively minor ways. Yeah, this wasn't so bad. It was just that small issue I got caught up on for a little too long. Yeah, actually, all this is pretty simple. Now, I have repeated this all over the place, and there is a UI polish thing that I'm going to have to add now, which is bot images almost everywhere are 96 by 96. However, they'll stretch to fit that. What's the most used stuff from Lodash that you use? Wondering if there's anything in particular that's useful for me to include while using ES6. Well, hey, Mr. O to the P. Most used stuff that I use some of the basic utility functions like isNumber, isString, isObject. And the reason why I have to do so much of this is because I have to validate client-side or client-given input. So for example, extract and validate. Actually, let's look at hardware slot configuration. So deserialize this. So the typical deserialize function for this is like, hey, look, this could have been serialized by the client, so don't trust anything. So first, make sure that something's a string. Then make sure that, oh, that's actually all this does. I guess the rest of it happens in hardware slot. Yeah. So make sure this thing is a string, make sure this is a string, make sure this thing exists, make sure this exists, make sure this isn't not a number. So those are a lot of the ones that I use. Then I'll also use things like map, for each. What else? I guess we could just search for underscore dot. Yeah, oh yeah, get is another one. Get and set. I like those too. What are the other big ones here? Actually, that's like mostly it. Oh, and sometimes I use, so get, set, values, sometimes keys. And then every once in a while I need a function like reverse for an array or sort or something like that. So hopefully that helps Mr. O to the P. Okay, and there was one other place I think I wanted to make this modification here. Edit blueprint footer bot image. Teleportation's already in the game, Killer Venom. I've got it right here, see? So teleport. Oh man, this is laggy. Is there any advantage to use map over ES6 map? I'm not sure. A lot of the reason why I wasn't using the ES6 versions was because the code that they transpile to is usually terrible. And I'm still using transpilation for the client. I hate Deathbringer. Hey, Savage. Okay, so here, right here. This is not something that can be dragged, so it's not really an issue. But still, I want to make this be its own class. And by be its own class, what I mean is just put a CSS class on here. So what was this even for? Flex grow 0. Fine, I'll say like div here. This is probably stupid. There. Are account servers purposely offline? Yeah, they are. I wanted to fix a few bugs before putting the accounts back online, or sorry, not the accounts, putting everything back online. And I just haven't gotten to fixing them yet. So okay, yeah, here's this image now. Looks good. Cool. Okie doke. And that's everything except for this, which I'm not checking in. Yeah, so that's everything. Okay, so let's link everything. Yeah, with any luck, if I can get enough things done in the morning, then I can put the game back online in the afternoon. But I don't know if that's a great idea. Okay, so that worked. Unexpected lexical declaration in case block. Oh, let's fix that. Where did I? Oh, here. Yeah. Okay. I like the arbitrary colors on the website more. What arbitrary colors? Icons are not correctly rendered. Yep. Cool. Nice. So one of the other things that I changed that you guys won't see really is that when you create a new account, you now get the new colors or the new color generation algorithm. So when I make an account, username already taken. What? Username already taken for Adam 12? Why? Really? What? Oh, I actually did make 10 and 11 already. Okay, well, that's not a lie then. Yeah, so this is the new color generation algorithm. This is fully saturated primary color, and then the secondary color is either negative 180, negative 120, 60, negative 60, whatever, that number of degrees away. Hey, Syntonic. Syntonic, if only you were here like an hour ago, you could have helped me out a lot. I started using Recompose, and I ran into this very annoying problem with it. And it turns out that Recompose does not decorate the class properly. It returns a new class that doesn't expose the same properties as the old one. So what I needed to do, I needed to only update for certain keys, but then I have another thing right here. I get a ref to something and then I want to call a function on it. But because this class that I have highlighted has been enhanced with the only update for keys, it doesn't have the function on it any longer that I was trying to call. What about cloning? What are you talking about, Killer? Oh, Rami. Okay, now I know what you're talking about. Got it. Yeah, so how I fixed it is I had to just copy over the particular function that I wanted out of Recompose. And this is an exceptional case for me. So I only should need to do this like once or twice basically. But yeah, it's kind of annoying that I struggled on that for like an hour and Hideo helped out a lot. Okay, so we now have these icons showing everywhere. So that's pretty cool. We need to fix the performance issues and that's what Recompose is going to help with a lot. So let's test this out one more time just because I spent a lot of time doing this and I want to see it working. So when I make a new bot and I drag items onto this, yeah, you can see the icon changing too. So that's really good. So perfect. And these bots are now used in game also. So if I were to go connect as Adam 11 over here and play a game, I play a game over here too. Now you can actually tell which bots you're going to be deploying here. So that's super nice. So I can drag this down to here and I'll end up with Quetzal bots in the arena. Perfect. If I were to drag these over here too, whoops. There we go. So we just need to fix the performance. Like cloning yourself. So the issue with anything like that, so we have a lot of different kinds of hardware in the game, right? We have lasers and missiles and artillery and support things like cloaking and shield and reflect and other utility things like teleport or armor or regen. So the problem with adding something like cloning would be how you stop this from getting wildly out of control. So you might say, okay, cloning takes like 10 turns to do, but then it duplicates your bot. Well then, what about the duplicated bots? Do they waste 10 turns and then they clone and then they clone and then you have an army of like 600 bots? So I don't think cloning is a good idea. It's a very weird thing to balance. I'm not saying it won't be in the game, but I don't think it's going to be in the game as hardware. That'd be really tough. Okay, so we're going to fix the performance of some of this stuff. So bot image is almost everywhere. Oh, that's not what I wanted. You need to add stuff like shift click to add to deployment queue. Yeah, those little things that we could definitely do eventually. The thing is though, once they're in your queue, chances are you're probably going to be using something like repeat mode. So once they're in your queue, they won't be removed from your queue. So if I kill my bots right now, I'll end up with 2 of one of these and 1 of the other. So let's kill them. So I ended up with, yeah, 2 Quetzals and 1 Wasp. And now if I wanted to change these around, I could just like reorder them in the queue or add them again. memoizes your map state to props function calls. Yeah. Well, the problem that I'm going to have right now is that the function to generate these icons is like a super beefy function. So every time you try rearranging things now, it's pretty laggy. And I've got to make it so that this is getting pulled from some just common location. Actually, I could cache these myself, now that I think about it. Like in get base64 image data, I could just have a cache of these things. But it's got to be for exactly the same cosmetics loadout and primary and secondary colors. Compose bot and then get the texture. Yeah, so we could make a cache for this. Let's do that. That should increase performance by a lot, actually. This only needs to exist in the client too, so it shouldn't be too bad. So we can just put this here. So let's just open up this, save this as something like base64 image cache.js. I think this is the first file name with a number in it that I have. When do you call that function? On render? No, I call it, well, I guess yes, it's on render, but it's on render for something in an element above this. So for example, where would this happen? Yeah, like in the render of this class, so this is the in-game component, it's like a parent element. I compute the new base64 image data and pass it into the child. I actually should probably just do this in the child. That way it's not such a tank on performance. No, Killer Venom, I think those are things that if I do implement something like that, it would probably happen like long after release. So yeah, let's wait and see how the original hardware sets play out first. Okay, so yeah, let's cache this. So I'm going to make a new class here called base64 image cache. We're going to export this. And we'll say this dot max cache size equals. So we really should know this in like total length, I guess. Max cache size in bytes equals, I don't know what a good reasonable starting point is. Maybe 10 megabytes? Yeah, so 10 times 1e6. Wait a second. Right. Yeah, okay, so 10 times a million. All right. So that's the max cache size in bytes. Now there would be like a get image, and then the image that we pass in needs to have all of this stuff basically. So it's head, torso, foot. Oh, this should also know how to compose the bot itself. So how do we want to call this? I guess it should take in a cosmetics loadout. It has no reason to do that though, does it? Cosmetics loadout, comma, color pair, primary color, secondary color. How bad are your eyes? Yeah, they're pretty bad. Orange A, wait, what's wrong? Why fail fish on 10 megabytes? Okay. So we need a way to get a hash of this. So like static get hash of cosmetics loadout. Now the hash needs to be unique, so we can do something, or well, unique if it's the same cosmetics loadout. So we can just return this. So we have 3 functions that'll help us here. Get ID of the head, the torso, and the foot. So this underscore there. Torso, foot. Hash equals this. So hash equals base64.get hash of cosmetics loadout. If, and then just return this dot cache. Oh wait, we need to get the entire hash though. Static. Can we just do this, by the way? Can you call static functions that way? So if we have a class person constructor, this dot name equals this dot get name, static get name, return Adam. A equals new person, a dot name. This dot get name is not a function. No, you have to say person dot get name. Oh man, alright, fine. Oh, that's too bad. My Moto Razr doesn't have that much. So static get hash image. So the cosmetics hash equals that. Okay, there we go. And now we can get just the hash of that thing. So get hash of image. And then save image. So get image and I guess set image. No, save image is fine. Can you make like a blade mail bot where its purpose is to reflect damage back at other bots? I guess you'd have to code it to try to run into the line of fire. Yeah, you can do that. Yeah, there's a reflect shield in the game already. So all you need to do is just enable reflect when you see an enemy bot. So I'll do this on the fast version of the game. So you'd pretty much just say pursue enemy, and when you know that the enemy exists, you just put that in there. So there, it'd be like this code essentially. And that's it. So save image, cosmetics loadout, primary color, secondary color, base64 data. Or, you know what, there could be a function on how to generate this. That's probably not the best idea though, but I'm going to do this for now. So this dot cache equals base64 data. Okay. Hey, Horforia. This. Alright, so let's include this. This needs to be done from the same general location here. So when we say get base64 image data, now we can make use of this cache. This is going to be a little bit strange. So we say const exist cached data. Oh, and we don't have this checking. So to do clear cache when too large. Alright. So cache data equals this dot base64 cache dot get, what's it called? Get image. So we have all that. Cool. If util.exist cache data, then just return that. Yeah, the other thing is there's no way for you to know what you're being shot at by. So artillery can't be reflected, but missiles and lasers can be. And there's no way for you to know that you're getting hit by artillery. You could do something where you could try to figure out like how much damage did you take, but that's imprecise and could lead to the wrong thing. So here we have the texture data. So const base64 data equals that, and then return base64 data. But before we do this, we need to save this. So this dot base cache dot save image, cosmetics loadout, primary color, secondary color, and that didn't work. And then the base64 data. Okay, so this should be much faster now. Let's try this out. No, so Horforia, damage tracking, like I said, is imprecise. How do you tell the difference between artillery level 1 and lasers level 2, for example? Or artillery level 2 and lasers level 1? And even once you can do that, how do you know that they don't have the plus 10% lasers damage buff? Or how do you know they don't have like minus 10% damage artillery from artillery or something like that? And how do you know what your armor is, etc., etc.? It's like way too crazy. So you won't be able to do it. The timing is different. What? You can't know the timing of it. Tracking the timing, you can't know that though. There's no way to do this. There's like no reliable way to do it. Alright, so require dot slash base64 image cache. That didn't work because what? This is in the wrong folder. Base64 image cache. What? That looks correct to me. But I guess it can't be found? Cannot find module, yeah. Weird. Hey, Crowport. Wait, this is weird. What's going on here? Oh, there's a different problem. This is not allowed before super. Whoops. Okay, problem solved. Okay, now it can be found. Hey, Hevald. Okay, so let's try this out. This should be much faster. I'm hoping. Because now it's caching all of the base64 image data that you have. So now when you drag this, oh yeah, that's buttery smooth. Look at that. Okay, great. Yeah, so that's a really good fix to do. And yeah, now moving these is super easy. Yeah, thanks, Syntonic. Nice, and switching between these modes and everything. Yeah, so keeping a cache around for this was a really good idea. Now the only thing, it should be a least recently used cache so that it pushes things out of there. No, Horforia, it's not possible at all. Like, there's no way of checking damage timing. Because you don't know whether you were shot by a cloaked bot or not. So that there's no way to get that information. I'm not saying we won't eventually add something like that. You could imagine something where we say, like, we just give you a variable called last damage source, and you can just check, like, is last damage source equals lasers, then do something. Or if it equals artillery, then do something. But even then, you'd need to know how many things hit you in between. Hey, Procalopsis. Okay, cool. So this should, when you save an image and you're too high up in the cache, we might already be using a least recently used cache somewhere. I just don't know where. LRU. Oh, I know where it is now. It's in the account server for saving throttling data. Yeah, so if I open this up, we should see LRU in here. LRU cache, there it is. Yeah. Well, we can just make use of that from the client. How big is this folder? Yeah, it's super small. And that's not even the library. This is the library, and this is 9 kilobytes. And it'll get minified. How many lines of code do you think you've written? I don't know. At this point, somewhere between like 30 and 50,000. I'm not sure though. Superman just went to Germany? Huh. Okay, so BLCL NPM LRU cache. Before doing this, let's just make sure that it's what I want. Deletes the least recently used items. Yeah, this is what I want. So in here, we're going to use this. So max items, oh, I don't like that. Because we don't want it by items. We want to, well, I guess it could just be by items. And we can come up with like an average image size maybe. No, no. We can't do that. So wait, what if you didn't do this? Is there a way to call? No. I need a way of triggering this myself. Would it be too much trouble to ask you for a quick look at the project directory? I'd love to see how you're structuring everything. Yeah, sure. So there's a few things to keep in mind. One is that there are a bunch of different repositories that I have for this. So Botland contains the client, the account server, and the game server. But then everything else I started doing more modularly after that. So like the matchmaker has its own entire repository. The overseer has its own entire repository. And then within any of these, well, so this is the kind of the mess that I was talking about. The client has a whole bunch of stuff. So I think the best way to show you this, I don't know what the best way to show you this is. There's way too many folders to keep on screen at one time. So yeah, I'll just kind of expand a couple of these then. So Botland contains this stuff. The client contains all of this. The game server contains this stuff. So I'll open up a few of these. This is me just drilling down into client and game server. Let me know what else you want to see, Dalinar. Oh, hey, Superman. Okay. No, Horforia, I'm saying L timing isn't anything you can glean. There's no way of getting that data. All you can tell is that you took N damage between your last turn and now. There's nothing more than that you can tell. Because even then, all you don't know the location of any cloaked enemy bots. Because imagine this scenario. Like, I agree that there's ways you can try to make this a little bit better, but even then it's not great. So this is your bot. Your vision range is here. So I should have just drawn a circle. But anyway, this is your vision all the way over to here. Let's say another bot, an enemy bot, is over here, and it's cloaked. It teleports into your vision range, so you still can't see it because it's cloaked, and then it shoots you with something. Like, you can't ever account for that. Nothing more about timing. Why are all the different repositories? Doesn't stuff need to interact with each other? Yes, and it still can. A lot of the different repositories are modules in NPM as well, so I can just require them as I would be able to normally if the code were alongside it. But they're different repositories, well, for a bunch of reasons. One, it is good to keep things modular. And, well, actually, that's it. It's just good to keep things modular. So that way, I'm only using code that I will actually need, and it's a good separation of logic. Okay, yeah, so I think one of the issues here is that, oh, wait a second, length. I can give it a function. Oh. Yes, oh, perfect. Okay, so this will work. Amazing. And I'm sure that's why it has so many downloads here. Okay, so we're going to make the cache be this LRU cache. LRU cache equals, how do you make this? Wait, what? Var LRU equals require cache comma option. Oh, that's how they do it. Set the max size. Yeah, so LRU options. And actually, I can just specify the options in line. I don't see a reason for not doing that. Okay, so then the options we have here are going to be something like this. Okay, get rid of all this stuff. So max is going to be this. The way we figure out the length, n times 2 plus key dot length. What is n? Function that is used. What? What is n? Huh, weird. Am I going to make 3D? No, I'm not. No, but Horforia, I'm saying, like, okay, I guess if you really wanted to do something like that, you'd need to come up with the probabilities, and you don't know what the probabilities are unless you've played like thousands of matches, and even then, you'd be putting so much code into, here's the probability of this thing, that you'd have like hardly any space for anything else. Because what I'm saying is, in the future, imagine if there's a buff that looks like this, plus 1 to 200 artillery damage. And there's another buff somewhere in the game that's plus 1 to 200 laser damage. Like, yes, this is crazy that there'd be such a range on this. But if there is, then this throws all the code out the window. You wouldn't be able to rank these things anymore. And if you did, it'd just be so unreliable that it's essentially the same thing as just saying if percent chance 50 reflect. Funky Monkey, I don't understand this. I've only ever heard this in the last 10 months on the stream, and I've heard it like 6 or 7 times in that time frame that I sound like Jeff Goldblum. Never heard this in real life. Everyone I tell it to in real life is like, I don't see the resemblance. And no, yeah, Thalzy, you can't do that. You don't have the APIs for it. Okay, so I still don't know what n is here. Where's length? Total length options function. All right, well, let's just look at their code and see how they call this. Wow, Thalzy. Length calculator. This dot length. Priv do here? Minus hit length. What is priv? Obj key value. If symbols key. Man, I don't know what this is. I should just figure out what it's called with. This hit dot value, hit dot key. N dot close. What is this? Dispose. Called when items that are dropped from the cache. This can be handy if you want to close file descriptors, do some cleanup. Called with key comma value. Called with key comma value. Oh, I understand. And length is called with value comma key. Yeah, this is super weird. All right, well, we'll just have to test this out. Figure out when this function is getting called. Let's just put a debugger in here for now. Dispose, we don't have anything special there. And max age, I don't think we have a max age there either. So now every time we save something to the LRU cache, we're gonna, or sorry, every time we save something, we have set and get. So this dot cache dot get hash, this dot cache dot set hash comma key. Perfect. There we go. All right. So now we just need to know what this does. And we should be in pretty good shape here. All right, so n is the n is actually the data. So that's the base64 image data, and key is the hash. Yes, perfect. So base64 image data. So we just return that dot length, probably times 4. How many bytes is a character in JavaScript? Nah, it doesn't really matter. I'll just multiply by 4. What is the length of this thing though? N dot length. So 112,000 characters. It's probably actually 2 bytes. 2 bytes per character. So this is really 200 kilobytes of data. Yeah, okay. And that's it. All right, so I'm gonna go use the bathroom. When I come back, we'll finish up this caching stuff and improve the performance of the application. So be right back. Okay. Cool. So I believe we have this working now. It's going to save the least recently used thing and delete those when we need to. Perfect. Yeah, so this is pretty good. Hey, Goggles. Okay, good. So they're 2 bytes. Cool, thanks. 2 bytes per character. Yeah, so the issue that we're going to run into here is that, like, we need this cache to be expandable. Also, there's some other cache that I'm forgetting about. What is it? Oh, I don't remember. Oh, the sprite cache. That's right. Yeah, we gotta switch the sprite cache in Spritesheet Dictionary to use LRU cache. So the issue is that I'm using these non-detailed images, which actually the detailed ones we probably don't even need to keep in the cache. Yeah. I'm gonna write a to-do item for that eventually. Make sure we don't cache detailed artwork in the Spritesheet Dictionary or in the base64 image cache. They're only used outside of a game, and performance isn't as important there. What's a good first framework to learn in JS? Well, it depends on what you want to do. Is it UI related stuff? Is it server related stuff? Like jQuery could be a totally fine first framework to learn, but or it could be Angular, or you could learn something like Express, maybe the core libraries of Node. They could do anything. So what do you want to do? What direction do you want to go in? Oh, whoops! I was supposed to gift points, not give points. My bad. Okay, so add the right icons for all areas of the UI. That's done. So all I've really done now is added a cache for this thing. Heard Angular was cool. Yeah, then I would just mess around with Angular then. I think that's a good way to start actually, is just figure out what you like about a particular application and what can be improved, and then just keep bouncing to other stuff. Hey, nice. That actually knows what value it is. Cache data. Otherwise, set the cache data. Yeah. Main, we don't care about this. And then this we've just added. So it's relatively expensive to convert images to base64 to their base64 data counterparts. So we save a cache of them. I don't know if 10 megabytes here is enough or too much or what. Hashes a cosmetic loadout so that two equivalent loadouts will hash to the same string. Has just a slight idea what's going on. So, hey, Davidas, I'm working on a game called Botland, and today I happen to be working on some, like, just miscellaneous tasks almost. Hashes a cosmetics loadout plus and color set so that two equivalence images will have the same hash. Alright, so get image, save image. I don't really think these are worth commenting too much. Fine, I'll just do it. Base64 data. And same thing with save image, except for instead of return, it's this last one that is a param. Cool. Do you work alone? That's in the FAQ. At least I think it is. Yeah, how many people are working on Botland? Yeah, actually, we just hired an artist last night too. I don't know if I can show you any of her work because all I have is the portfolio right now because it's only been exactly one night. But in the future, yeah, I should be able to point out what work she's done. Should be pretty neat to see it come in. So what you're coding right now, is that just plain JavaScript? No, not entirely. So there's a few things to keep in mind. One is that I'm coding in what's called ES6 or ECMAScript 6. ECMAScript 6. I think the ECMA is capitalized. Which is like the next version of JavaScript. So that's one thing. But then the second thing is I'm doing this in Node.js mostly, and I'm using something called Webpack. So there's a lot of extra things here, and I can explain what these are if you want. But it's not just like straight up plain JavaScript. Excuse me. It depends. Yeah, Vexator. My bad. Okay. So incorporated a cache for base64 image data. This greatly speeds up the game, especially with the removal of bot.png everywhere in the UI that I did in the last commit. I hated your UIs, man. No, so the UIs were done, the new UIs are done by Jason, and they are definitely much better than ones I would have done. Oh, I was never using TypeScript. Okay, cool. So let's check this out. If I load up the game and I connect over here. Actually, no, you know what? Let's connect as like real accounts here. Adam and Adam2. Not this Adam11 nonsense. Yeah, so we've got a couple of bots. What are their scripts? Yeah, there we go. Okay. So let's just play the game, both of these. We're going to just pick random buffs because I don't care about those right now. And let's set repeat mode on. So let's put this bot in, and then this bot, and then this bot. Oh, we don't have a real script here. There. Do these have new scripts? Oh man, no, this account was never real. Oops. Oh well, we'll just put this back on. Update, and then this one we want to update too. Except for it needs something on it. Let's give it lasers and thrusters. Okay, and now this, do we have any code here? Yes, yes, and yes. So we will put all of these on. Cool. Oh, that was that bug from before. Oh, darn it. Yeah, Sky Blue, I know about TypeScript, and I might have talked about it at some point, but I haven't used it for this project before. Yeah, 1,000. I don't think you were being trolly. I would have just asked you to stop, but yeah, being stuck in the same place for a long time can make people go crazy. So something weird happened here. Yeah, that's what happened. So I'm running into 2 bugs right now. And this is rather unfortunate. Okay, let's take a look. So what is consuming all this time? React, create element. Yeah, but where? Create hardware, invite them. Yeah, I think this is mostly just add this. Where is it? Yeah, I fixed this. I solved this by just modifying the prototype of the class that I export. What professional jobs did you work at before? I worked at Microsoft before. I haven't talked about anything else that I've worked at. Coport says, "Wait, Adam is married." Yeah, I'm married. I have a ring. I think you guys can see that in the camera, right? No. Well, you kind of can. Have you played S-Creeps? I've heard of it, and I tried it for like 10 minutes. That is a game that is fully targeted at programmers, and that's not what Botland is trying to do, by the way. Like, Botland has scripting elements in the game, and if you want to totally ignore them, you can. You can just use pre-made scripts, and eventually I'll have an even easier way for you to not have to worry about this. Botland is more about the strategy elements of, like, what do your bots have on them? How are you controlling them throughout the match? And eventually we'll add more of a strategy layer on top of what you already see. Okay, so this. Incorporate only update for keys into all React components. Yeah, let's do this. We basically need to go through everything that's over here, everything, and update it. Now, the ones that happen in the game are the most important. So let's start with those. In fact, let's start with in-game itself. Yeah, the subscribe for CPUs thing, that really turned me off. You had to tweet to get like 500 CPU credits at first. I mean, the other thing that turned me off is, like I said, it's a game targeted at programmers. If I want to program, I'm probably just going to program, not play a game about programming. But that also means that everyone else who's playing is probably less likely to share their scripts and kind of get everyone else up to date. And I don't know. But I haven't given it a very fair shot, I'd say. Is it true that Microsoft and Google have the best working environments? I mean, the only way for me to be able to answer that is if I've tried all of the different working environments, probably. So I've been at Microsoft. I think it's a pretty good place, but I think that it all depends on how you work as well. So, for example, I was in Windows, and at least back then, Windows gave almost everybody their own office. So, like, you weren't in an open space. And for some people, that leads to not being as productive or not talking to their teammates as much or who knows what. And then, of course, they're just gigantic companies, both of them. So it's hard to say anything about it. Okay, so only update for keys. We can hopefully just use this. Let's try this. Oh, this is where we're using router, connect, all of this stuff, huh? So we need to throw this in there too. So this would have to be enhanced. Blueprint selected. Hey, Thriven. Okay, so what's hard about this is that I want this to update for certain parts of like the workbench state, for example. So I'm pretty sure I'll break the entire game if I do this. And I'll break it in such a way that it won't update, but it should still run. Let's try this out. Okay, yeah, so the timer's not updating. If I were to try to drag anything onto here, like this doesn't work. Chat doesn't work. Yeah, none of this stuff works. What's weird about that, though, is that I am only seeing updates once every second, I believe. I wonder if this is somehow tied to... Oh, weird. How does that happen? Yeah, so somehow my UI is breaking the rendering here. I should write this down. In-game performance is tied to how frequently in-game seems to render. If I just cut out all of the keys for which it updates, then I only see the bots move in WebGL every second. Did I go to college? What degree did you get? Yeah, I did, and I got a bachelor's in computer science. Part of this is listed here. Agile layout of desks. Wow. Okay, so what if we did this? So yeah, let's take a look at where we're using this dot props. So here's all of the ones that we have. So it's really just this. This dot props dot dispatch. What is that for? Oh, that's probably not needed. This dot props dot route. I don't think the route can change. So it's all of these states. So if I put these in, this isn't really going to save me anything. And the way that this compares is a shallow equals. Let's try it. Maybe this will work. What? No, I said I worked on Windows. So enhance. What happened here? Oh, whoops, what am I doing? It needs to be when these things change. Okay, that, I don't know what I just did. So let's just fix this. There we go. Wait, what? I don't think whether you have a college degree matters so much as what can you do for a company. And I think Microsoft knows that. So if you make it through their interview process, then you should be fine. So what is going on? Now everything I think works the way they did before, except for updates are still happening very strangely here. It's like when I zoom in, that forces a trigger. So the game works really smoothly when I'm jittering the camera around. Then it switches back to these like once every second updates. Yeah, look right there. What's going on? Why does that happen? Then I zoom in and everything's fine. Then I wait and everything's not fine. And I don't think it's just based on time, because as I don't know. Yeah, something weird's going on. Okay, well, I guess this part's fine. So there's in-game. Now everything that in-game uses, we should probably go modify. So in-game footer, for example. Footer dot get blueprint queue. So this is one of those that needs to be exported the same way that this one was. Suppose the same function I would be able to call functions via refs. Okay, so we get rid of this. We get rid of this. We look at this dot props. We select all of those. There's a lot of these. How many hours a day do you work on Botland? I mean, there's the 8 that I stream for 4 days a week, but then there's a lot of extra work that usually needs to be done. So for example, you'll see a notepad window open most days. That's where I'm putting things that I usually take care of that night. So that sometimes takes up to like 20 minutes sometimes. That's not too bad. But then there's like last night, for example, I needed to send money to the lawyer. I did that wrong. I accidentally used the personal credit card instead of the business credit card. So then I needed to go modify a whole bunch of accounting stuff and like submit money and then tell my wife that I did this thing. And then anyway, so there was a lot more work last night, although I created some of that for myself by screwing up the payment. So yeah, I'd say on average it works out to, I don't know, like 10 hours a day on the streaming days. 9 hours a day? I don't know, something like that. Hey, honey, committed some fraud. That okay? No, I think it'd be fraud if you don't like that. That's an honest mistake, right? And I actually don't know what to do in this case. If anyone does know, but I submitted some money to the lawyer, and what I meant to do was this way, right? So what I ended up doing after this was the business gave me the money back. But yeah, that's like unintentional money laundering. I don't know how this works. Anyway, I'm gonna ask the accountant next year because like once you submit money, I don't know how you take that back. I'm not gonna do a chargeback on my lawyer. Okay, so let's take a look at these. uh, well, I thought about yeah, I don't know. And yeah, it would be in tax calculations. That's correct as long as you disclose it as a reimbursement. Okay, I'll write this down. Make sure to disclose. Yeah, I'll tell the accountant that next year. Hey Wouter. Hey Wouter, could you put recap number 28 on Reddit? Okay, so this. You don't need this. You don't need that. We don't need that. We don't need that. We don't need that. Okay. So that's in-game footer. All of this should still work. Let's try this out. Oh, I need only update for keys, don't I? There we go. That should fix these problems. Okay, so that page refreshed. This one was just slow to refresh. Alright, there we go. And now we can't get into the game. Oh, yes we can. Okay, nice. So let's play. Pusher socket already exists, but we're in setup pusher. That shouldn't be possible. Weird stuff. Okay, yeah, it looks like this is working. Oh, thanks, Wouter. Okay, done. So in-game footer, those are done. We just had to work our way down this list. This is pretty tedious. So yeah, the rest of these need to have the same thing. I don't answer questions about my age. In fact, I should probably put that in the FAQ. Add questions about age. Also, I guess the thing about talk about general rules of chat. No being a jerk. No posting personal information. Yeah. That's pretty much it. Why is your file tree up? I've never seen you use it. I planned on using it and then I didn't. The moves will support other programming languages in the future? I'm not sure what you're talking about, Nisimico. I'm not planning on supporting other programming languages for Botland. It'll just be JavaScript, I think. Okay, so Pixie component, let's go there. Pixie component. It's just pixie.js, isn't it? Did you ever use different, more sophisticated, or we can say expensive IDE? Yeah, I have. And I don't think I gain much by using them. Okay, Okay, so component did mount. This is something that has basically nothing. What is this? This never needs to re-render. So should component update should always just be false. Or I guess it should be, yeah, actually that's it. Should component update should just be false. Should component update false. Or return false. Does that work? Yeah, it does. Okay, not bad. Alright, so that's easy. We're done with that. So next, blueprint selector, I think we're already done with as well. Yep, we are. Hardware loadout. This, I think, should be easy to do. Let's take that. Let's take this. Dot props dot. Okay, great. So we have all these. Now we just do this. Done. And we can get rid of some of these. This. So it's just is editable? That's it? That can't be right. No, hardware string needs to be there too. Add, get, delete, on edit. Yeah. There we go. Where do you host your code? Yeah, it's Bitbucket. How much does a domain cost? Yeah, EJ's right. Usually about $10 a year. Bot.land was more expensive. I don't know how much exactly I paid for that. I'd have to look into it again. Oh, really, Telsey? Wow. Huh. I didn't know about that. I mean, I don't live in the UK, so I guess I don't really need to know that, but still interesting. So botview.js. Let's go get this. So only update for keys. Bot.adult is 160 euros. Thanks. I think that's the next thing that I'm gonna buy. It's pretty ridiculous. So what do we have? Life, name, hardware. That's pretty much it. Okay, cool. So next up is hardware inventory. Good. Put this there. Good. And we just go get all the this dot props. You know, I guess I could do things this way. This will make it a little bit easier. So like this, what does show quantity own? Is that a Boolean? Yeah. On buy, on sell, on close. Okay. All right, done. I should really be testing this as I go through this. So now hardware inventory should get updated correctly. Well, I don't really know what there is to update about it. So if I drag these things off, this still works. Cool. I can still click through these things. Yep. Bot.amsterdam. Yeah, this is still working. Okay. All right, next up, script edit component. Man. This is taking a decent amount of time to do. And I don't think I'm doing it slowly. I just think it's a difficult thing. There we go. So now I put this down to here. So on user shows code style, on cancel. The rest of this are actual changes. Looks good. There. Bot dot sucks. Why does that TLD exist? Oh, what did I even just do? Script library dropdown. Excuse me. So this has the workbench state. So this is going to be slightly different from what we did before, but not very different. So now we're just going to enhance this script library dropdown. All right. Okay, so this dot props dot, put this here. So dispatch we don't need, that we don't need, that we don't need, and then disable entire menu. So I guess we just need these things. Done. I think I should tell the artist that. Add a boat bot skin. Even if it's just one. How many views does this video have? 264. Oh man, it took so many hours to do. So many hours. It's just an April Fool's joke. No, I think it'd be pretty cool to have just an entire boat in the game. Like, that's it. It doesn't even look like it's got a head and a torso and a foot. And these cosmetics can only be used together, maybe. And it's just, you just look like you're in a boat. That's it. It would be pretty great. Maybe these can only be used together. And you just look like a boat entirely. I don't know. We'll figure out how that works. But I think it'd be pretty great to do that. Can we have a sea arena? You know, that would be an interesting Easter egg. If every single player in the game had the boat skin on, that it changed the arena to a water arena. That's an Easter egg I could get behind. But no, then everyone would use the boat skin all the time probably, so who knows. Okay, so script content, script edit component, that's get script content. So script edit component I just broke. So we need to do what we did here with Blueprint Q, which is the same thing I did somewhere else. Where is this? Yeah, so script edit needs to follow this same thing. So this way. So this is script edit. Okay. Oh, really, Delzy? Oh, I didn't know someone else did something like that. Are you gonna have skins for dead bots? No, Scrap will probably always look the same. That way the arena is, like, there's certain UI elements and certain graphics that I don't think should change based on certain, like, what you're using, for example. So if I were to kill these bots, oh, that actually doesn't update that, huh? click a bot in the arena. Wait, right? Yeah. Click a bot in the arena. Press so that you're looking at a bot view. Press Control K so that it dies. The bot view still shows a life value. What did your mouse just do? First of all, I forgot at all what I was just talking about. Oh yeah, it was resources. So yeah, these resource graphics, while this is not the final graphic, it's not going to be like, oh, you died as a wasp bot, so let's show like wasp scrap metal here. I don't think we're going to do that. And then what happened with my mouse, I will show you that. That is here maybe? This. So my mouse just screws up every once in a while and just repeats a keystroke, which, by the way, the mouse that I'm using is this thing with a bunch of thumb buttons. Okay, so this should fix this. Let's try it out. So we connect over here, hit play. Cool, hit play over here. Nice. So we should be able to edit bots now. Yeah, perfect. Okay. Okay, so what's next? So next is game HUD. This can be done in this way. Right? Yeah. So game HUD, we need to include this, and we need to know what's in this .props. Team scores and timer MS. This should be pretty easy. There we go. Oh, if you're writing your own blog from scratch, Rect, it should basically just be an academic pursuit. Like, I wouldn't write your own blog software given all the stuff that's already out there now, and you're probably going to want that same set of features, and like it's just a lot to code. So if you're writing it so that you can have a blog, then just use WordPress or something. If you're writing it so that you can see what goes into writing a blog, then yeah, use probably Node. Okay, so this is done. Okay, chat box. By the way, this is what's nice about having so many buttons on my mouse. Like, you see me navigating through code, but I'm only pressing control every once in a while. Like, that's because my mouse has all these other buttons. All right, so this .props dot, let's search for all of these, paste them here. So on chat, on hide chat, it's just the rest of these. There. Okay, buff summary. Darn it. I gotta go back to hardware inventory and get that thing. Let's do that. Buff summary. Can you try to write code with one hand? I mean, writing code involves typing letters, so it would just be my left hand typing on the keyboard, and that'd be really obnoxious given the keyboard that I have of like having to switch from side to side. So no. Is Node hard to set up? So the basics of Node, no, that's like dead simple. You download it, install it, and then you can run it, and you're good to go. If you want to set up things like ES6 and Webpack and Browserify and all that stuff, then yeah, it's pretty tough to do that stuff. But if you want to get to the point where you're just like node x equals 5, console.log I plus x, that's super easy. The thing with Nude is that you have to install all these libraries. So installing the libraries in Nude is actually pretty easy. It's the rest of the configuration that makes it a little bit more clothed. I think it's not so bad. It all depends on what you want to do. Buff summary here. We need to include this. Okay, I did that. Okay, so now this dot props dot color bottom top right left. Yeah, this was stupid. I should do it this way. All right, there we go. Now we make these unique and do this. Okay, yeah, that should be done. High five. Leaderboard. Okay, so this one's connected, so we need to do this way. And enhance we can put there. This is pretty tedious. There we go. And now we have one left, at least from this, buff choices dialog. That's going to work the same way this last one did. There. Okay. All right, cool. So it's just these two. Done. So that's everything from in-game. That's unfortunately not everything. That's just the top level components in here. So they might use other components, and I really should fix this. Which is my command. No, I think these are fair questions. Like, all right, when it comes to asking questions, I think people should ask whatever it is they want until they're told either something like, that's too personal, or, yeah, you should start using Google at this point, or something along those lines. Because you shouldn't be, like, punished for asking questions. But yeah, if, let's say, Rect came into chat every single day and was like, Adam, that program I asked you about yesterday, like, I'm still having problems with it. Like, how do I solve it? Chances are I'll answer that question the first time. And then if you just keep asking about it, I'll eventually be like, okay, you need to start using Google. You need to stop bothering me. No, it's like I said, you guys should always ask questions. Oh man, that was a good change that I made here. That was something I made yesterday too. So now when you're configuring a bot and you try dragging something onto it, it'll only highlight the level that you can actually put onto the bot. So in this case, level 1. That didn't work. Oh, because I have missiles already. I gotta fix that. Any advice on where to start for app development? Like iOS, Android apps, those sorts of things? I actually don't have too much knowledge there. But I imagine what you'd want to do is find something that'll let you easily publish to all the platforms that you want. So maybe that means making something in like HTML and then using something like Cordova or PhoneGap. Because I imagine one of the most annoying things is if you have an app on, let's say, Android, and you're like, okay, now I want the iOS version, or now I want a Windows Phone version, or a Razer, Motorola Razer version, then you don't have just the, oh, publish to that platform button. Okay, so let's check this in. So what is Webpack? Yeah, that is something I think you should Google, Rect. Like, in short, what it does is it lets you use certain required systems. Well, actually, it does a lot of things. Yeah, it'd be hard to explain this, I think. Okay, so I just added these pretty much everywhere. This should drastically improve the performance of the application. Yep, and that's it. That's all I changed here. Okay, so added, now what's it called? Only update for keys to many components. focused on the in-game components for now, so that it would improve performance during the game. Yeah. Actually, I should have linked that. How does gravity work? Oh, speaking of how do things work, and words that start with G and have a V and a Y in them. Giveaway. And yeah, Thelzy, that's essentially what I was doing. How does plagiarism work? Alright, yeah, we're done with that. Okay, cool. So let's push that. Okay, so other small changes that I wanted to make for right now. Wait, what's this? Make sure I'm rebuilding the data as infrequently as possible. Oh, yeah, make sure that I'm calling that function less frequently. That's not technically done yet, but it's not as expensive anymore. So I'm going to say I implemented the cache for this so that it's not so expensive. Alright, so don't require a name for the bot. When you don't have a name, pick a random one. So this is where it's unfortunate, but we have to get rid of a lot of these names. So let's stick with any that are not trademarked. Okay, we're gonna need to just, so random names that can be assigned to bots. You know what, we should just pick people from chat. Maybe that's what I should do. Let's get a list of who's in chat. Whoa, what's going on here? Transport error. Connecting to play.bot.land. Oh, darn it. Okay. I'm gonna have to do this sooner rather than later. Stop my bot from trying to connect to play.bot.land at all. Okay, so here are the people who are in chat right now. Whoa, cut it out. No, no, just let me select it. There, no, no. It's okay, this isn't gonna work. Because of these stupid errors. What we could do is just select everything. There. Okay, so somewhere in here are the people who are in chat. There it is. So it's these people. No, what am I doing? Why would I do this at all? Let's just use the top 10 list. Yeah. Yeah. Let's do that. Okay, so let's get rid of botland bot. Let's get rid of Adam13531. Let's get rid of bot lad. There. Actually, this is a bad idea, isn't it? Like, the people who are going to be playing it first are going to be Twitch users. So if you don't name a bot and it randomly gets to name Tembroya, and I'm like, hey, Tembroya, your bot is malfunctioning, and it turns out that it's really Spurtman's bot who got a random name, it's a bad idea. I really should have thought about this a little bit more. Did I make the list? Yeah, you're number 40. Well, you're number 39, actually, because you can't count me. But you're nowhere on the points list because you have like 10 points, right? Yeah, whatever. I'll just make some random names for now. So Mark Wallbot. We have one name. I don't know. Actually, hang on a second. I have a names listed. Nah. I think I'm gonna get rid of the random names. I don't know. Where are these even used? Botland app used it, and then Arena used it. But this is when we went to deploy if it didn't have a name. And the AI is going to need this. just name them using the NATO alphabet? Actually, the Greek alphabet might not be too bad. You have a Kappa bot. Yeah, let's stick with that for now. Mark Wahlbot's going to die. Aw, too bad. Alright, so alpha, beta, gamma, delta, epsilon, zeta, eta. I'm not gonna go with all of these, I think. Sigma, G, psi, omega. Did I type the wrong thing? Alright, there. One for the idea and one for correcting Camda. Alright. Body McBotface. That's too similar to Bodie McBoatface. So it actually is getting kind of warm. Surprised I haven't lit myself on fire yet. And keep adhering to each other. Is that for single player? No, that's for when you just don't name a bot. And I'm about to code that right now. So if you go into Edit Blueprint and you just don't have a name for this and you hit Update, it should work. But right now it just tells you invalid name. So I need to make it work. Server.js. So invalid name. Yeah, here. So if util.exists name, this is for patching a bot bay though. If it doesn't exist, then we just don't do anything. But if you're creating a bot and you don't have a name, validate bot name. So if not is string, return null. I think if you don't specify, where's this called from? Create and yeah. So if it's not a string, we'll return this. There, done. That's it. No, single player is not going to happen for like several months. Hey, Andrew. Okay, so let's try this out now. We got to go restart the account server. Run. Alright, now when we edit this and we have no name here, actually this is going to fail, won't it? No, that actually just won't do anything. It's when you, oh, nope. Nope, 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 nope. That's a big problem. Bad request. Bad request. They didn't print out an error at all though? Validate bot name. If util.exists name, then validate it. Otherwise, don't do anything. Hey, game time. What's causing a bad request? And why did I not get any more information about this? Bad request is 400. But the only... Okay, I don't know. Let's just try this again. We'll refresh the page. So I connect, I edit, I change the name to nothing, I hit update. Invalid name, type or length or characters. Yeah, that's not possible. Because I never specified a name. Oh man, come on. I think it's because I am specifying a name. So in accounts server rest client, when I go to patch, where is it? Patch. This isn't right. Yeah, patch. This one. If util.exists new name, then send the name. This should not be set. Ignore it again. Well, now you can't say you ignored that last time. Alright, so we added this, we say update. And body to send dot name. Oh, it's nothing, but it's not undefined. I mean, it's a string of length 0. Whoops. Yeah, whoops. Wait, which means that the user wanted it to be nothing. Oh, which means, okay, yeah, I got it. So if it's not a string, or if name.length, name.trim.length. No, how do I want to do this? Okay, so if name.length equals 0, then also return this. Okay, cool. Let's try that now. That should fix this. So we connect, edit, delete the name, update, and now we got the name Zeta. Cool. So now if we create a bot with no name, we just hit create, we got Theta. Okay, perfect. Nice. It feels Java, man. Okay, done and done. Nice. Okay, so that's done. That's done. Got rid of the random, got rid of the trademarked bot names like Roomba and Cortana. Replace them with letters of the Greek alphabet. Except Ada. Or is less lines, but he did 2 ifs. Oh, no, so that's actually not why I did this. It's because I used 2 ifs here because there's a line of code in between it. And that's name.trim. So what I could have done here is I could have said or name.trim.length equals 0. I could have done that. But since I'm already going to be trimming the name anyway, I figured I might as well just do trim once. But that's the answer to why I did that. So got rid of the trademark bot names like Roomba and Cortana, replace them with letters of the Greek alphabet. When the server gets an empty bot name, it will now randomize it for you. And it's when the account server actually. That way you can create a new bot and immediately hit save without worrying about typing a name. Okay. Close out some of these things. I have like a million windows open. Alright, cool. Check it in. So yeah, all this stuff that I'm doing is just ways of making the game either easier to use or better in some way. Where did I just write the thing about naming? Yeah, done. Okay. Display player names instead of bot names during a match. Yeah, because everyone's going to have these randomly named bots like BotLad and whatever else. In fact, we should give you... Nah. Let me try to come up with some good bot names. I'll write down a couple of ones that I had. Like, I like BotLad. I think that's a nice name. I like Mark Wallbot. random bot names. Because if we can eventually come up with a large enough list of interesting ones that are fewer than 12 characters, I guess, or fewer than 13, then we could just use that instead of Greek letters. Make it easier to deploy. Oh, make it easier for me to deploy to AWS. Jason Botman. Actually, Botman isn't a bad one. Alright, well, I'll write it down. Whether or not I use it is another thing. So display player names instead of bot names during a match. So this comes in through Client Arena, and we get the name of a bot, and we make a text component, I think. Wait, what? Oh, it actually, oh, I know what happens. Oh. So we don't do this. We basically just ignore the bot name entirely. Yeah. Okay. So here's what we do. Instead of name component dot name value, we get the owner. Where's the owner? Hello, owner. Where's the owner? I never. Oh, there it is. Owner. Where does this come from? Right there. The first line in the function. You think I would have read it? All right. So the owner is a player. Player has what hopefully is a get name function. Yes. Great. So I just say owner dot get name. Done. There. And just like that, now when you go and play a game, you should see player names instead of bot names. I broke something. Oh no, I didn't. It's just super slow. Ooh, that was too slow. That took like many seconds. Okay, well whatever. Let's ignore that for now. Okay, what is going on? There's no reason that the UI should be taking this long. So maybe I screwed something up over here. Oh, Prince Barry, thank you for following. Barry, maybe? Just made one match. What happened here? Thanks, Thalzy. I had nothing to do with them. Okay, so if I deploy a bot, yeah, it gets Adam as the name. And if I deploy a bot over here, it gets Adam2 as the name. And then when you actually click it, it shows you the real name of the bot. So it says Wasp over here. But yeah, that doesn't show up unless you click it. I like that. And that way, these names that you see in the arena match the ones that you see in the leaderboard. So you can easily see who's who and what bot colors they have. Nice. Okay, so we can check that in. It's a pretty minor change. Player names show over bots instead in the arena now, instead of the bot name showing. Oh, which means that whole name component nonsense is probably not needed anymore. Did I? Ah, I should have looked at the code. Man. Yeah, this was unnecessary. There. So we should check that in. So amend last commit. Yeah, perfect. And later, if we want to make it a configuration value, then we can do that. I don't think it's necessary for now, though. Okay, cool. So what else do we have here? Yeah, this is still a problem. I'd really like to figure this bug out. But I also kind of want to put the game online. So I think here's what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to deploy the game so that you guys will be able to play. And then go get lunch. Why does this sound like a bad idea to me? Because I guess I haven't fixed enough bugs. Yeah, I'll deploy this. Also, did I ever turn off the AWS machines yesterday? I did, right? Yes, okay. Because the other day I forgot, and then I came back to my computer a couple hours later, and I remembered to shut them all off. So terminate AWS instances. I'll write that down. There we go. Okay, so change the client hash. So client gulp file. We have, let me stand up too. Okay. The client hash is here. So 7, 13, 16 at 12, 56. What, is that my? Where's that sound coming from? Hey Deadbringer, how's your emulator going? Okay, so that's it. So deploy this. Hey Olo. And then deploy the econ server. How do you deal with all those red squiggly lines? Oh, I just totally ignore them. Yeah, I don't know. Never really bothered me, I guess. Okay, so gulp pre-deploy. So we need to go get the IP addresses. I need to start this up. Are there any windows? Yeah, there is, which is why this side of me is so bright, because there is a window right there. Okay, so these are done. Now commit and push the repos. Yeah, we're going to need to do that. We're also going to need to start this up. There. Olo, I think the only disadvantage is compatibility. It doesn't work with older browsers, but maybe I'm wrong. I mean, maybe I'm wrong in that there's more disadvantages than just that. CPU is cycle accurate, but I had to find a proper way to sync with the video and audio chip emulation to the correct timings. Yeah, sounds tough. Okay, so this is deploying right now. So the next thing we can do is, we don't need to change the database, so we can just go do this stuff. Yeah, so let's start to push this. What is this? I'll just write new deploy. Is this finished now? Almost. So we can connect to Debian 1 in the meantime. All right, good. This other thing should have finished. Perfect. So those are both done. We can go push this. The cosmetics combiner, that shouldn't be making it here. What is this doing there? Huh, well, whatever. Okay, next we have to copy over these IP addresses. I want to write a script for this eventually, but I don't think it's worth doing it right now. So account servers, cool. Paste that in there too. The matchmaker, cool. And then the overseer. Cool. Okay, then we run, yep, just this. So there's one other thing I need to do, and this needs to take place off screen. So let me go do this. Okay, and now we just need to start them all up. So let's go into the starting everything quickly section. Here we go. almost there. There's one. There's two. And there's three. Okay, now we SSH into all of those machines and we just monitor their progress. SSH AWS. SSH AWS. Okay, I gotta do this off screen. Okay, I'm in all of the machines now. Now let's run screen. Go over to here, BL deploy. Screen. Screen. All right, now we wait. Hey, Blueberry King. There should be a StarCraft 2 player. Hey, Enrage. Okay, well, yeah, these things are starting up now. So I'm going to paste this into here. You guys will be able to access this eventually. It's not online yet. But yeah, eventually. We need to wait for the game server to start up too. So the Overseer has started a game server, the Matchmaker's online, and the account server is still offline. So that link should show the bright red text of like account server is offline. But over here, we should see the game server's IP address. Perfect. So let's SSH into that too. Hey, Narcos versus Zombies. How's it going? All right, yeah, this one's a little bit slower to get started. So we got to wait for that to happen. Now, in the meantime, we can monitor the health of all of these services by going into this and hitting send. So check it out. We have a game server state of nothing, essentially, an account server state of nothing too. That's actually surprising because that shouldn't be the case. Oh no, it's just taking a long time. There it goes. So now the account server should be online. It is. So now if we go to that URL that I just pasted in, it should no longer have that bright red text. Okay, I take that back. Let's just refresh it. It's gonna work. Ah, there we go. Okay, so now I can connect as Atom Connect. Nice. Except for this. I have no idea what happened here. This is totally broken. Oh. No. Okay, you know what this is? This is that Uglify change being broken. Oh man. Jaguar says, what's that around his neck? That's in the FAQ. There's just a string of lights though. Okay, yeah, so the game's totally broken. Can you even use it? I guess you can. But nothing's gonna work. Get Botland done. Alright, let me try this again. Hang on a sec. So screen BL deploy logs. Yeah, this will start up eventually. So it's not going to be possible to play the game right now. It's all because of Uglify. Has anyone logged in besides me? Yeah. Enrage, Thals, Yanni. Yeah. Yeah, a bunch of people logged in, but not going to work. Man. Well, at least you have your bots here now. That's pretty nice. Yeah, if you hit the play button, what even happens? Oh, nothing. It just doesn't do anything. Yep. Well, too bad. I spent so long working on this yesterday. How did this not get fixed? This right here. Dead code false. Unused false. Hoist fares false. I tested this out. I tested everything. Okay, well, I wanted to do this before I went to lunch. I'm like super hungry right now. Maybe I can fix this quickly enough. Uh, let's try this. All right, fine. Let's go into the client gulp file. What we'll do is this. Just return that. And then I can change publish to AWS so that it doesn't actually try publishing these. And then let's try it out. Hey, the game server's online now too. Huh. It's too bad the play button doesn't work. Everything's online. Created a REST client. Created like 4 of these. Oh, because there are 4 servers. That's right. Yeah. All right, how do we fix this? So we go to VLCL gulp publish to AWS. Now we wait like 30 seconds. No, we don't. Now we wait like 30 seconds. What is this, EJ? What game is this? Oh, we added the feature to Steam. Oh, it's just for Steam. Trade in-game items is a way to make it easier to get the items they wanted in games, featuring in-game economies. We're going to start sending notices to these sites requesting they cease operations through Steam. Wow. It's crazy. That at moments like this, your keyboard and mouse are not destroyed and you aren't screaming. Well, I am streaming, so I think that's part of it. But also, I'm going to have to solve this one way or another. Goggle says, is there a way I can keep my account because my other account does not work anymore? If you're talking about yesterday, how you were stuck in a game, that should no longer be the case. But as far as like keeping your account, I don't plan on deleting them today. That's for sure. So let's do this. We go into the client, we go into dist production, and then we run this over here, but just 4,000 slash. Okay, let's try this. This should have the same error that I have on the account server. Yeah, it does. Oh man. Okay. That's fine. I spent like an hour and a half trying to fix this yesterday. I thought I did it. Is there any scope for bot scripts to be able to check the location of other bots? Yeah. They can do that as long as they're in their vision range. So that's currently possible. And I actually just added that yesterday that you can do this now. You can now say there's a helper function for get X and Y of entity. So if you say something like get X of find closest enemy bot, you can do this if you want. So this will give you their X coordinate. I'm so sick of this. So sick of this. I guess we can just change sequences to false maybe. I don't know what else we need to change though. We could probably just set all of these to false for right now and then I can go eat lunch. Let's do that, I guess. False. False. Except for still screw IE8. Okay, let's try this. If this works, then fine. I'll just publish this. Oh, so Thelzy, that was possible already. It just wasn't possible through Blockly. All Blockly converts to is JavaScript in the end anyway. So here you can see the getX that I wrote. GetX already existed in JavaScript. And actually you can do this way if you want. The more paradigmatic JavaScript way of doing this is like if x is less than cb.x, then do whatever. This is an alias for getX. GetX is there because you can't tell the coordinates of cloaked bots. There's like a million complex things happening behind the scenes here. But all you need to worry about is, hey, find closest enemy bot. I want to get the X coordinate. Blam, you're done. Don't need to worry. So let's refresh this page. We shouldn't see that giant warning, which by the way, on stream yesterday, when I was trying to fix this problem, The reason I wasn't ever getting any closer to fixing it is because I was showing errors. And despite that this is printing out in red, it's actually a warning. So that was frustrating too. Okay, so problem solved. We just need to upload this now. Still, this is super tedious, and I'm going to have to fix this at some point. Let's also actually take a look at the code that I'm producing from this. So bundle.min.js, as long as this is mangled, we're pretty good. Yeah, okay, we are good. All right, fine. So let me X out of this. Let's go fix these things. And then let's change this to 1311. Now we run this one more time, and that'll fix everything. So all you have to wait is like a minute or a minute and a half, and you guys should be able to play the game. For anyone new who's joining the stream right now, I just put the game online. Do not register with a real email address. That's my only request, because if I happen to show that on stream, then like sorry, but your email address will be on stream. So just don't use a real email address. It doesn't matter. You don't need to own the email address. Just type in anything made up. And second, it'd be nice if you use your Twitch name on here. That way I can, if there's a bug or I see something going wrong, I can say, instead of like, hey, who is Adam? I know exactly who they are. So it's uploading the new one now. We just need to wait for this process to finish. Done. Okay, so now we can refresh the page. Oh, Delzy, no, it's fine. And I don't try to show people's email address on stream, but if I accidentally do it, like, and I won't be focusing on it or anything. Okay, so when we press play, I should be in the queue. Perfect. Let's see who else is in the queue. Just me right now. So if you look at line 10, as I hit send here, other people should be able to start playing. Does anyone want to join the queue? There we go. Player 28 is now in the queue. As soon as we get 2 more players in the queue, it will produce a game, and then you'll just see a game over here. Player 38. So now 1 more player, and we'll be in a game. Refresh the page. I've pushed a new client. Trying to, quite a bit of lag. Oh, cool. Okay, so we're in a game, and it's Judge Bacon, Early's, Pettermaster, and myself. And so I'll deploy this bot. Perfect. So now you can see the Adam bot. And Early's has thrusters on his bot. Yeah, thrusters and lasers. Pettermaster has lasers, reflect, regen, and thrusters. And Judge Bacon has landmines, cloaking, and thrusters. But he has no code to use them. Nice. Let's take a picture of this. Neat. So yeah, cool. This is practically a real game of Botland right now. Pretty nice. Pretty nice. So let's see, who else is in the queue? Uh-oh. No master matchmaker exists. That's a big problem. Uh-oh. I'm seeing a lot of red. And what is this going on here? Oh, someone's trying to buy salvage packs and doesn't have enough money. Oh, they're just spamming the open button, I guess. Health check for master matchmaker failed. Yeah, that's a big problem. Okay, let me just restart it. This is gonna screw everything up. Also, why did this happen? The matchmaker never went offline, but a health check failed. I think I need to increase the amount of time between health checks. Master matchmaker failed a health check. This has happened multiple times at this point. No, the spamming, like, that's okay. I clicked it when it said 0. I was hoping you hadn't coded that conditional. Oh, I see. No, it's fine. And the error messages shouldn't be that long to begin with. But, okay, so here's what we need to do then. We need to restart the matchmaker. Where is that? Limit matchmaker. Yeah, here. So dash dash tags stop start. So if I do this, this should put the matchmaker back online. Okay, so now let's see. It should be up and running. Oh, perfect. Okay, good. So people can join the queue again. We are already on the game server, the 4 people here. So we're fine as long as you don't press the refresh button. If you press refresh, the matchmaker doesn't know that we're in this game. So you won't be put back in here. Wow, this is so cool. Machiavelli says I'm still stuck in the queue. Yeah, so anyone who was stuck in the queue, press refresh and it should be working again. Because yeah, 2 people are in the queue right now. So when there are 2 more people, then it'll form a game. And right now the only games that are being played, yeah, it doesn't know about our game. That's too bad. But yeah, if you guys who were stuck, just refresh, enter the queue again, you should be fine. Oh, Judge Bacon's using cloaking now. Oh, and melee. Nice. It's actually a pretty close game. Let's take a look. Alright, yeah. Earlies, you should? Oh, you did. Never mind. Okay. Nice. Okay, let's take a look at the queue now. Yeah, so 1 more player needs to enter the queue. By the way, for anyone who just started watching, here's the link to play. Just don't sign up with a real email address at all. Just type in random characters, basically, and you can start playing. So yeah, 1 more person in the queue. Come on, 1 more person. Alright, well, I don't know. Oh, also, you guys will have chosen buffs too, right? Yeah. Wow. I don't know. I think this is really cool because this is 10 months of work that it took to get to this point. It doesn't look like a lot. It looks like I spent a weekend making this game. But it's the infrastructure that took like 5 months of time. You ended up in a game by yourself? Okay, let's see who should be in that game. Yeah, there should be 3 other players in there. So wait, when you press tab, Thelzy, no one else is there? Or you're just saying there are no other bots? Because when you start a game, it says like who connected after you, but it doesn't say who was already connected there. So there's no way for you to tell right now whether a player is actually online or not. Figured out how to put my bot in there. Yeah. Oh, and for anyone who's confused about the UI, so clicking your bot over on the left side will let you edit it. You can just drag hardware onto it. So anything that you see over here, this is not clarified yet what these things do. So it just says melee, wait, missiles description. Okay, that's a problem. Melee missiles? Oh, I wrote missiles description on all of these. Whoops. There, problem solved. Okay, well anyway, it doesn't tell you what they do, but if you drag them onto your bot, you can pick what level you want them to be. So you can make bots, and then you'll have to click this button here to edit your script. You can just drag a pre-made script onto it. So just take Ultra Killer if you want. I mean, I haven't even customized anything beyond that. And that's it. You just hit update, and you can drag it into your queue, which will start to deploy them. Can't you just use Socket.io rooms to see if they're online or not? Oh yeah, I could. There's no problem, like it's not a technical problem that's preventing me from telling you whether people are online. It's just a I haven't coded it problem. Man, this is actually relatively fast paced too right now, despite that um, it's running on a 1 second tick. And I think part of it is thrusters. Bots with thrusters move faster, and it looks like everyone in the game has thrusters right now. Yeah, except for me. I've got missiles and artillery. And thanks to Regen, I'm slowly getting life back. My bots are invincible. In our game, nothing is moving. Wait, is nothing moving though? Because you might not have a script that causes them to move. All 4 place the bots, but nothing happens. Yeah. So check this out. Edit your bot, and so just click one of the bots in your bar over here, and click the script that you have, and then do this for me. Hit convert to JS and copy paste everything and put it into bpaste. That way I can see what it is that your bots are trying to do. If there's nothing here, so for example, if all you see is this update equals function, this means that your bot is not attempting to do anything. So you would need to actually put code in here, of course. Yeah, nameplate hides health bars. I know. I haven't. And the other thing is the bots are like totally off the tile that they should be on. So if you look at these, like this one right here, this should be centered. It should be like down here, but it's just not yet. I have to fix those. Upload custom areas. That's not going to happen for quite some time. bots are doing nothing over there. Running around like idiots. Bots code. Okay, let's take a look. The page has been removed. Oh, it's my. Wasn't supposed to be in the URL. He has artillery and shield. If will artillery hit, fire artillery. Oh wait, and you're saying that no one's moving even in this game, Delzy? So like your bot has code that yes, should cause it to move. But it's not. And sensors are there. So sensors are something that every bot has by default. What activate sensors does is it gives you +2 vision range for something like 3 turns. I don't remember how long. And the reason why you'd ever want more vision range is so that things like find closest allied bot can search farther away. Actually, that might work no matter what. But artillery can hit up to 7 tiles away. So can hit up to 7 tiles away. But normal vision range is 5 tiles. You're in the same game and just no one's moving. That's not good. All right, let's take a look. Maybe something screwed up on the server. Okay, Enrage, another one, Thels. So I can see you guys connected. And then there are no errors. We just got asked to choose a new buff. Oh, hey. 4 more players just joined a game. Nice. EJ Rules, Lurker, DevFred. So I can see... Yeah, I don't know what's going wrong then. Can you, Thelzy, can you try refreshing the page and reconnecting? Maybe, or like, does the client, does the console have any errors? You'd need to check that before you refresh, I guess. Also, wait, someone stopped deploying bots. Oh, it was Pettermaster. My bots refuse to melee. Judge Bacon, you have melee on the bots, right? Can you show me the code that you have, Judge Bacon? Why does eZoom? I made Q and eZoom. If that's a bad idea, yeah, maybe just let me know. I can remove that. So Enrage, the only way that would cause it to work is if your bots are in range of another bot. So your vision range is 5 tiles. So that will cause your bots to move, but it's only when you're 5 tiles to another bot. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, a bot would need to be here or anywhere along this line for you to see it and then move to it. Oh, what? You just linked to the delete image page, Machiavelli. Hopefully I can still see this image. Come on. Okay, is this a bug with the UI? Yes, it certainly looks like it. Yeah, do you mind, Machiavelli, can you check your console and tell me if there are any name components not defined? Oh. Name component is not defined on bundle.min 538. Huh. That's weird. Am I getting that? Oh, I'm getting that too. Oh, perfect. Okay. Then I can solve this a little bit easier. Okay, so name component is not defined. Yeah, this is actually happening constantly. What happened to Chrome? Okay, Chrome just like stopped rendering stuff for me. I can't see chat now. I can't see anything. Let me close out of... Okay, you guys can see this, right? There's just white pages for my dashboard and for... Oh, man. All right, let's close out of some of this stuff. Oh, this isn't going to work. Can I refresh it? Following pages have become unresponsive. Okay, fine. I gotta restart the dashboard, so I can't see chat right now. Hang on a second. I'm waiting for it to refresh. Come on. Okay, there we go. Oh, wait a second. This, yeah, EJ, this is the bug with interact.js. So you'll just need to refresh the page for right now. Adam, I hope you were never hoping to go for... yeah, I remember that. Okay, got it. So, yeah. So the problem with the name component thing, I've got to figure out what's causing that. Yeah, I'm no longer in a game. Okay, well, cool. That was good, guys. We played a whole Botland game, and there were only minor problems. So this says that there are 3 games being played. Who's in the queue right now? No one. Yeah, Enrage, I think there's another problem that's stopping bots from working correctly. Like I can show you what your code will do. And then if it's not working, it's because of a different bug. So let's take a look here. So I'm gonna make a new bot or a new script here. Or yeah, I'll make a new script. So I'm going to paste in your code. Here it is. I'm going to hit create, and I'm going to deploy this bot. And yes, the bot is moving. So like, if it's not working, then that does mean that it's a different bug that's causing it to not work. Now, I will say this. Your code that you have right there, it's something like, let's see, if can move, move, otherwise pursue enemy. So the way that this works, anytime your bot encounters a red line of code, it terminates its script, because all the red lines of code actually perform some kind of action. So, for example, moving around the arena, teleporting, firing lasers, missiles, artillery, any of that stuff. Those all count as your turn. So if you want this to work the way you probably expect it to, you actually want pursue enemy up here rather than where it was. Because you can always move, or almost always, like unless you're surrounded by other bots, then if putting move at the top of your script would make your script always hit a red line of code, and then it would just stop. Okay, but I don't know why that name component thing was happening. It should be happening on my own computer as well. I don't see it there. Let me join the queue again. Is anyone else in the queue? Yeah, one player is. Okay, well, we'll hit play here. My bot is invisible in the second game, but others can see it. Same for Judge Bacon, apparently. My bot is invisible, but others can see it. What does that mean? You mean like it's a rendering glitch or it's a cloaking thing? Yeah, no problem, Enrage. There's one other thing I want to ask. So, people who created their accounts today, so not yesterday, how do you feel about your bot's colors? So, I don't like them, I'm neutral about them, I like them. The reason I mentioned the ones about who were created today is because these use the different algorithm than yesterday. Adding a Blockly script in-game and hitting cancel results in this. Oh, nice. Okay, so that's what causes this. All right. So someone else reported this too. I don't remember who. Excuse me. Yeah, I don't remember who else reported this. So I'm just gonna make it rain. I just don't see it on the playfield. Okay, thank you, Judge Bacon. Yeah, I'll have to fix this bug after lunch though. Oh man, I think this broke again. Darn it. Yeah. Man. Oh, what's this? I cannot see my bots in game, and there's lots of other bots. Okay, I'll have to... Okay, this really sucks actually, because... Oh, wait a second. Twitch chat didn't break. It was just frozen. Oh, nice. Queue time's too long? How many people? Oh yeah, we're waiting for one more person to join the queue. This MMR system is faulty. Okay, Okay, so let's copy paste these things out of here. So there's that one, and then there's this one. I just don't see it on the playfield. Okay. Yeah, these are probably due to that name component problem. So this was good. I think... Oh, hey, this is also pretty good. Okay. Better results than yesterday. Today's color choices. Yeah, so this is the bug that people were talking about. If I do this, I click this thing, and then I hit cancel. Yeah, this stays over here. I probably just never thought of that. So how do you get rid of this? I guess you just click away from the UI. Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah. All right. Well, at least there's some mitigation for it. Oh, I'm in a game now. Okay, cool. So let's deploy my bot. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so now we have 2 players in the queue, and we have 3 game servers being used. This is pretty good, actually. I'm going to take a picture of this, too. So we're almost at max capacity for Botland, which is 16 players right now. So one of the best ways to get started is to edit your script so that you're using one of the pre-made ones. So you'll be looking at something like this. Just go into pre-made and choose something like Ultra Killer and drag the script onto here. And if you want, there's some movement code that'll help you too. You can drag this onto here, and you can just put it anywhere. And in fact, you can also choose clean up blocks, and it'll arrange them nicely for you. Oh, you don't see your bots? Yeah, this is probably that name component problem. It won't let me change my script during a game. Goggles, you'll have to give me more details on that. How are you trying to change your script? Are you saying you just can't click this button and like modify it, and you can't click update, or you tried to assign it to a different one and it's not letting you? Because one thing you have to keep in mind is if you have multiple scripts, so let's say I have this, just a random thing here. Actually, that won't work. Let's say I have this, set item to whatever, create. If I want this to keep the unnamed script, I need to click update. If I don't do that, then I come back into the UI and it still has the Ultra script on it. So that might be what was tripping you up there. And I might change that in the future too. I might make it so that any changes you make here, like let's say I put thrusters on here now and I just click away from the UI, I might make it so that it keeps thrusters on the bot. I'm not sure what people expect from that yet. Oh, nice. You got landmines, bot. Nice, Enrage. So let's see what you have. You have artillery 3, melee, landmines 1, thrusters 1. That's an interesting bot loadout you got there. Yeah. Oh, that's a bug. That's definitely a bug. What's going on there? Also, name component is not defined. This keeps happening. Yeah, source is set to nothing. Oh, darn it. Okay, so bug. I was in a game. Let me take a picture of this. No source. Felzy. So I was in a game and my blueprint queue icon had no source on it. I wonder if this is a cache getting cleared. Maybe this is because the cache got cleared. I need to test that. My monitor is full of Atom bots and I can't see mine. Yeah, this name component issue is screwing everything up. Name component is not defined. And I clicked this thing last time and it just froze everything. Oh, this time it didn't freeze it, but it's not really that helpful. Let's take a look. Maybe we can find it here. Name component on name value. Darn it. I should have tested this some more. Where does this come from? Owner.getName. Text component equals this dot get. Oh, that doesn't look right. No, wait, yes, that's fine. It makes a new one. It's not get text component, it should be called create text component. This is what happens after refreshing. But probably the same reason. Yeah, I'll need to fix these things. Any chance you could reduce the time of the matches during these testing phases? Yeah, I can do that. All right. Yeah, I guess as long as balance isn't already a thing. Right, Judge Bacon, that's, yeah. This is because you don't have the rest of the bots here. All right, so thank you for reporting this stuff. Yeah, and I gotta figure out why this is happening. The name component bug. Where's this coming from? It's coming from create bot. Wow. Okay. Name component bug. Uglify fixed. Well, kind of. And then I gotta write that down too. Uglify was still a problem. I just turned everything off. RJ Merritt says, what are you working on? I'm working on a game called Botland, and it's like sort of playable right now, but not really. It's super broken. So it's an online strategy game. I can kind of show it to you, maybe, if this works. Darn it. Okay, hang on. Let me try again. I'm going to refresh the page. Oh, there we go. Okay. So, yeah, the way that this game works is you make bots. So you make them by coming up with what hardware they have, like artillery, regen, and missiles. And then you make scripts for the bots so that they know how to work. So in this case, I just used a pre-made one. I didn't come up with any of this. Well, I did because I'm the creator of the game. But as a player of the game, I just dragged this onto the canvas and it was pre-made for me. So then the bots work based on the scripts you gave them, and they fight in the arena. And that's it. So the game is working right now. We have players in the game. We actually have multiple game servers online. And we have a couple of people in the queue. No, no one's in the queue. Also, the max wait time in the queue was almost 5 minutes. But the average wait time was 1.5 minutes. Yeah, it's still pretty long. Loaded into a game, didn't hit the name component failure. However, got hit with these errors. Imager link is the console output and pastebin is the script. Okay, so let's split these up. So let's look at the imager link first. Name component is not defined. Yeah, it's still happening. And then, yeah, all these entities not being found. Yep. Yeah, I think these are being caused by other issues. So I'm going to have to fix these bugs after lunch. There's a lot to fix. Wow. Our match is 1v1? No, they're 2v2 right now. So I have 2 players on the red team, 2 players on the blue team. You can press tab to see the leaderboard if you want. Also, the game should ideally work on an iPad or something. I haven't totally tried that, although I have the iPad here. So let me take this. Unfortunately, this URL is really obnoxious to type. So let's see if I can get this. Also, this iPad is very slow. Come on. Okay, so let me type in this URL. So S3, and I'm going to change this URL eventually so that it's way easier to type in. s3-us-west-2.amazon.com/botland.html. Oh my god. The hyphen button sometimes doesn't work. Okay, let's try that out. Oh yeah, Enrage, you got 78 kills. Okay, so this should load on my iPad. Let's see. We should just see, whoop, wait, there. Yeah, we should just see a connect component. Good. So if I connect as Adam2, so Adam, oh man, 2, and then password is probably just password. Okay, so let's see. We'll see this together. Oh, it worked! Does it work on Android? It should. So if I go to edit blueprint, can I customize this? Oh, it switches to the keyboard and that like totally screws up. Oh, check it out. It actually does work. I don't know how easy this will be to show you. Hang on, let me move over here. All right, so we're gonna take Quetzal torso off. Oh, it updated. All right, nice. Well, at least some of this stuff is working. I'm not gonna keep working with that. Okay, so any list of all available JS functions, it should be, or at least like some of them should be on the wiki. Let me see if I can find you the actual page. So coding in Botland. Yeah, this is not up to date. It's not complete, but it's got a lot of them. The best way for you to figure out what functions are available, and I know this is tedious, but it's for you to look through these Blockly menus. So let's say you find something like activate sensors. To find out what it is in JavaScript, just click convert to JS, and you'll be like, oh, okay, that's what the function is. But you won't know what it does. You won't know how you're supposed to use it, etc. So like, yeah, it's not great, any means of documentation. Hey, Kwa. And yeah, this is really cool. I'm glad to see like people can play the game. Yes, there are tons of bugs. We have 2 games with people in it right now, and we have 1 person in the queue. So when this game ends, I am probably going to take everything offline because I'm going to just keep hearing about the same bug reports over and over if I don't. Also, I don't know who another one is, but you can hit Control K to kill off all your bots if you want. But I don't even know if you're in the game. Oh, another one just disconnected. Okay. Test. Someone try chatting here. Spam. Okay, yeah. It's scrolling chat correctly. Okay. Yeah. And people don't actually need to try chatting. I just want to make sure that this looks alright. I think it does. Yeah. Nice. Nice. Check out my sick KDR. Oh, 19-0. Alright, we got 13 seconds left in the game. So the issue is that once the game ends, unfortunately, it just closes immediately. There's no talking to people after the game. There's no looking at the leaderboard. You're gone. You're out of it. So that's that. Let's see if those people go back into the queue. There's a deprecation warning as soon as I load. Use of application. Oh yeah, I know about that. Thank you, Judge Bacon. Okay, so like I said, I think I'm going to close things down now. I don't know how long you guys have left in your game, but I think that's it for now. RJ Merritt, this is the first like full game that I'm making. The last one I made this. That game that I just linked in was open source too, so you can play this game if you want. It's online here. This game was sort of like a tower defense game. You would enter a level and then you would choose which of these spawners you want to place your units on, and then after that they would just kind of control themselves, and you could equip them with different items and stuff. So I could drag this onto here, and yeah. Four minutes left in your game. Okay. Yeah. Got people in this game too. I might as well push this next game through the queue, but I'm not going to let this game play out. Just that way the people who were in the queue are no longer in the queue. They're in a game. Oh, my bots didn't even get deployed. What? What's going on? Oh, they did get deployed, but they're invisible. Oh, maybe this is related to the problem you guys were talking about. If I refresh the page, what happens? No, this is super broken. Super broken. Okay, whatever. That's it. I'm gonna close this out, I think. Oh, nice, RJ Merritt. Yeah, if you want to link it in, you totally can. Yeah, okay, so that bug is almost definitely because of all the other bugs that are happening right now. I think by fixing those, I'll have fixed that too. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna close down the servers. I'm gonna go get lunch. When I come back, I'll be back for like 2.5 hours. I'm going to work just through this list of things that we just found now. Yeah, refreshing doesn't help. Yeah, I think that's it for now then. So, yep, I'll take all the servers offline. But yeah, it worked pretty well. The infrastructure's sturdy. It got bots and scripts, and people could play the game, and they could sign up for accounts and everything. And now we're going to terminate it all. And then the next time I deploy this, which will probably be Friday, I want to work on scripts to make deploying it way easier. So that let's say I came back from lunch and I wanted to just press a button basically and have it all be online. That'd be great. Yeah, I hope so, Enraged. This will be it's exciting for me, definitely. I hope you guys are at least somewhat excited too about it. And I think I'll stop talking. I gotta get lunch. So yeah, I'll check this out. I'll check this out later, RJ Mary. Check out RJ's game. What did early? Yeah. Oh man. I know. This stuff is broken. Okay, so let's terminate everything. I'm gonna close out of this stuff. Okay, so we run AWS, and now this is what's gonna take you all out of here. Kill all. Yep, game servers are now offline. All right, well, thank you everyone for helping me with that. That was pretty great. And I'm looking forward to the day when I can just leave the servers running for, an entire week and nothing bad happens. But yeah. All right, cool. So I'm going to go eat lunch, like I said. I'll be back after probably about 40-ish minutes. And then I'll be back for about 2.5 hours then. Oh, yeah. Oh, boy. Nice colors, though. All right, cool. Yeah. See you guys after lunch. Thanks for watching, too. Hey, Azirin. Welcome back. Um, I went and looked at Siege Games' stream yesterday. Well, from 2 days ago, I guess. The one that had linked you to me, and I saw you pasted like 10 names in the chat. Yeah. Increase the health check timeout. Require that it fails multiple times before crashing. Yeah. Sorry, I just need to turn on a fan. Okay, so for those of you who are tuning in for the first time today, earlier today, Botland was playable again. I've been putting it on for just long enough to harvest all of the bugs from it, and then I go and I try to fix the bugs. Oh, cool. Well, nice, Azirin. Yeah, I think of all the people on game development or programming who stream, if they have any popularity, then chances are they've got they've got a following already. So I always ask people like, hey, what do you think I can do differently, or what does some other streamer do that you think I should do? And not even like I'm not trying to steal gimmicks or something like that. I'm just saying like, should I spend more time focusing on the game, or should I do whatever question and answer sessions or something like that? And most people say like, Adam, your personality is different enough from all the other streamers, and they're different enough from each other too, where each person has their own allure, I guess. There's a lot of bugs to fix, by the way. A lot. A lot, a lot, a lot, a lot, a lot. So one of the things that we're going to need to do for beta, and I got to write this down somewhere. I'm not sure where. So beta preparation. Need to put up full API documentation. Need to teach people about terminators in Blockly. We frequently see scripts like if, I'll say, like move at the top. Oof. Okay, so this name component bug is incredibly annoying. Let's try to figure out why it's happening. Where's it even coming from? Here. Name component doesn't even exist. Oh no. I think I know what's going on here. Whoops, yeah, it's right here. So anytime your bot gets deployed, this should be a problem. Well, alright, let's go fix that. Yeah, that's too bad. Oh, good, Azirin. Yeah, and you know what? I'd love to be able to play music for myself, but the problem is if I'm playing it on stream, then there's a legal issue and my stream will get muted. And if I'm playing it just for myself, then it's a distraction issue and it's hard to know how loudly I'm speaking, and there's one more thing to focus on. So it's not that I don't want music, it's that I can't realistically have it. I've tried every once in a while putting headphones on and just listening to something, but it doesn't usually work for me too well. Okay, so I think if I just go into the game and I deploy bots, that we'll see this error show up. Let's try it out. Should happen immediately, because this code isn't there. Yep, there it is. There's the problem. What is this, though? Name. Why do I even... Oh, publish, update, deployed bot. Okay, and we subscribe to it here. Yeah. Man, okay. Should have realized that. It's the text component that we want. So this needs to be... We still need to get the name component. That's essentially it. That's all I need to do. Let's go into the code and do that. Because I had this code there before. I got rid of it. This right here. This is the code. And then I uploaded it immediately. Oh, man. All right. Well, let's fix it. So name component. There. Done. Yeah. Delibird. I don't actually know if you can do that. Like, I think it's not worth pursuing people over it, but I don't know if that makes it legal. I'm not sure. I asked my lawyer about it before I started streaming a long time ago, and he said, like, you likely do not have the license to do that. And if I can't do something legally, I don't want to do it, even if it's done by basically all the other Twitch streamers. Because, yeah, I see that everywhere on Twitch, right? People stream, they've got music on, their past broadcasts get muted. Oh well. Maybe I'll just have to compose a bunch of music for the stream. Okay, I think I fixed the bug. Let's try it out. So connect. Alright, so when I deploy bots over here, this bug should be gone. Let's take a look. Yeah, it's gone. It's the Zex. Says, can I see the game? Yeah, so this is the game. It's a game called Botland. In it, you make bots. You give them different strategic weapons and armor and support units, and then you write scripts for them. So the scripts you write can either be JavaScript or they can be this language called Blockly, which is a visual language. It's actually relatively easy to use because you can understand what this does without needing to know code. So you can move things around if you want. You can reconnect these pieces. You could change how you're going to affect the arena here. And then your bots work based on the code that you gave them. So that's it. That's like the 10,000 foot view of Botland. Yeah, and some of the copyrights, like on sheet music, it's ridiculous. The composers usually need to have been dead for a certain number of years, and it depends on which country that you're in, and maybe which country the composer was from. I don't know. But yeah, sometimes they're pretty ridiculous. Oh, thanks, Graham. What languages do you know or primarily use? I only really use JavaScript right now. So I haven't seen this happen again, and I think this was caused by, I'll just close this for now. I think it was caused by slow React UI. Not positive though. What's this? Yeah, I can get rid of that. Okay, so this is fixed. That was it. It was just a small problem. In fact, I should probably write these on the to-do list so I know what I fixed. Oh my god. There we go. Let's tab this back a bunch of times. So I had just accidentally gotten rid of the name component. So name component bug is now fixed. That's it. Gotta at some point get rid of that. Oh, that's another bug that I fixed here too. Alright, well let's write this. So fixed a bug where name component didn't exist. So that's bug number 1. Bug number 2 that I fixed was these descriptions had missiles description in them. I mean, these aren't real descriptions anyway, but Zapper missiles description, melee missiles description, that was just wrong. So fix some item descriptions. They're still incomplete, but they're no longer outright wrong. There. You guys hear that? Like metal squeaking? I don't know where that's coming from. Okay, let's take a look at what that bug would have caused. So name component. it would have no longer updated your deployed bot, but the rest of this code should have been fine. Although it still would have been an exception. Is auto deploying? Yeah, this wouldn't have been updated. This likely didn't cause too much, well, too many side effects. Maybe just deployed bots wouldn't look correct in the UI. I don't know. Maybe it did cause something else though. I'm not sure. Hard to know. Well, we'll keep looking. Okay, so Thelzy talked about these errors. Let's go look at these now. So unfortunately, all these are probably going to start with that name component bug. But then it says an entity was not found. Yeah, so this is the server didn't tell you about certain entities that you expected to have. Or it did tell you about them, and for some reason the client couldn't use them. And this is actually a pretty good way that it wouldn't be able to use them, because if this all got called from the same general thing. In fact, that's probably it. Does this ever get called from a loop? Create entity. It doesn't seem like it is. Wait, is it? No, we send it in a loop here, but that's not the same as being a loop on the client side. How else could this happen? I don't know. So Thelzy hit a bug where a client didn't know about. Hang on a second. Excuse me. A client didn't know about certain entities. I don't know how to fix this because I don't know if this is even happening again for me, but we'll have to check it out. Hi VIP Toxic, or VIP Toxic. Yeah, there's a video that EJ just linked in that goes over it. And normally, well, eventually the game will just be online all the time and people will be able to play. But for now, I've been putting it online for about like 30 minutes or 60 minutes at a time, and then finding a bunch of bugs and then taking it off so I could fix it. So yeah, I can't just send you a link right now, unfortunately, except to the video. So this is another thing I'm gonna have to fix. Let's just file all these bugs for right now. I need to check in a fully fixed version. So yeah, this is something I've seen fail now twice. I need to fix it. And thankfully I have a lot of code that'll help me fix it. I just need to put the code in the right location. So we'll go to endpoint monitor. Now the way that this works for non-critical endpoints is that you can have a number of failed health checks. Where is this? Endpoint failed. Yeah, number of consecutive failed health checks. We should just let everything have this. Okay. So this is endpoint failed health check. Yeah, and right here, we'll just allow every endpoint to fail a certain number. Game servers need a certain number of failed consecutive health checks in order to be removed. So no, we'll just say every game server needs that. So if num failed is less than max failed, then endpoint has failed num failed health checks, which is less than max, so ignoring this for now. Yeah, and as long as I'm at it, let's do this too. There. Okay, now we need to test it out. So, how will we go about doing this? Actually, this should be pretty easy to test. We just close out of this and out of this. What? Oh, nice. Okay, yeah, that actually worked. Okay, so let's start this up. Cool. I don't know why that took so long. Now let's start this up. It's going to register. Come on. Taking your sweet time. All right. So, okay, here's what we do now. We close this tab, and this thing should fail 2 health checks. 1, 2. Okay. So, take a look at that. So, health check for Master Matchmaker failed. And now it says it's failed 1 health check, which is less than 2, so ignoring this for now. And then it fails a second one, and it says, okay, that's it. You failed 2 health checks. Removing you. Okay, you hit the max. We should put another comment there somewhere. Matchmaker failed health check. Where do we write that down, actually? Removing this from our data structures, yeah. So health check failed should be accompanied by how many health checks failed. So health check. I guess info error maybe? I don't know what log we should put that in. But health check for endpoint failed. This is the num failed, max failed. Wait. Failure count. Yeah, let's do that. Let's try that again. Yeah, VIP Toxic, if you're interested in playing it all, if you come back on Friday, you should be able to play then. I don't stream on Thursdays, and actually I really can't promise anything about Friday either, because there are a lot of bugs to fix. But even if I did fix the bugs, I am probably not going to have the servers online all day. Maybe I will. We'll have to see. So what is this? Oh, interesting. Okay, so we terminate this, and what happens over here? Health check failed, failure count 1 out of 2. Then health check failed, failure count 2 out of 2. Yeah, and the reason the 3 out of 2 happens is fine, and we don't have to worry about that. Okay, yeah, that's that. So that should make this slightly more resilient. Now, part of the issue here, what was happening before, so I've seen this twice now. Overseer is online, Matchmaker is online. The Overseer has communication between the Matchmaker. If the Matchmaker doesn't respond every single second to the Overseer, then it got immediately terminated. And that was it. There was no recovering from that. The recovery scenario would have been that a secondary one would pick up where it left off, but I don't have any secondary ones online right now. However, I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to change this to, if the Matchmaker doesn't respond every single second, we'll give it 1 more chance to respond. And if so, then cool, you're back to 2 chances. And VIP Toxic, thanks for following. So that's good. Let's just leave that as is. And belligerent. Thank you too for following. Yeah, wrecked. Alright, yeah, we can't check that in. Color pair, wait a second. No, this is totally wrong. I'm in the wrong code base entirely. Check health of non-critical endpoints every 1 second. I don't think that's a good idea. I think we'll keep this. I don't know, being able to close servers down easily is nice. Okay. All endpoints are now allowed to fail up to twice in a row. Previously, this was exclusively allowed only for game servers. But I ran into issues where the matchmaker was dying in production. I don't know how, still, totally. But yeah, I think that's good for now. Let's lint the code. That's not how I'm supposed to do this. That's how I'm supposed to do this. Okay, so we can commit that. We can also close out of this, actually. Delete, commit. All right. VIP Toxic, what's your idea? Also, are light tokens even getting created? They are. Huh, alright. Okay, done. Done with that. What else do we have here? So editing a Blockly script in-game and hitting cancel results in this. So yeah, let's write this down over here. Yeah, I remember this. This shouldn't be too hard to fix. And I already know that it's a problem. And whoa, what? Oh, right. I turned everything off. I forgot. Okay, let's just close out of all of it. And then restart it. There. Start with level 1 on cloak, move, etc. But you gain experience level up. The more you destroy other bots and gain experience, gain points. Yeah, so VIP Toxic, part of the reason, like, I've thought about this before, and usually the reason why I don't want to go for something like that is partially the UI. If you start with level 1, then your bots would have something like this on them at the beginning of the match. They'd start with like level 1 of everything that they could put on the bot. And this is very different from what it would look like at the end of the match. So as things level up, you'd need to go in here and be like, oh, lasers just leveled up. Okay, let's take that off and let's put lasers level 2 on, and now let's update that bot. Now let's go into this one, and oh, missiles leveled up, so let's put missiles level 3 on, and then go into this one. And I think that'd be a very different kind of game. And we might take some element of that, but I'm not sure if we'll go with that at first. And Kuba says, what's your major and where'd you graduate? So the where I haven't answered, but the major that I had was computer science. Okay, so yeah, the issue that we're running into here is this. If you hit cancel right here, this thing just stays around. Now that's not due to an error, is it? No. What's that one? No, that's fine. All right. What's the timer on the top right for? That's how long is left in the game. So, you know, you can deploy bots in the game, of course. And like, there we go. So there are some bots. I know the offsets are wrong, so the shield and the life bar and whatever else is like totally busted, but whatever. Yeah, so the timer's how long is left. Nice, Deadbringer. Excuse me. All right, so how is that happening? Because I don't think this was always the case, right? What if you hit cancel in code? Maybe I never hit cancel in Blockly. Maybe I just never tested this. But yeah, there it is. Okay, so let's go into ingame.js. When you hit the cancel button, we need to know what's showing here exactly. And originally it's a script editor, and we switch back to this. So change to edit mode is what happens when you press cancel. Is this Scratch? Oh, JK. Well, for those who don't know, it's Blockly, which was inspired by Scratch. So on cancel equals change to edit mode. So something's failing here. We show the loadout in the new in the inventory. Set that to true. Doesn't slide back. And wait, when you hit create, it works correctly? Update. No, wait, even updating it doesn't necessarily make it work. Oh, it broke even if you hit update. Oh, yeah, so this just totally broke then. This happens even if you hit update. It probably means that I didn't use recompose correctly. When did I start this? I started it on, I think, September 8th. By the way, so, and again, I don't say this to be snarky or anything, but if you click through the info sections on Twitch, you should find at least some of these, the answers to the questions you're talking about. So yeah, both the stream and development started on September 8th. Technology, Blockly is used for visual coding. So yeah. Okay, yeah, so it's probably a recompose bug. But how? How? So I press this, I hit update, and that's left there. I don't know. I don't know. Could be anything. The Blockly component, Blockly finished CSS transition. Yeah, number of lines of code I haven't counted. Enough people ask me that where I should probably just figure it out because I haven't figured it out yet. Blockly transition end handler. Alright, so see the comments for finished animating position for why this is needed. That comes from blockly.js and then right here. Okay, so see comments for finished animating position for why this is needed. Yeah, a lot of people have also commented on that too, putting the game in 3D. I don't think the game would gain anything from 3D movement. It could gain something from 3D graphics, but still a 2D plane of movement. But a lot of what you're doing in this game is writing scripts that should be pretty straightforward to understand. So movement is something as simple as like this. So just pursue enemy. Or if you wanted to manually move, you could say something like, if I can move left, then I want to move left. If there were a 3D world that you could move through, you might do something like, okay, like shift up a certain number of degrees and like raise your altitude or something. And that could totally work, or we could simplify that down to like there are two planes sort of, but I don't think we gain a whole lot from it, and it would involve a lot of different changes. Okay, so yeah, I don't know what else to really do here. I guess I could revert the code. Yeah, actually that's what we could do. We could revert the code to when I didn't have what's it called? I'm not able to form thoughts now. Oh yeah, when I didn't have recompose. And if that fixes it, then I know that I broke it by using recompose. Well, I pretty much already know that that's true because I would have noticed this before. Blockly component isn't necessarily in the DOM right now. So blockly.js. This has been the same as it used to be. Workspace.toolbox.position. So let's do this. Global.aaa equals this. We can call finished animating position directly on it and see if that's just missing. It might be. So we go back into here, we hit this, we hit update. Now we go over here, AAA, and call finished animating position. Okay, so yeah, that would fix it, but it must not be getting called. Component did mount. After transitioned, call that. Okay, let's put a breakpoint in there. Actually, we don't need a breakpoint in the code. We can just do this manually. This is an in-game Blockly finished CSS transition. So in-game.js, Blockly finished CSS transition. We put a breakpoint there. Okay, don't care about that one. Don't care about that one. And now we hit cancel. Oh, and it's not getting hit. So there is no transition happening. Interesting. So that means transition end is probably not getting called. Which means it's just not transitioning. On create or update, create or update. After calling create or update, set this to true. Yeah, these used to work. They're not working anymore. If I was playing, I would go for N3 on everything. Oh, you mean like level 3 of stuff? So, yeah, that's totally possible. The problem is that you only have 7 slots on your bot. So you can only put 2 level 3 things on it right now. Like lasers level 3, thrusters level 3, and then your last slot is going to be something relatively weak, like shield level 1. And that's totally fine. That's what probably a lot of people will end up doing. And I imagine some other combos might be like a 3-2-2 sort of thing. So you're like, okay, I'm all in on missiles, but I want to move pretty quickly, and I want to be able to teleport as well. And like, this is another probably going to be a popular just setup of 7. I don't imagine people are going to use level 1 things too often. But you never know. You have an extra slot and you want to put regen on your bot, then go for it. You want armor or something. Okay. Should I bother reverting all of this? I should be able to figure this out. So let's keep going. So transition end isn't being called update or cancel. Actually, that one might be helpful. This right here, finished animating position. Last to watch position space. Yeah, good. Okay, so that's called from here, and it's only called from this. And this is only ever installed on transition end. Yeah, so this likely means that a transition never started. I can't think of any other way that that would work. But when we have the script editor showing, we add a class to this entire thing. I don't think it has visibility. Right, and then we switch back to loadout and inventory, and we say show in-game inventory. So show in-game script edit is the only thing extra here. And that's another translate X of 66%, which we're then removing. Strange. So it's this. What's the translate X on this right now? 33%. If I click edit, it goes up to 66%. If I click this, it's still 66%. Is that the issue? It sure seems like it. And yet this is visible, it's set correctly. Show in-game hardware inventory, show in-game script edit. I hit cancel. Doesn't do anything. I bet if I did this, I just said 66.7%, this would probably just work. And I know that sounds ridiculous, but let's try that out. Hey, Snake Eyes. Yeah, that fixes it. Oh, man. All right. Well, how did I break this then? How's the game coming along? Almost done? No, nowhere near done. And even for beta, there's still a lot of work. But today what I got done with was now these icons that you have on the left they actually are the bots that you've configured. So if I put, let's say, the Quetzalcoatl bot and then the Geode bot, and I kill all of mine off now, you can see the Geode bot just got taken from the queue, put into the arena. The next one to die, the Quetzal bot will be put into the queue, or into the arena, I mean. Excuse me. So there it is. And then the next one will be the Wasp, and there it is. So yeah, these icons are now correct, and they're correct in every part of the UI. So that's as of today. So if I go over to here, you can see that these icons are now the right bots. You click edit, it's correct there. You click that, it's correct there. So they are correct everywhere, even there. Then I improved the performance a lot, and then I introduced like 70 bugs into the game. So, you know, normal day. None of those bots are good to test this for. It's these that are good. Why were they different colors? So this is one particular player. When I logged in on another tab, I was a different player altogether. So that's why I was a different color. Like I was Adam 3. If I log in as Adam 5, they're going to be different colors again. All my password's different on Adam 5. Yeah. And I changed color generation, so it should be a little bit nicer, I think. Okay, this file has not changed, and I really haven't changed any of this stuff, so I don't know why this is breaking right now. 7/8. Yeah. I don't get it. Okay. So something changed as of today, I guess. What keyboard do you have? Alright, I think I'm gonna have to revert code to figure out what broke this. I should be able to see the translate X change on the slider section. I'm always super hesitant about doing this. And I guess I need to check in some more code before I do this. It's not really needed. Just revert that. No problem, VIP. Yeah, let's check this in. Fine. Checking in a couple of relatively minor changes. Fixed Uglify in a heavy-handed way. I thought it was working based on some extensive testing yesterday, but it turns out that it was still broken. So I set almost every option to false and clarified a comment. No, it's just an ergonomic keyboard. I mean, it's supposed to prevent against some things like that happening, but it's just supposed to provide less strain on your wrist. I think this is in the FAQ, actually. What is that keyboard? Why are you using it? Yeah. Still need to fix the FAQ. Checked in a couple of relatively minor changes. Yeah, clarified a comment. Okay. Now, let's take a look at something else. Let's take a look at the old code that we had. So show log. Let's switch back to what we had yesterday. So can I say switch/checkout to this? Okay, so we've just time traveled back to the end of yesterday. Now we just need to rebuild everything. So let's just start all of this again. That should cause that to get rebuilt, and this should take quite some time. There we go, yeah. 3 seconds as opposed to 1. Yep, okay. Cool. Now let's close all this stuff again so that we have this working from scratch. So run, cluster run, and run. There we go. Okay, let's load it up. And we'll see if I still broke it here too, because that would be too bad. Oh right, Atom1 is not an account. It's Atom without a number. Okay, so let's try it. So yeah, this is what the game looked like yesterday. There were just bot icons that were generic. And now when we press cancel, wait, that actually doesn't count. Hang on, it's this one that counted. Yeah, so it wasn't a bug as of yesterday. So we need to figure out why not. We're investigators. Alright, so this comes from here. We have the sliding section div. Where is that? Here. So translate is set to 66.6, and I hit cancel, and it's still 66.6, but that went away. I reverted and I still see a translate X 66.6% no matter what. Pressing cancel does work though. When did I break this then? Let's just keep stepping forward through the commits until I find the one that broke it. So can I say switch or check out to this? You know what? I know what broke it. It was the one where I used recompose everywhere. Where's that? Yeah, this. So this commit is probably the last working one. So let's switch to that. Good. More time travel. Now let's rebuild this. Actually, I think it already rebuilt. Okay, good. So now we refresh the page and connect. No, we connect as Atom, not as Atom2. Yeah, there. Okay, so let's try that out. Cancel. Yeah, that's still working. And then, like I said, I'm pretty sure this commit is the one that broke it. So let's try that one out. And let's see, does this auto rebuild when I hit OK? Hey, it does. That's pretty good. Okay, so now I bet it's broken. Yes, it is. Okay, well, we know exactly what commit broke it. So now we can check out back to this again, switch / checkout to master. And the one last thing we need to do is delete all these branches that I just made. So let's figure out how to do that. Hang on a second. How do you delete branches? Oh, it's super easy. Okay, so we just delete the ones from today, right? Delete branch, delete branch, delete branch. There. Hey, awesome Indian kid. All right, so we know exactly what broke. We just don't know why it broke. And we know what commit it was introduced. So this was introduced in the commit where I made kev 8, kev 7, key 7. Oh God. If only I could time travel back to when I learned how to talk and correct myself. I have no idea what just went through my head, but thanks for following. We'll distract everybody with giveaways. There. So this was introduced in the commit where I put recompose on everything. Yeah, this is why I'm taking a vacation next week. Yeah, woohoo. So this could have been anywhere. It could have been in-game. It could have... Oh, is this a transition end thing? Blockly finished. Blockly component dot finished animating position. But this isn't even being called. No, we know. Man. How do I fix this? Let's get rid of enhance and see if that fixes this. No, it's still broken. Interesting. Well, it had to be one of those. Has to be one of these files that I broke. It has to be. Or a combination of them. So if it's not that, maybe it's script edit. Let's just start changing things. I mean, I have no better ideas right now. We didn't change Blockly, did we? No. Oh, this one didn't even change. It was the component that changed. There. Let's try that. Yeah, awesome Indian kid, I know about that, but it doesn't let you change it on the server. So you can set it to like 100 seconds, but it won't actually give you more time. Oh, that fixed it. Well, well, well. Alright, so I just needed to update this thing. But why does that make any sense? How does that cause this to work? I have no idea about that. am I missing something from here that I should have had? Is editing with Blockly on user switch code style. This should be a function. Yeah, it is. Blockly XML on update workspace, on create, window height, on convert to JavaScript, on prettify, is creating script, and on cancel. Here's a little thing I've been working on for tutorials. How is it for working with JS for one day? Let's take a look. So okay, there are a few things that stand out to me. I don't know if you're new to programming in general or just to JavaScript, but I'll say just a couple of things right off the bat. One is that I noticed there's some strange indentation here, and it looks like you're using tabs. I mean, whether or not you use tabs is fine, although it looks like you have mixed tabs and spaces. This to me means you probably copy pasted some of this code from somewhere. But regardless, I would try to make this look a little bit prettier. So check this out. Usually whatever text editor you're using can do this for you. So for example, for me, I can format this entire thing with one shortcut. And there now, everything's tabbed in the same amount, and this looks a little bit neater right off the bat. So I would probably address something like that. The other thing is that you're using while loops to control program flow, and this is potentially dangerous because if you ever don't have a break here, then you run into an infinite loop. So if you were to just say something like while true console.log, this prints forever. So this is an infinite loop, and typically like your program, especially something like this, is probably going to be a loop at some point if you're allowed to say no to these questions, because then you'd have to just go back to the beginning. But if you ever did forget something here, then yeah, it would just go on forever. So let's see, same thing here. But yeah, this stuff looks good. And you're using triple equals, which I think is a good idea, and you're using it everywhere. This in particular, yeah, I guess you have confirm here. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. I mean, looks pretty good. The other thing I guess I would probably change here is login list exists here, but I don't think it's used here. Yeah, it's not. So login list is actually declared every single time you come back to this. It should be declared outside of this while loop. So probably up here on line 1. And then what do you use this for? Actually, what do you use this for? Oh, I don't think login list is actually used anywhere in your code. I mean, I see splice and this stuff, but it's never read from. But yeah, good job so far. So if I say that this thing always updates, then we're totally fine. Does this have state that I need to know about? No, it doesn't. Weird. So that fixes this bug. I do not understand that. Yeah, that stuff works. Then I uncomment this line of code, and it stops working. Hi, Squares Gaming. I don't think I've seen you here before. How's it going? Yeah, that's it. That one line of code somehow breaks this. I ostensibly understand how this works. It's that without having this line of code, should component update is always true. So that means that there's something that's trying to cause this to update that I'm not accounting for. I guess the way that we can find this out is just by making our own should component update. Next props, next state. So console.log. I don't know. I don't know what to write here. Console.table next prop. Let's just do that. Is there an API thing for Twitch chat? Yeah. I'm using one for JavaScript that's called tmi.js. Twitch message interface or something like that. Return undefined instead of a Boolean value. Whoops. Okay, so we're printing out a ton of stuff now. And actually, this didn't work the way that I expected it to. We could just stringify it, I suppose. There. Okay, so let's take a look. Alright, this is a whole lot of information. So we're going to need to copy paste some of this. There. Okay, so here it is. Blockly XML is editing with Blockly and is creating script. All of that is correct. Oh man. What would cause this to get screwed up? Let's just print out the keys, I guess. Keys, next props, and keys, next state. And we probably want to stringify those too, huh? Otherwise it's going to be an object. Alright, so JSON.stringify. Oops. There. What's the problem? The problem is, just close out of the game. So the problem is this. When you're in a game and you click cancel over here, it leaves that dialog open on the side. It's not open right now because I'm working on fixing this. Let's see. So here's what we have. Blockly XML, on prettify code, on convert, on. So if I get rid of these ons, I'm left with 3 things. And that's it. Yeah, Indian Kid, I tend to use multiple cursors by pressing the shortcut, which by default is Control D. So if you have something like var x1 equals 2, x2 and x3, I can select this, and then, like I said, by default is Control D. You can make multiple cursors that way, and then do something like this if you want. And then use the cursors to do whatever it is you want to do. Whoop. Hooray. There are lots of other ways to do that too. You can extend your number of cursors that you have. You can draw blocks like this. You can do a whole lot of different things. So what I want to know is, when do we run into something that's not one of, where did it go? I had it somewhere. Here it is. Okay, we want to know when it's something that isn't listed here. And I don't think that's ever going to be the case. But let's take a look anyway. So let's do keys equals underscore dot keys next props. Now underscore dot pull keys, and then all of these. So underscore dot pull all, I think we can use. I keep typing O dash. I don't know what's happening with the L on that word. So pull all. This is like pull, except that it pulls an array of values. Yeah. Cool. So let's just put this in here. Okay, now if keys.length is greater than 0, then console.log json.stringify keys. And then we can get rid of this and put this here. Done. Okay, so that's everything. This is very likely never going to print, but if it does, then it means that I have an error, and it's potentially an error in more lines of code than just this. So let's take a look. We click this. Click this, click this, we click this, and it never gets hit. So yeah, I don't know. This means that there's no problem, that the props we're getting are always the props that I expect to be getting. So I guess we can check next state. Let's see. Yeah, that never exists either. Wow. So then why would this not work? Yeah, I don't know. Strange. This is set so that the logic should be exactly the same as what I have, and yet if I just change that single line of code and cancel here, then this bar stays on the screen. Okay. So by commenting out this line in scriptedit.js, I fix everything at once. This is not how I expect things to work. So this means that the should component update function that's being added by recompose is returning false sometimes when it should return true. I wonder if I can look into this line of code at all and figure out what it's doing. Actually, yes, I can. So let's do that. So right here in component did mount, let's just say global.aa equals this. Hey, Fade. And that needs to be different from the Blockly one, which I don't know if I left there. Global.aa. Yeah. All right, looks good. Let's try it. Okay, so do this. AAA is set, and we check component. What's going on? Huh. Weird. I should have access to everything here. Should component update. There it is. Yeah, this. Where's this function defined? Show function definition. Return test this dot props. Oh, and this is getting hit. So where's this? Only update for keys? And prop keys should be the ones that I defined, right? Do we have any variables here? This props actually has a lot here. This can't be correct. It's the same one that they have for all of these. Alright, what do I care about here? I care about the caller when it's a specific one. This is going to be too hard to find because this is not the point in the stack when I need this to happen. Okay, what if we wrap that in another function? This is all an elaborate way of trying to figure out what's broken here. So what if we do this? Next props, next state, or even, yeah, I guess that way. Next props, next state. This should component update. Next props, next state. But we need to call it as though we are that caller. So I guess we can do apply. No, not apply. See a digite. JavaScript call. Can we specify that this arg? Oh, we can. Oh, that's super easy then. So we'll just say this. Script edit. Actually, no, we shouldn't do that. this might work. This is really hacky. If this does work, then I'll explain everything that's going wrong here. So we connect. I don't care about that. I do care about this. Should component update. Yeah, so now we can step into this function. Error thrown close all in transaction. What is this stuff? Oh, that's not right. Oh, I gotta return that. Although either way, I think this is still gonna be problematic. Yes, it is. Oh man. What is it saying? Cannot read property call of undefined. There. That should work. Hey, cool. Alright, we're in good shape here. Interesting. Okay. So what we want to know is, when is this returning false when it shouldn't return false? And also, what is that function doing? So test this dot props next props. And where is test? Aha! What do we have here? Shallow equal default. Pick 2. Prop keys. Ah, here are the keys we have. Okay. Not bad. So we check to see, we do a shallow equal on these things. Is there a reason why shallow equal would cause this to fail? Is editing with Blockly is a boolean? Is creating script as a boolean? Window height's a number, so all those are dead simple. Blockly XML is a string. Yeah, I mean, the majority of the time this should return false. This isn't going to help. But like I said, this is going to print out false a ton of times and true every once in a while. Yeah, so false, 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 false. If I click this, you can see it printed true a couple of times. I click this, it prints true a couple of times. Now what we should see is, yeah, it's still false for all of these, when some of the time it should be true. Hi, Super Robot Wars. It's a pretty interesting name for a stream like this. And yeah, you can always learn how to code. So yeah, this is returning false when it shouldn't be. I just don't know why. The function call that they had there was, where's that shallow equal thing? Am I ever going to find that again? Should update called into something else. What was that thing called? Is it test? Ah, here it is. Yeah. The should update function is essentially this. Shallow equal to dot default. Pick 2. Pick 2 prop keys. So yeah, just compare all the keys that match here with the keys that match here in the next props. Oh, this makes sense. It means that even if I coded this function myself, it's not going to do anything different. There's some other prop or some other thing that I just don't understand. Okay, yeah, so I already put in code to inspect the props and the state. and I didn't see any other keys in either that may have that would have triggered this. So it must mean that shallow equal is the problem. Hey, Ricardo. But how could shallow equal be a problem? Yeah, is creating script, is editing with Blockly. These are just booleans. Blockly XML. And window height. I don't understand it. Like, I found the line of code that's causing this. Mostly found the line of code that's causing this, I suppose. That should be true. That means that something in here. What if I change it to a deep copy? Okay, here's what we'll do. Yeah, we'll get rid of this for now. We'll go back to should component update. Super Robot Wars. So is the AI action randomly generated or a loop? Oh, it's user defined. The video should show that. So, yeah, I mean, I could show you what it is that it does, but it's going to be the same thing that the video shows here. But when you click a script, so I can say new script here, and then I can just start editing a script if I want, like fire lasers, pursue enemy, maybe pursue resource, and then move randomly. And maybe I have something to actually get the resource too, so I say reclaim in there. So let's say this. So like this is a script I can make. I can save this off. Every time my bot gets a turn, it'll just run through this script from top to bottom until it finds something that produces an action. So like firing lasers is an action. That would take its turn. But checking things is not an action. So seeing if an enemy exists, you'll just keep executing your turn after that. So should component update. Here's what we'll do. We'll do the same code that I had before pretty much. This is why this is annoying. So this is like the keys that I want to update for. I already wrote this out earlier too. You can try this. Const keys equals this. So it's like coding inside of a code. Kind of. It's so the important part is not the coding aspect or the scripting aspect. It's not. And that's why we give you pre-made scripts. So if you don't ever want to deal with any of this, then just do this. Drag an entirely finished script for you. Like look at all this stuff. So you can just drag this onto your bot and you can drag the other little portion of this onto your bot. And like there you go. There's your script. You don't need to understand this. You don't need to do anything about it. It's there. You can hit create and you can just start using the script afterward. It's real JavaScript. And yeah, all the scripts can be turned into JavaScript just by clicking a button. So there you go. There's JavaScript. Okay, so let's go through each of these. So just got for each, and we'll say let should update equals false, return should update. So go through each of the keys. If next props key is not equal to this dot props key, should update equals true, return false. 100% safe and cheat friendly. Well, yeah, the goal is that it's 100% safe. I don't know for sure if that's the case right now. It's not full JavaScript, I should say. So in regular JavaScript, you can do things like this. You can say like a equals some object, right? Where like stir, hello, blah, foo, whatever. You can do things like this. In botland JavaScript, that's not allowed. So if you try doing that, it'll tell you, let me show you this. So it'll highlight this and say the right side's type is object expression, which is illegal. So yeah, you're not allowed to define your own objects. And part of the reason for that, there are tons of attacks I had to protect against. So like if you say a equals high, a plus equal a, like this is allowed in botland, but it doesn't work the way you think it does. Because this would let you blow out the memory of the server that you're playing on. So I have to prevent that from happening. I have to prevent a lot of things from happening. But that's why we don't give you full JavaScript. And yeah, it's an ES6 feature. It is arrow functions. Oh, it does a bunch of checks before running the code. So it's not emulated. Alright, so for each, do this. Okay, good. So let's try this. Does this fix the bug? Does it still have the bug? I don't know, and I want to figure this out. So we play the game, and we play the game. Alright. Is the bug there? Cancel. Yes, it is. Okay, so doesn't matter how I write this code. It's that something else is coming through here. Yeah, JavaScript is ECMAScript, yes, but ES6 is not what the current version of JavaScript is. Yeah, Square's Gaming, that could definitely happen. And that's, originally we had it designed so that players would host their own servers, and that made me feel uneasy because if something is exploitable now, there's nothing you can do to users' machines because users' machines are not running the JavaScript code. I mean, at best you can totally take over my Amazon account or something like that, but that's not hurting users. So at the very least, the liability is on me. So it's like a return shortcut? No, it's like writing functions differently. So you can have function sum x, y, return x plus y. This is valid JavaScript, and you could also have written it like this. Sum equals x, y, x plus y. In both ways, this works. Oops. Sum 5 comma 6 equals 11. True. Well, yeah, there are ways you could be malicious with it, but you wouldn't run code on users' machines then. No, I guess you could serve JavaScript to them, and I guess that would run. But it's not Node. It's not like it's running in the browser environment. Either way, yes, the goal is to prevent that from happening. So if there are any things like that do happen, we'll just tighten up what gets run. And in the end, we could always just run this in a VM. However, by doing that, it's going to slow everything down. Yeah, so something's still going wrong here. It's sometime when this is false, when it should be true. Squares, this doesn't change anything. Like, we're talking about client versus browser at this point. Like, regardless of what environment I'm running on the server, if I'm executing user-defined code, there's always a way that someone could try to take that over. In a VM, I mean in a virtual machine. So you can create a new process, let's say, only give it access to certain things and a certain amount of memory, and then let it run whatever it wants to. So let's say it runs in an infinite loop. You just time it out after a certain amount of time. Let's say it starts trying to consume a gigabyte of memory. You say it hit the limit and you terminate it. Let's say it tries accessing the hard drive. You say you never got access to that, so you can try all you want, but it won't do anything. So you basically just give it a sandbox environment. This is super weird, is what this is. Let's try a deeper copy here or something. I don't know. I just don't know. So it is equal. Turning false would mean that, yeah. I don't have any insight into this. These are all apparently the same, but there are no extra keys. Or maybe one of these other ones is changing and I'm not expecting it to. That's another potential issue here. It could be that one of these keys is changing. No, Squares, I know. What I'm talking about though is the servers are all controlled by me on Amazon. So users still only run JavaScript through the browser. So all I was getting at is that, yeah, if users were hosting in their own servers, this would be a problem almost no matter what, but they're not. Yeah, you need, there's that, there's a very limited amount of JavaScript that you get access to, and there's whatever 1,600 lines of code I wrote, not that that matters, to try to prevent you from doing things you can't do. So yeah, the typical attacks that you might try of like, okay, here's a dead simple thing, right? I'm going to go into the code and I'm going to type something like update equals function. So this is it. This works totally fine. This is just valid code. Now I try something like eval delete hard drive. And it says you're trying to call a function named eval, but it's not recognized as a built-in function. So there's nothing coded specifically to prevent you from calling eval. You can go define your own eval function, and then guess what? This code actually does work. Check mark, your code looks good. But now you're not calling the eval that you want to call, the malicious eval. So like, yeah, there's a lot of things that this prevents you from doing. Okay, so it could be that one of these keys is changing and I'm not checking for it. So how about we do this? How about we just put all of this directly into here. So we put this function here as the enhanced.prototype.shouldComponentUpdate, and we just use this entire array. In fact, let's copy paste this down to here too and get rid of this. Okay, let's see. If this causes everything to work fine, then we know what the problem is. And I probably should have been able to come up with this much faster than I did. It does work fine. Well, we know what the problem is. That is impressive. I am not totally sure what to say because I didn't expect that. Let's try that again. Now it should break. Let's try this. Let's also zoom out. So I press cancel and it should stick around. Yeah, it does. Wow, so it's something, it's a difference between these two arrays, and that's it. So it's this versus this. Okay, let's cut out the ones that are the same. So isEditing is the same, Blockly XML is the same, window height isn't even there in the other one, not that that matters. And then isCreatingScript. So it's one of these properties. Weird. Okay, well, there's an easy way to do this. I do have a blue name. Yeah, you can do something like that in JavaScript, but you'd have to make new functions for it. And anyway, I've got a lot of different tests to make sure that this stuff doesn't work. So if you ever have any ideas for JavaScript and how to break it, just tell me what it is and I'll write a test for it, and hopefully it doesn't break anything, and then I'll just have a test forever. Okay, so script edit component, and this is coming from in-game, right? So one of these things, what is changing here? It's one of these properties. On prettify code. So I know for sure I'm never changing this. Yeah, so we don't have to worry about that. On convert to JavaScript. This shouldn't change, but we shouldn't say shouldn't. We should test things. This doesn't. So it's one of these three, I think. So let's try out these three. There. Do we have the bug or don't we have the bug? We don't. So one of these three fixed it. Let's find out which one. Is it this one? This will take like 20 or 30 seconds to test it all. No. Is it this one? Just get rid of that thing. No. So it's this one on cancel? And now the bug is going to happen? Huh. It is. Why? Why in the world would that be the case? Oh, so Square's Gaming, infinite loops are prevented against. Like, that's pretty easy for me to check. Whoops. Darn it. So check this out. Let's make a script here and give it the code you were talking about. What's wrong here? Node type not allowed while statement. Oh, I didn't allow while statements, but that doesn't matter. We could just say for. You could just do this. Here's better proof. For there. This is 100% an infinite loop. Like you would agree, right? So I create this script, and I update this bot, and then I deploy the bot. Boop. And now to prove that it's not like totally freezing the server. I mean, for one, you can see the timer still going, but two, if I connect over here and I deploy any other bot, so these are the infinite loop bots, and my bots are still running totally fine. So yeah, there's a lot of work I put into this. This took me like more than a month of time to get this environment to the point that it's at. And like a week or two extra took place on stream of me hardening this stuff. So I think it should be good. Anyway, on cancel is what's causing this problem. I don't know how, and I wouldn't have expected that. I need to go find out how though. So change to edit mode. This function is changing, or no, it's not just basic string text. I'm actually parsing the abstract syntax tree and taking a look through these. I think I know what's doing this. No, wait a sec. This might actually be on cancel. Oh my god. Why is it so difficult? Change to edit mode never changes, but the bound function is going to be different. This makes no sense. Okay, well, let's try something. So this dot test equals, we'll just pass in this dot test. This is going from script edit component. We just call this dot test. And then we get rid of this. Yeah. And then this should fix the bug. No, it doesn't. What is going on? Is it how I'm using on cancel? It's in the script edit footer. Oh, wait a second. So creator update is probably still causing this problem then, huh? Oh, if I can do this quickly enough, I can test this out. I've got 6 seconds left. Come on, come on. Okay, yeah, that's the issue. Weird. So when I press cancel, I need to make sure the on cancel button function was in recompose. Otherwise it will break. Okay. So this is something weird about recompose maybe, and I don't understand why this is happening. But what I figured out is this. So I had this set to only update for keys, which what that means is if let's say the Blockly that you've put in changes, then this component will update. But if let's say the window width changes, which I don't have here, I have window height instead. If the window width changes, this component will see that, wait, that's not one of these, and it just won't update. So what I was thinking is, on cancel and on create or update are functions that should never change. So regardless of whether they do change, we don't need to update this component. But that's not true for some reason. I don't understand why. And wouldn't this have farther reaching implications than that? Okay, let's take a look at something. Here's what I should do. Let's get this function back. Or not even that one. Let's get, so on cancel. How long have I been working with Node? About, what did I say, like a year and a half? So if this dot props dot on cancel is not equal to next props dot on cancel, then put a breakpoint here, because I don't understand why. I don't understand why this is happening, and I want to. So let's try this out. So we connect as Atom 2. We just ignore Atom 2 now. Then we do this. All right, so I hit cancel over here. It should have broken in. Okay, what? I'm doing something wrong here. What am I doing wrong? Script edit should component update. They're always equal? But there's also no bug here. Let's just refresh again. Maybe I didn't wait long enough. I don't know. There it is. Okay, so that should break in. And it's not. This still makes no sense. I don't know. I don't know what's doing this. What happens if I put this in here? Again, this shouldn't have an impact. It just shouldn't. I'm gonna go crazy here. Yeah, it doesn't have an impact. But when I put this into here, it did. On cancel. That causes this to work, and this causes it to be fixed. On cancel. I typed something wrong? No, now it's not fixed. What? Isn't this bug already solved? No. So I'm usually a believer of the whole you haven't fixed a bug until you've fully figured out why it's happening. And in this case, I'm not even sure that I fixed it, let alone know why it's happening. This is super weird. Oh, wait a second. Let's get to this right. I gotta comment this out. Oh, man. Yeah, that doesn't fix it either. Something strange is happening. Maybe it's just a race condition. Maybe this wasn't even me fixing the bug at all. Maybe I just thought I was. And that every once in a while, this will just not be there. Well, if it was every once in a while, I'd expect it to have happened by now. And it hasn't. Maybe it has to do with the window height, or width, I mean. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. But this hasn't fixed it. Super weird. Hazer says, what seems to be the problem? It's a really, really simple bug. Oh man, now it's... I can't figure this out. All right, I'll explain it in a second. Azurazi says, what's the game about? So, did you happen to watch the video already about like what's Botland all about? Because if so, then yeah, you should let me know what the question is. Cause, okay, no, that was it. Okay, so Hazer, the problem is this, and I don't know what level of technicality you want on this problem description, but I'm using React.js, and so React.js has this concept of only update a component when should component update returns true. So there's something else I'm using called recompose, which is a shortcut for that function when I do only update for keys. So I can say, all right, when the window height changes, I want the component to update. When the window width changes, because it's not listed here, I don't want the component to update. And for some reason, when certain functions change, the component needs to know that those changed in order to update correctly. And if I don't do this, then when I press cancel here, this bar on the left side that you see that I can click through, if I hit cancel, that'll actually stay there. So if I just comment out these lines right here, then the bug will repro, excuse me. And that's it, and I can't figure out why that's happening. So now I do this and I hit cancel, and that thing is, whoops, and that thing is stuck there now. Very strange. I don't understand why this thing would be necessary, especially because none of these things should be changing. Should component update. Let's just put in all of these. So if on cancel is not equal to that, or this dot props dot, what are the other ones called? On creator update is not equal to next props dot on creator update, or this dot props dot on what prettify code is not equal to next props dot on prettify code. Great. And you know what? So that we've got this like bulletproof, just absolutely bulletproof here. Let's do this, and then let's delete 2 clauses from each of these. So there's that one. There's that one. And there's that one. Perfect. Let's try running this. So one of these functions is actually changing. Actually, no, I know what is changing. It's because I'm not binding them all now. I think this is, yeah, every single loop this is going to change. That's why. All right. No, I know what's going on. This is a red herring. Oh. Yeah, this was a mistake. Okay, the reason why was actually a red herring here. When I have it checked for whether the functions have changed, it only works because the functions always change. This is a side effect of binding functions. It will always return a different one, which explains why okay, yeah, so I'm still no closer to solving this problem. The only reason why I thought this worked here was because these functions caused the should update to always return true. Like always. And when it always returns true, then it's always going to update this thing. So then, you know what this might be? Maybe this has nothing to do with props, and that this component should be updated. And Teddy Opop, thanks for following. Should be updated based on some other change. So AFG, I don't mind if chat answers your questions, but your account was created too recently and your questions are too similar to certain kinds of questions that I won't be answering your questions. And Shens, thank you too for following. Maybe this has nothing to do with props, and the component should be updated based on some other change. So that's entirely possible, and I guess that's something I hadn't really been considering here, which means that the code that I had originally would be totally fine. Oh, thanks, Azrazy. Yeah, and the game has been playable sort of since October, actually, of last year. Then I've kind of took it offline, and now as of the last like couple of weeks, it's online very rarely because I have a lot of bugs to fix and I don't want people reporting the same things over and over. But on Friday, you'll be able to play again, I think. And thank you, 2 Squares. All right, we're banning AFG. So I mean, yeah, it has something to do with the cancel button, and that when you press cancel, a certain thing happens. But it's very loosely related to it. It's that some other state changes, and it should trigger an update here. In that case, it would mean that some other state is changing. Sky Blue, it's not worth clarifying. Normally, I'm very transparent about why I ban people, but in this particular case, I won't be clarifying. So in that case, it would mean that some other state is changing and we're just not responding to it correctly. How is this happening? Like, I could fix this in kind of a silly way here. Content. Actually, maybe that's what's causing this to happen. No, it's not that. Okay, let's set this back to how it used to be. There. So the bug should be there now. Let's try that out. Yeah, 1 point every 10 minutes. Does this game provide good income for you then? I'm not making any money right now. Like, not off of Twitch, not off of YouTube, not off of the game. So, no. But the idea is that it eventually does. Oh, Squares Gaming. People have been in chat for a long time. The longest someone's been in here has been close to 1,300 hours. And the people with the most points, well, is that guy with 7,100 points. So it could also mean that some other component underneath script edit could be causing this. What else could it be though? None of these other things are using this. Yeah, script edit footer. So it can't be anything under this. Could it even be this? Maybe just by rendering this. Oh, yeah, maybe. Could be that just by re-rendering this, causing some translate to change somewhere. Yeah, this might have nothing to do with this. And I don't know how to test that though. What if we gave this position absolute? I don't know how I'm going to solve this. So it's there. Now what we check is we call should component update, and we return true for that no matter what. So we just get rid of this. And now if that thing is still there, then we know it has something to do with the positioning more than the element itself. No, it's gone though. Oh, it has nothing to do with the positioning then. I don't know. Alright, see a squares. Almost said see a skater. I changed position to absolute, but the Blockly toolbox went away correctly. Okay, what if we got rid of these things? So we just delete this entire thing. So now all we'll have is a row of cancel button and an update. That's it. Oh yeah, that's gonna fail. Okay, well, I don't know. I'm out of ideas. Cannot figure this out. I found this out when I tried cancel. Hi, Mr. Internet. It's been a long time, but I don't actually answer how long. Does that even... No, that doesn't cover it. Never mind. Hang on. Here's what covers it. I gotta add some of these things to the FAQ though. Add how long I've been coding for other. Yeah. Well, I'm not actually gonna answer that question, but. All right. So I found this out when I tried updating on cancel. Yeah, updating on the key on cancel, but I used a bound function. It had nothing to do with the function itself changing, which makes sense. You know, today would have been a great day if I had gotten through the progress I did earlier, and then I got to this and I just cruised through it. But unfortunately, no. I don't know how to fix this now. Okay, there's something else I could test out here, which is in-game Blockly finish CSS transition call. EJ, there's just some weird stuff going on right now. I found out a line of code that is causing a problem, and I can't figure out why exactly it's causing that problem. Also, this does not work how I expected it to. Cancel doesn't actually trigger that function. But that's not needed to make this thing stop. Oh, wait a second, so I'm wrong about that. I don't actually need this to be called in order for the toolbox to go away. Or maybe that's what I need? Let's take a look at this. No, that's not what I need, because that's not used anywhere, is it? Wait, is there even a toolbox there? Yeah, there is. Let's do it, translate it over. See you, Sky Blue. I don't know. I don't know. And nothing else changes this. Maybe this? This is probably called every single game loop though. Unless I'm better than that. Yeah. It's called every single loop. And so something probably stops calling this as soon as I cut this code out. That's probably the real issue here. I bet that's it. I bet this is all just a big waste of time. Yup. That's the issue. Okay. Yeah, so turns out this is coming from Blockly's resize handler. And resize handler is called from, wait for it, component did update. This is heavy-handed. We don't need to resize every single time we update, but without this code, we won't have the toolbox and canvas at the right size the first time we view this in game. This also fixes the bug where the toolbox should exist. Yeah, so should component update needs to be changed, I think. How are you doing your animations? I am not doing them yet. Oh wait, are you talking about the ones that are in the DOM? Like these? Because if you're talking about these are just CSS transitions. I thought what you might be talking about is like, how am I going to animate like flapping wings or something like that? Because I haven't gotten to those yet. And Zataki says, can you explain to me what a compiler is? Trying to learn some basic coding. So a compiler is something that's going to convert what you wrote into something else. And it's typically like, you've got something like this, void main printf hello world. And this is eventually going to get converted into this. So like what you typed and what gets compiled is something like, I'm just gonna make things up here, but it's like 00 wowxf or something, you know, like machine code basically. So you probably don't want to write things like this, although some people do, and there are still applications for that. You'd rather write it in a more sort of human readable language. So a compiler is just going to convert it from this into something better for the computer, and could even do optimizations for poor coding, target platform, etc., etc. So that's a compiler in a nutshell. If you're trying to learn basic coding though, you can pretty much just ignore what a compiler does and focus more on the coding part for at least like a year. Then once you understand more about it, then understanding a compiler could help. Okay, so it turns out this is coming from Blockly's resize handler, and the reason why I thought this was from script edit is because script edit was triggering updates in Blockly. So what we could do is we could set this back to the normal thing, and then over here, so, okay, I was right about that at least. And then this, we could say, should component update return true. But I don't think this actually helps me, does it? No, this doesn't help me. The only way this gets updated is if its parent gets updated. So that's it. That's the problem. Well, there's another fix that I just thought of, which is finished animating position. Yeah, right there. So we can just call this every time we change this around. Change to edit mode. There. That's it. I think that'll work. Let's try it out. Connect. Click this. Click this. Click this. Whoops. Wait. I screwed that up. We gotta call this instead. Well, let's test this, and then I can figure out if I should write a comment there or not. I meant it in the bots moving. Yeah, so as far as bots moving, that is something that I haven't started coding yet, so I'm not totally sure how I'm going to do it. And am I eventually going to animate things like that? Well, we want art production to not be super expensive for the game, so the fewer frames of animation we need for something, the better. So what we're probably going to do is a lot of procedural animation. So for example, imagine this bot sort of like rotating its whole body left and right as it walks. That's something that I can do as a coder that we don't need more art for, and then we can apply it to different pieces that we have here. But as for the wing animating, that's actually just one part of this sprite. So we need multiple different frames of animation for that. And that's something that we also might be doing, but I just haven't gotten to it yet. So we got to figure that out at some point. Also, this thing totally doesn't work. When you change back to edit mode, I guess this needs to happen on like process.next tick. This is incredibly hacky. And this is how we know we've gone off the deep end here. But let's see if it even works. It does work. Okay. I don't like this. I really don't like this. So we need this so that we can fix a bug where the Blockly toolbox sticks around even after we've canceled or updated the script edit. Hey, Mr. Internet, thanks for following. And by the way, I think this has been working, but people should be getting whispers from BotLad. That's one of the bots that I control, and we should see this pretty soon. So Mr. Internet LOL will show up here. But anyway, the link that you get is something you can use to control the lights that I'm wearing. That's why I'm wearing lights. So yeah, feel free to click that and then make me bright pink if you want. And thank you too, Singer. Alright, so we need this so that we can fix a bug where the Blockly toolbox sticks around even after we've canceled or updated the script edit. Normally, transition end would trigger that, but in this particular case, at least at the time of writing, the translate X isn't actually changed. So the transition never starts, let alone ends. The Blockly component also currently has a hack in it to call its resize handler constantly, but that comes from component did update, and component did update won't be called unless its parent updates. That's ridiculous. There is a site to learn Node.js. And Benjamin, thank you too for following. Okay. Well, let's test this out, because this certainly took long enough. That was like an hour and a half I spent on one bug. I don't feel good about that. But whoops, I didn't mean to close that. What I meant to do is hit the play button and then close it. Okay. So we're in a game. Let's test this out and make sure it works completely. We hit cancel, everything goes away. We hit update, everything, oh no, not everything goes away. Okay, hang on, that's broken. Change to edit mode. That should have been called after all of that. Oh, we don't call change to edit mode. So what did happen? We showed the hardware loadout. That's not even true. Here, set loadout or inventory. Light necklace, yeah. Botland go. Wonder how hard it was for them to make something like that. I guess it started with ingress, right? So they already had a game. Okay, so fix Blockly, hack to fix Blockly positioning. Stupid, but at least this way we can have the comment all in one place, and maybe someday I can figure out how to do this better. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. I was pressing J, not K. This is what I intended to do. There. Alright, problem should be solved. So we try this out again. We click cancel, it works. We click update, it works. We're done. Like an hour and a half for 2 lines of code. How fast can I code? So we can get rid of all of this, all of it. Every last bit. Just revert the whole thing. Let's copy paste everything out of it first, just in case I decide I need it. I don't think I will. Wait, what? Did you think I was kidding when I said followers can control that? So, fixed an obnoxious bug where the Blockly toolbox was left around after canceling or updating the script edit during a game. The reasoning behind this is described thoroughly in game.js now. Yeah. No, not put FAQ. Link to FAQ on the main Twitch info page. Okay, well that's it. Took forever. Just took absolutely forever. I was just thinking at lunchtime how happy I was with all the progress today. And then I'm like, well, I'm going to go back and fix bugs and it'll be even better, right? But no. It actually is better. I really shouldn't be so critical. Yeah, so that's done. Okay, what's next? So I cannot see my bots in game. There's a lot of other bots. Let's take a look. Yeah, I'm not totally sure what caused this. These bots are pretty cool looking. Now that I'm seeing them in someone else's screenshot. Huh. Yeah, welcome to programming, right? I know. Ridiculous. There's lots of other bots. Yeah, and DevMark, thanks for following. Yeah, so this isn't totally working. Also, let me add something about how the lights, the time value in the lights page can be changed, but it's controlled on the server side. A lot of people talk about that. Okay, I don't see it here on the play field. Yeah, so a lot of people ran into this issue, and I don't know what caused this exactly, but this is all the same bug of like too many bots showed up. And that very likely means that it was the server telling you about a bot that you didn't know. I think I'm going to classify this under this. I think Early's and Judge Bacon hit this too. I did. So we're going to just paste this here for now. Alright, what else do we have? Any chance you could reduce the time of the matches during these testing phases? So yeah, I'll write that before the next deploy. Before deploying to AWS again. I'll just put these on the to-do list now that they're done. But before deploying another time, lower the amount of time in each game. Yeah, this is JavaScript. Yeah. Especially since we haven't balanced the game or anything. Okay, cool. So what about this one? Here's another screenshot after a few minutes. Yeah, this was... this starts to get pretty crazy. Because these bots don't really exist. And what, this was the craziest one? Yeah, NNC was not found. Okay, so let's just put this up there. Ricardo. You're the one exception. You can be a jerk. So I was in a game and my blueprint queue icon had no source on it. Maybe this is because the cache got cleared. I need to test that. I do need to test that. The cloning feature's already in game. That's correct, noob. Alright, so how would this work? Let's say I set the base 64 image cache to something really small here. So let's set it to, how much do each of these things take up? Like 100 kilobytes, 200 kilobytes? So let's say 200,000 bytes. All right, let's try that out. And now let's just run this. Okay, so now it should be really slow, I think. Doesn't seem slow. That's not right. It should be slow. Alright, so I just make a bunch of these bots. Let's see what we have. We have full geode. We need full Quetzal. Oh, I fixed this bug. I fixed it. I think it's because I need to restart the account server. Let's try that. So now I hit create. Yeah, now it works. Okay, good. Because I was doing all that time travel stuff earlier. All right, let's create this one too. So how many bots do we have now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We need to make as many different ones as we can. So let's make wasp head geode body. So we just put a geode body on here. Good. Now let's make wasp head geode body geode foot. We just need as many different combinations as we can get. There. Then wasp head and just geode foot. There, and then that's it. That's the maximum number of bots. So now let's go play a game. Alright, is this slow? No. Why isn't that slow? It should be. Max cache size in bytes. Maybe this isn't being respected here. Length. Okay, let's do this. Global.aaa does this. This will let us know what's going on here. So aaa.lrucache.length. Huh. Mayatal. Thank you for following. So how many things are in the cache right now? How do we even find out? Item count, there it is. So aaa.lrucache.item count is 1. Oh, interesting. So why is this not super laggy? Huh, well, we know it works. That's pretty good. So I tested this, awesome. So I haven't fixed the bug, but I did say test what happens when the base 64 image cache fills up. What? Evolved. So we should write that down over here. Let's Control Z all of this. It's relatively expensive to convert images to their base 64 counterparts, so we save a cache of them. If something is removed from this cache while it's in use, that's fine, because the DOM is likely also, the DOM is likely where the data is being stored. No, I should phrase that differently. If something is removed from this cache while it's in use, that's fine because it's likely already stored in the DOM in the source attribute of an image tag. There. All right, great. So all I did was clarify a comment. But then this is an actual bug, and I definitely saw it, and I had the cache, and it still didn't work. So I need to figure out how that happened. Maybe I reconnect to a game and I don't know. Maybe it just doesn't happen anymore. I'll be down here if you guys need me. So I was in a game. So let me go open the door. It's super hot in this room. This may have been an issue with, I don't know, actually, I don't know. Oh, okay, hold on, thanks. Yeah, I don't know how to solve this bug, but let's go up and see what the other ones are. Oh yeah, was Fatality on at all today? Last seen, Fatality, I don't know the numbers on Fatality's name. Let's find out. Fatality, 321. Last seen, July 12th. No, that was yesterday. Okay, fine. Alright, what else do we have on here? Uglify was still a problem, I just turned everything off. Yep, I did. Well, we'll have to try slowly adding some of those things back in. Clarified a comment in Adam is the NSA. You know, my last job, I got that comment a lot, not because I did anything special. I think I just remembered things that people didn't expect me to remember. Clarified a comment on base64 image cache. Okay. Switch the sprite cache in Spritesheet Dictionary to use a least recently used cache. Yeah, this is a really good idea. Okay, so Spritesheet Dictionary. We have the sprite cache right here. So let's do the same thing we did here. Let's get LRU. So sprite cache equals LRU. The max number of sprites to keep in the cache, I don't know if that's a good idea. But I guess yeah, let's do that, fine. Max sprites to keep in cache, 500. This is actually never used again, so we probably shouldn't make this a class variable. Let's just do that. So const. Okay, there, that's it. So now we have the sprite cache. Now you just have to set and get the same way that we get everywhere else. So dot get cache sprite name. Done with that. This is dot set. Done with that. Number of items in cache. We don't need to run this function at all anymore. This doesn't need to exist. So don't care about that, don't care about that, don't care about that. And that's it. Okay. Well, that was super easy. So where's this called from? Clear sprite cache if too big, and then this dot sprite cache, this dot max sprites. For each values destroy. Okay. Oh, right. We need to destroy. Whew, it's a good thing I looked at this. Oh man. Okay, we gotta go write a destroy function in here. So let's try this out. We go to LRU cache npm. We look at how the destroy function works. Oh, it's called dispose. Other good things to know. Diff current destroy. So we need to destroy the sprite. So it's n sprite. Sprite dot destroy. There. You could just do it this way. How does this work when you have this in list? find out. See you, Havald. So I have a function, or rather I have an object, I guess. Const a equals, let's say b is 5, and then c is a function x, y, x plus y. Whoops, we need an arrow. And then d is the number 6. Oh, that works. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Do you use Bing? Yeah, I do. Okay, there, this should work. Let's try this out. We're going to put just one item to keep in the cache. This should have the same sort of basic like cache thrashing issue. Oh wait, did something break? Stop interval functions. Max cache size in bytes is not defined. Whoops. Okay, there we go. Alright, let's try that again. Okay, so it deployed 3 different bots. Yeah, I think this is working just fine. How does this work though? Compose bot. I guess we have this saved around and then yeah, okay. Yep, that's fine. So let's set this to something more reasonable like 500. And now it won't blow out the cache every single time. Okay, that's not bad. Yeah, nice. There's a scroll bar here. That looks super ugly. And soon everyone's going to hit this. Oh man. If we zoom out though, there's no scroll bar, so that's the solution. Alright, whatever. So let's check this in. Commit. Yep. Did I ever call this anywhere else? No. Okay. Cool. Check it in. Oh, except for this. Not checking that, and logger's never defined. The sprite sheet dictionaries cache now uses LRU to back it. That way we don't just wipe out the entire thing when we hit the max. So that's really helpful. So the whole way that this works, and yeah, I know I could do that. The problem is then there's no way to scroll it. Or well, there's no way. Yeah, there's no way to scroll it, I think. It needs to still be scrollable. I just got to change how that entire component renders. Yeah, so what that meant, that whole sprite cache thing I was doing, let's say you play a game and you're playing against just one other person somehow. That's not even possible right now, but let's say it was. The other person might have like blue and red bots, and maybe they have a whole set of 8 right here. So each bot is really 3 sprites, or at least 3 sprites. It's like 6, I think. And maybe it's going to be more in the future. So we cache them all so that they draw pretty quickly. And we're going to cache all of your opponent's sprites too. But they're going to be blue and red. Now, eventually you're going to go into a different game with different players, and they won't have those colors. Yours are still going to be in the sprite cache though. And then the other ones are going to be in the least recently used part of it. So you will overwrite those with new ones. So yeah, should be pretty good. Alright, so that's done. What else do we have? Dead code. Oh yeah, I want to do this. This has been a long time coming. And this is probably going to take the rest of the day. Well, I only have 20 minutes, but it'll probably take all that time at least. Okay, so set bot phase is showing is an unnecessary action. I guess because this is never used anywhere. Set is showing, goes to here. Is showing is there. So workbench state dot is showing. Is that ever used? Not an important code, it's not. Hey Reza, what phone do I use? I have a Lumia 1020. Actually, someone else just asked me this today too, although it was someone in real life. But I want to get rid of it. Yeah, I want to switch to an Android phone, I think. So yeah, this can be totally removed. Let's get rid of it. Which means everything around it could also be removed. So set bot base is showing. We don't need this anymore. Delete. Delete this. delete this, delete this, set bot base is showing, delete that, delete that, delete that, and that. Cool. No, not Pokemon Go. That's not the reason. I've been wanting to switch for about a year now. I actually don't have a problem with Windows Phone, the operating system. I have a problem with the apps mostly. And also, well, I don't know. Yeah, it's mostly just the apps. I was going to say having a faster phone would be nice too, but I'm not like terribly bogged down or something by it. Okay, so that's done. All of bot config reducer should be unnecessary. Let's go remove that. Yeah, is this used anywhere in the code? Bot config. I don't think bot config is supposed to exist anymore. Oh man, you know what this is? Oh my god, this goes way back. Check this out. Okay, so if you go to recap number 5, I think. Let's see. No, not recap number 5. It was a little bit after that, I think. Hardware and rendering. Yeah, this one maybe. Oh, look at that. Big video Adam. Okay, so this is what bot config is. It was this component where you could customize how your bot worked using Blockly. And yeah, that's been replaced. That's a long time ago. What was that? Yeah, October 24th. And it existed for like a month or two after that. But then I think I got rid of it. So yeah, we're going to remove this. Because this has no reason to exist. Right? Bot config is gone from everywhere. Oh, it happens to be the name of some variables too. But that's okay. What we care about is, I guess, import.star bot config. This should only be used from... Oh, it's not used from anywhere. Right, I got rid of it a long time ago. Hey, Ian Blue. Okay. So yeah, let's delete this whole file and everything that it calls and holds dear. What is that squeaking sound? It's gonna bother me so much. Also, what? How do you have that many points, Ian Blue? Someone else gifted them to you, right? So get default toolbox. That's bot config toolbox from setup Blockly. Bot config toolbox. Yeah, this stuff. This can be totally removed. Oh man. Husky says, where can I donate? You can't donate. I don't want your money. Wow, well this will be nice. We can get rid of all of this code. Actually, all this was already removed. Right? This isn't used anywhere, I'm pretty sure. Create hardware block. So much dead code. Oh man. And it's so difficult to make sure you got rid of all of it and you didn't break anything. Which, by the way, a good way of testing this is to make sure I just run my automated tests beforehand and then run them afterward. Neat. They're all passing. So create hardware block. We're going to get rid of this. We can actually, let's get rid of, delete this. So initialize bot config blocks is called from here. We can get rid of that function entirely because I don't think this is needed. Yeah. Teleport slot cost. Does this even exist anymore? Oh, it does. Wow. No, Warang, I'm not really. I'm just writing tests every once in a while. Be quiet for 1 minute. Custom hue gray, custom hue yellow. Are these things used anywhere? Oh God, what is this stuff? Install custom hues. Oh man, can't believe I did this. Override the make color function. Yeah, I might want this in the future. These were, oh man, I wonder if these show up in one of those recap videos. Let's take a look. Wherever I added in, what were they for? Zapper and cloaking. Where are those? Probably in here. Ooh-wee. Where's the zapper bots? Oh, there it is. That color yellow? Oh, that's artillery. Never mind. Hang on. That's not yellow. Where's zapper? No. What is this? Melee and leaderboards? Do I even talk about zapper in any of these things? It's easier to do this than it is to look through my code. Nope. It's not in there apparently. What about in here? It's a good thing I put these Sublime pages at the beginning. Nope. It's apparently in there somewhere. Let's take a look. Alright, I don't know, whatever. Anyway, I had to do a lot for those colors. That was the whole point of this. Oh, hey, it's community bot. That hasn't happened in a while. Hello, community. I'm deleting dead code. Yeah, so I kind of want to keep these colors in here, even though it's not used for anything. Install custom hues. Yeah, I want to keep this. I kind of want to write a comment about it though. Like, I don't like leaving dead code in, but if I ever want yellow blocks here or something, and this is how I would get it. Let's take a look. Right here. Maybe it's not a good idea to have yellow blocks. Just type // before dead code. No, I know. Note, I'll just write this. As of this, I stopped using this code, but I don't want to have to dig through commit history to find it again if I want custom colors in the future. I want yellow blocks. So, okay, create hardware block right here. What does this use? Get tier information, append, cool, that's all fine. Set warning text. That's not used. That is definitely not used. Let's get rid of all of this. Wait, what? Set warning text, where does it even come from? Oh, I know, but validate hardware function, that was the part that we don't have. Yeah. That's going away. This is all changing. Can you zoom in and out on Blockly code? Yeah, you can. So we're going to delete all of this. EJ, you keep saying that. Validate hardware function. If you make a custom block, you need to define properties of the block before making the workspace. The only exception to this is if those blocks are in a category that isn't shown by default, then you can define the workspace. Okay, well that doesn't matter at all. So we're going to get rid of this. We're going to get rid of this. We're going to stop calling create hardware block everywhere. So that's all of this. Delete. We're going to get rid of hardware, lasers, and really all of this bot config toolbox. So just delete all of that code too. Done. Okay, so set up Blockly. We no longer need to call this with a function inside of it, like this. Get warning text for block is now totally going away. Delete and delete. Cool. Next up, the bot config toolbox. This. All of this code will get deleted. Right? Right. Yeah, like this. What is this? Set bot config workspace XML. That goes into here. This is probably used by the bot config reducer. It is, so we're going to delete that. We can delete all of this, I believe. Yeah, inject, inject div, blocking media, workspace change, XML text. Looks fine, looks fine. Okay, cool. Yeah, let's delete it all. And delete. Done. Okay. Just curious if you not accepting donations is a legal reason or just personal. Yeah, it's just personal. There's no legal reason. Like I said, I kind of mentioned this before. I think it cheapens the stream a little bit, whereas me wearing lights around my neck clearly doesn't. But if you guys want to support me, just share the stream, subscribe to the Reddit or YouTube or something. It's not too much you have to do. I'm not getting money from any of those things either. But someday. Husky. Oh man. Alright, so bot config. I know, what a sentence. Alright, so where was this being used? Nowhere apparently. So let's get rid of the bot config reducer. Husky, thanks for following. Oh, you're saying my sentence was what a sentence. I thought it was, never mind. Alright. So this was used in code input. No. No, this doesn't even exist anymore, does it? What? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This isn't even used. Well, we can delete that. Yeah, I think this is being used. So if we look at code input, I think this is still being used from, yeah, script content. Okay, good. So we just need to delete that. And then what else? Any other bot config reducer code. So like this in Botland app. Botland app's going to be totally destroyed. Bot config reducer, bot config reducer. And then we can delete all of this, which is a whole bunch of other actions. So set can deploy. We can delete that. We can get rid of this too. Delete and delete. Oh wait, what can deploy? Okay. Yeah, I have two moms. I'll fixate linked it in. Alright, so set can deploy is no longer used here, or here, or here. Where is it? This. Yeah, we might want that at some point eventually, but I'll just add it back in if I need it. I think this is destroy code time, not save the animals. Okay, so what next? Set bot config workspace XML. Woo! Just stepped on the lights. I'm gonna strangle myself here. So that's gone. C set Blockly workspace XML for details. No, thank you. Oh, that wasn't being used anywhere. What about this last one? Set is auto deploying. No, that exists in a constant. We got to be careful about this one. Yeah, I can't just remove all of these. Set is auto deploying, then delete this entire thing. No, that can't be gone. So those are all fine. What about this? Botland app player, that's okay. This stuff is okay. I think all of these other things are fine. Oh, it's so difficult though to tell. We need to search for if we're importing this, and the only way I would know that is if there's a comma after it. How many hours daily you work on the game? Yeah, around 8. I think that's probably correct. Okay, so that definitely doesn't matter. Oh, this one. Oh, that's in Botland app though. Oh, never mind. Okay, that doesn't matter either. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Yep. Doesn't matter. P1 and P2. Yeah, I think this is all fine. Okay, so we've successfully removed all of that. Let's try running the code again. It better work. Okay, so we gotta go play a game. Play. Alright, we should still be able to deploy bots here. Let's take a look. 3, 2, 1, 0. The game started. Everything looks like it's working. We can click buttons. The buttons work. We're in pretty good shape then. Yeah, nice. He used Adam's tutorial. Okay, so that's gone. What else did we remove here? Delete create hardware block. Yeah, that's gone. See if chat enabled is needed. I doubt it. Set chat enabled. That's used here. So dot chat enabled. Nope, it's not needed. Huh, okay, we can delete that too. So set chat enabled can be totally removed. Let's get rid of that. Very different from set chat visible. Is set chat visible needed? What are the braces on the bot UI? Yeah, so the way that this works is, let's say you had a bunch of different bots here, and you were, I don't even know if people are going to use this totally, by the way, but like you've got some bots in here, and you're like, oh, wait a second, I only want these 2 to be deployed in the arena for the next however long. And then the arena changes a bit, and you're like, oh, wow, now I really need the artillery bot in here, so let's put this in here. And then you say, wait, no, now I just want this one, and now I want like these. So you basically get to pick which bots are going to get deployed into the arena. And yeah, eventually we'll kind of clarify what all that means. But there's also just the easy mode of like, I'll just drag things here and they'll get deployed just in order. And when they do get deployed, they'll get taken right off of the queue. Okay, so set chat enabled, we're going to need to get rid of. Set chat enabled, get rid of this. Chat enabled shouldn't be used anymore. Okay, and then where is this called from? In chat now? This isn't needed at all. This used to do something, but no longer does. I just probably should get rid of this. Right, is there any reason to, yeah. Now this is a Twitch stream. Yeah, for anyone who's just watching the stream and is curious about why I'm wearing pink lights, it's because viewers control them, and I didn't make them pink. Set chat enabled. I know that comment was pretty ridiculous, but whatever. Okay, so let's see if set chat visible is needed. Whoops, that's not how you search for things. So set chat visible. Is chat showing? Is that used anywhere? Botland app uses it, and then in-game actually uses it too. Okay, so no, that is needed. So we probably just need to update the comments around that. This is ignored unless chat is enabled. Nope, not anymore. Alright, so this is still needed. Delete set is auto deploying. I did that. Delete game phase display. Yeah, Elgaz, there were only 2 reasons why I started streaming. It was accountability and marketing. And the marketing isn't even, like, I'm not trying to hide this. I'm making a game. Like, I want people to play it at some point. And accountability, it has helped greatly. Greatly. So game phase display is never used. Okay, so we can just delete this. And we can delete anything that it was using. Maybe game phase state? Is that needed anywhere? Oh, in-game uses that, so no, we can't delete that. But we can delete all this other stuff. Yeah. Yeah, let's delete this whole thing. So delete. Cool. Hey, did CommunityBot get a an icon? No, it didn't. Huh. Okay, so that's done. Delete require bot bays to be deployed by ID and everything related. Oh man. Sounds a little more involved. And botland app should be completely unnecessary. Yeah. All of this is unnecessary now. And this was, yeah, 600 lines of code. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm going to use the bathroom. Then when I come back, I'm going to delete the rest of this code. I might take off shortly thereafter. But for right now, yeah, I'll just go use the bathroom. So I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. A pink shiny standing buddy. Yep. Botbay.js, does that even still exist? It does. Is it used? I don't think this is used anymore. Botbay. Botbays.js as well. Oh man. So botbay.js, botbays.js. Here, go nuts. Go nuts, Spirit Man. So Botland app is what used this. And there was also a botbay select. What is that? That's gone, right? No, it's not. So that needs to be gone too. Here, Rise, I'll give you a token. There. Alright, how much of this should I do in one commit and how much should I split over many commits? I guess I'll just try to take care of as much as possible right now. So what else do we have here? Hardware config is editable. Handle change max serialized slot config length. This is actually used by... Yeah, cool, okay. That's still being used. We don't need to worry about that. What else do we have? All this stuff. On update bot bay. Is this being used? No, it's not. Alright, back to bot bay. On delete bot bay. Is that being used? Nope. Okay, and I think that's everything. Okay. So we can delete that now. Delete bot bay. Gone. Alright, which means we should also be getting rid of bot bays. Do we use bound actions here at all? No. Probably just copy pasted that. Empty bays. Update props. Yeah, okay, cool. We can delete this too. And then finally this one, bot bay select. Anything that we use here? Set selected bot bay. We do use this. Anything else? No. That's it. Yeah, so I think we can get rid of this entirely. Yep. Okay. Delete that. Alright, now let's search for bot bay select. That should only have been used there. Yep, perfect. Okay, so those are all gone. On update and on delete are no longer used anywhere. They don't even exist anywhere though. Oh, they weren't bound actions. What am I doing? Yeah, no, these are gone. Deploy button pressed. This used to dispatch a create bot by ID. I think I'm not going to worry about this for right now. I think this is good enough. So let's lint the code. Let's lint all of the code. Close out of these things. Actually, we should run the test again too. Okay, so client constants is defined but never used. We'll get rid of that. That's fine, and that's fine. All right, so now we have just one last thing left to do before we're pretty certain that this all works, and that's to test it. So let's just get into a game, keep the console open, and take a look for any errors or warnings. Alright, yeah, that stuff's all fine. Yep, cool. Let's go in any of these. Create a script. Cool. All this stuff seems to work. Yeah. That looks good. Okay. And the last thing to test is to see if the out of game UI works. Oh, I don't have any items. Well, we'll test the store then. Cool, cool, cool. There's a pretty nice set of green colors that we have here. I like that. Alright, so a dragon bot should have Inferno lasers, and Inferno zapper, and reflect. Alright, yeah, all this stuff is working. I'm not really testing anything other than just, is something going to crash here? And I think it looks fine. Okay, well, that's it. We just deleted a whole bunch of code. I mean, look at this. Lines removed. That is what, like 500, 700? I don't know. We could actually figure it out. 146 plus 79 plus 133, 66, 67. $811 lines of code gone. Ridiculous. Deleted a bunch of that code. Well, some of those lines had a purpose at some point. Well, what do I mean, some of them? Like, all of them had a purpose at some point. And some could still have a purpose. but not right now. Yeah. Remember 811. Oh, we're not checking this in. Oh, that doesn't. Oh, it's a good thing I actually looked into that. Alright, so deleted a bunch of dead code, commit and push. Alright. Nice. Botline app should be gone. That should be gone, that should be gone. Yeah. So there's still a little bit of dead code left to delete. See how, Xader? There's still a little bit of code left to delete. I think we're as done as couldn't be for now. Yeah, so the biggest thing that changed today is that all these icons in the UI are now based on whatever bot you have. So as I drag something onto here, you'll see this icon change down here too. And same thing over here. You see that icon change? And in game they're changed too. But I'm going to get going. Thank you all for watching today. I won't be online tomorrow, and then I will be online on Friday, but then I'm taking the first long vacation I've taken since I started the stream 10 months ago. I'll be gone for the whole of next week. So I'll be back the week after that. So yeah, the 15th is the next time I'm streaming. So thanks again for watching. I'm going to go find someone to host. You guys have a great night. See ya.